Yo, 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 welcome to the broadcast. All right. Think we're locked in. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Been running into a little bit of tech issues the past couple days. You know, but that's okay. But that is okay. Those last minute tech issues will get you. Especially when you're waking up at 7 a.m. and trying to start your stream at 8. At the next Korok, turn left. So we just didn't give ourselves enough time, and then we hit a snag, but we made it. Good morning. Welcome in here. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, I think it's Tuesday. All right. Good morning. Early birds are here since 7:50. I'm so sorry. Oz, Ryan, Perp, Kalika, Kyle Ecstasy, good morning. Welcome to the show today as well. Red Museum, Perpetrator. We got Kuda, Sweet D, Ghibli Gal, Aurora, Dista, Mike 84. Welcome in here, Quince 3, Kirsten, Prof Unknown, Dista. Welcome in, Wonder Waffle Prime. Good to see you back, buddy. Dazabound, good morning. Mandy Bear, Mahogany Chica. Welcome to the broadcast today. Spicy Sin Bun and Wolf. Good to see the check-in squad popping in. Good morning. Ready to play some Zelda? I'm pretty excited.
45 straight months of vibes.
That's right, baby. Nothing but vibes. That's right, baby. Thank you, 16-Bit Gaming, for the tier 2 for 45 months. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the stream. Good to see y'all back here today as we go through this little heat wave here in the Mideast, eh? We're locking in. We actually had my internet go out yesterday for about 6 hours, about 30 minutes after I ended my stream until about 8 p.m. at night. So good thing I did wrap up the show yesterday when I did, because the internet went out. And the worst part is I was in the middle of moving around my technology, and so I thought I did it at first because I was moving my air conditioner plug so that I didn't have any more electricity issues in here. And everything should be good now. Everything is smooth. I think I was overloading this outlet because it solved all of any electricity issues I had in the house have all been solved by me just moving the air conditioner from the same room as my computer. It was very interesting, but we're learning. So I was just overloading this outlet, man. So everything's chill, man. It feels good. It feels like I shouldn't have any more issues whatsoever as I go forward. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, these heat waves could always cause problems. So if anything happens, I'll do my best to report to the Twitch chat. You know, when you get these heat waves, our infrastructure is not necessarily ready for, you know, hundreds of air conditioners simultaneously being pumping. You know, it happens, dude. So I think everything will be nice and smooth here today, though. Yo, thank you again, 16-Bit, for the 45 tier 2, my dude. Thanks for sticking with me. Yeah. What's up, Classy Saya? Yeah, not done with the game completely. We're at the point where we're just doing side content. We have about 30 episodes left to upload to YouTube, though, so you'll have plenty of stuff to munch on when it comes to that playlist on YouTube for sure. Good morning, Ham Labs. Good morning, Brown Coats. Moxie Poxy, good to see you today. Card Shark, welcome to the show, of course. Me when I don't have internet, yeah, I kind of just sat around and played on my phone. I did some chores. It was unfortunately too hot to go outside. That's the first thing I would have did. It was a really unfortunate, because when the internet usually goes out, I usually just go touch grass. I'll just get out of the house, I'll go on a walk, but it was 90 plus degrees. I was like, okay, well, that's rough, right? So I did have to just kind of sit on my bump and just kind of hang out. I played on my phone for a little bit. I played some TCG Pocket. I took a nap, and then it came back on like around 7:30 last night. So I was like, okay. But it was like a solid 6 hours of no internet. There's been worse fate for sure, but worse fates. Gotta love some TCG Pocket. Yeah, I like loaded up. I built some decks. I just been like toying around trying to perfect a couple decks I've been playing with. And honestly, my favorite deck from the season was my Blastoise deck. I called it Moist Shrooms. And it was Shiinotic and Blastoise. That's my favorite deck of the season, but it could probably be better. Ew, I know. Dude, I got like multiple win streaks with that deck. I think my best record was 9 or 10 wins in a row in Great Ball rank, shredding these meta decks, because Blastoise he's kind of slow. Blastoise is like very slow, unfortunately, but with the combination of Misty, you just every once in a while you just are very fast, right? Like with Rare Candy and Misty, I can turn to 100 damage some games. So like it is a coin flip when I'm going against like meta decks. But when I'm going against just like another, maybe they don't get a good hand, or maybe they're just playing like a slower deck, then it just becomes a good all-around solid deck. It has a good pace. It picks up Blastoise quick. I can usually get 2 Blastoise on the field every game. I'm rotating energies around. So like it works really well. It doesn't really hold up well against like some of the speed demons. Like right now, that game, the meta's like turn to 120 damage, and you're just like, what do? You know what I mean? Like if you can't retaliate, it's over. So, you know, but it's fun. It was a good deck. I don't know if it would have carried me like into master or anything, but what kind of coffee are you sipping on? Tim's from Canada. Tim's, what is it called? Tim something. I picked up a bag of some Timmy's. It's always on sale here in Ohio. It's always on sale, dude. Yeah, Tim Hortons. Yeah. It's always on sale, dude. Like I'm going to get a bag of coffee if it's on sale, period. I don't care, man. I'm not really a big fan of buying like Folgers. So I usually try to stick with like the smaller, what I feel to be a little bit higher quality coffee. It's not always, but I feel like it is. And you'll get a bag of like the 12-ounce bag or whatever it is, that standard like 12-ounce bag. Dude, I got it for $7 compared to $12. It's like, I'll buy 2 bags at once at that point. I'm saving $5 whole on a bag of coffee. You know what I mean? Like, dude, in this economy, man, like I'm taking what I can get. I also have, I also invested in a bean grinder, and I find that bags of beans are actually cheaper because you're grinding them. So nowadays, I start looking at the beans, because if you go look at the beans, you'll save $2 or $3 on a bag just because you're willing to grind them in the morning yourself. And not only does it taste fresher, it smells good, and the grinder was only $10. I've had the same grinder for like 5 years. So it's already paid for itself. Right? So like I can't recommend it enough. If you feel like you're paying too much for coffee, consider picking up a $10 grinder and picking up the beans, baby. It's the cheap option, and then it just adds an extra step in the morning. That's the only problem, right? Is like it's an extra step every couple days, and then usually I grind enough for like 2 or 3 days, and I leave it in the grinder, and I just kind of spoon it out every morning. You don't want to grind too much in advance, right? Because otherwise you're missing the whole freshness point. So it's like I just do like a couple days in advance, but that is the way. It can go stale. Yeah, exactly. So you're not, you're pretty much grinding every day, maybe every 2 days, but it's really not much, man. Plus, I do like being able to like keep it a little bit more coarse, because the filter I use is not a paper filter. It's like a mesh filter that is like a reusable. And I noticed that when the coffee's really, really fine, it kind of seeps through the filter a little bit. And I'll have like a little bit at the bottom of my cup, almost like I'm drinking like French press. So I can keep it kind of coarse, and then it won't go through the filter, and then I'll have like a cleaner cup of coffee. I don't really mind if there's stuff at the bottom, but I don't know. I'm not trying to chew my coffee. Just chew on the beans. I think it's the same as drinking. That's a funny comment to read after I just said that. No, I think I'm good. Now, if it was a chocolate covered bean, sign me up. Yo, what up, Tails? Good to see you, buddy. Me spending too much on has nothing to do with coffee I buy. It has everything to do with the fact that the best coffee shop in town is across the street from me. Yeah, that'll get you. What's up, Booty Cheeks? What's up, Titus? What's up, Cal? Good to see you in the house today. Welcome in. Oh, yeah. Wonder Waffle's been with me for a long time, dude. He's been with me for a long time. Thanks for sticking with me, buddy. Good to see you today. Good morning, Leafeon. Good morning, Chell Dog. I try to get here between 7:50 and 8:10. Past 2 days I've been a little sluggish, but thank you all for your patience and good morning. Welcome to the show today. We're gonna go ahead and dive into some Zelda. Get into some Zelda content this week. We're gonna start off with some Tears of the Kingdom this morning. We're gonna go lore diving for some voice memories. I'm excited. We'll be doing some lore discussions throughout the day. It'll be a very podcast vibe, so even if you're not into Zelda, sit back and enjoy the show. Thank you so much for being here. Dang, Titus came in with the 4 years and just mic dropped the Shrek scream and said, I'm out. No comments, no words, just holy heck, dude. Holy heck, Titus, dude, you legend. Thank you, man. No words, just Shrek. Thank you, man. Thank you for sticking with me, buddy. I technically didn't have it before, but I inherited it from inactive accounts. Yes, it was inherited. I think you were like 5 after the initial 25. I've only removed, I think, 10 people. So you're still up there in the top 30. Yeah, I think after the initial 25, I think you were number 5. Yo, appreciate you, Titus. Thank you, man. What's up, Man's the King? What's the voice memories? It uses the Zelda Notes app. And there's like a couple hundred of these voice memories around the map that just tells us more lore about the world and gives us 3 different perspectives on the world of Tears of the Kingdom. Zelda, Rauru, and Koga all come together throughout the whole map to comment on things in the world. And like online, we're already discovering some comments that really lead to some great discussions of lore. For example, the one we're going to go to this morning, just to kind of kick things off, talks about the potential, it kind of alludes towards Wind Waker and like the Great Flood. And one of the biggest theories in Tears of the Kingdom has been that the land was flooded at one point, akin to like maybe Wind Waker. And now there's a voice memory that's in the game that actually references the Great Flood. So now it's sparking discussion within the Zelda community. Is it referencing the same Great Flood that is Wind Waker, or maybe was there multiple calamities in the past, natural disasters, and was there a different type of Great Flood that happened that has nothing to do with Wind Waker? And all of the lore seekers, the keepers of the lore in the Zelda community are now speculating on whether or not it's a direct reference to Wind Waker, or if it's a reference to maybe another flood that could have happened over the, hundreds and thousands of years that Hyrule's existed. Stuff like that, right? This is the kind of stuff that you can really start extracting from these voice memories, which is really cool. Yeah, that's right, Dazabound. So the sky is Rauru, Hyrule is Zelda, and Koga is the depths. Perhaps they're just honoring the one true god of Hyrule, the Great Flood. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about any bad news, Aurora, or unsettling news, but I'm glad you're here today for a little distraction. I don't mind one bit. What's up, Dolore? Good to see you today. And if you're just referencing the current state of events, we don't chat about that stuff too much here, but cheers to that. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy. G-Ski, good to see you here, buddy. I hope you're feeling good. What's up, Burger Smalls? Good morning as well. And good morning, Kells and Demdeliz. Good to see you here today, Dear Diary, as well. Good morning. Welcome in. Happy birthday to Mads World. I don't know if they've popped in this morning, but I did see Wavy Storm in here today. I appreciate you popping in, Wavester. We got the cold on lock, the heat not so much. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're good with cold up here in the Mid-East, but we don't got the heat is unlocked. So I wouldn't be surprised if stuff happens. Again, I've been blessed. My power's been fine. I think we're in a pretty solid grid. I think I would have already found out. Now, we do have some storms coming, and I was uncomfortably reminded that we're also on the heels of hurricane season. So just everyone be safe and take care of yourself this summer. And I know for example, my weather, we have a bunch of storms, but the heat's gonna stay. Right? It's like we have like all this rain coming. It's not storms, it's just a bunch of rain while the temperature is going to stay 85 degrees. So it's going to be muggy and humid and just bleh for like a whole week. So I'm like, yeah, that's unfortunate, right? Like, this is the type of weather that storms and like the chance for power to go out because of wind and stuff like that, like that's actually a little bit scary, especially for the old folks out there, Heat plus storms, not a fun combo. Yo, Daz, I have a good day, buddy. You mugging my humid right now, bro? Yeah, I am. I'm heat mising over here. Yo, Pirater and JR, yo, Binary Digit. Good morning, buds. Good to see you today. Welcome in. What's up, Mary948? Good to see you here as well. And thanks for tuning in, everyone. Good to see y'all here. Let's go ahead and jump over, and we'll play some Zelda here today. We took our time getting here, so we'll do a shorter intro this morning. I will, at the moment here, quickly just say good morning to those of you hanging out on YouTube today. If you're watching this VOD in the future, I try to have timestamps on all my previous broadcasts, so hopefully there's some timestamps below this video. Sometimes it could take me a couple days to get them put up. Otherwise, enjoy the broadcast. If you're looking for more content, if you enjoy the vibe today, hit a like, subscribe, and hop over to Twitch. If you are a Twitch user, you'll find me there regularly, 5-6 days a week. Appreciate you and have a good day today. Good morning and enjoy the broadcast, YouTube. It'll be a nice lore heavy experience today. I'm pretty excited to get into some Zelda lore while running around one of my favorite games of all time, dude. Let's lock in. Oh, we're double camered up out here on a Tuesday. All right. Boom, 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 boom. And we'll keep our Zelda jams going in the background because, you know, music don't be playing in this game. This is what my character looks like after letting my partner play my file. Look at this. I let him play my save file, and this is what I get. I log into this. Disgrace. And they call themselves a Zelda fan. Tingle. Get this out of here. Hi, future me. That's cute. I like that. What's up, Aelith? Good to see you today. Thankfully, it's going to cool off a bit for me. High of 83 the next couple of days. Yeah, today's the last 90 plus degree day, supposedly. And then things will cool off for me as well. Dang, that moon's moving fast. Oh, that's okay. Booty cheeks. Be kind, but be gentle. Be kind, but be gentle. Typos happen, dude. No worries. All right, let's go ahead and... Unforgivable. I feel dumb. I don't know the first thing about Zelda. Oh no, you shouldn't feel dumb at all. It's just a video game. It's a pretty niche video game. I find that the people who play Zelda and love Zelda, I think in the grand scheme of things, turn this down. I think in the grand scheme of things, there's more people who don't play Zelda than do. Yeah, it's not. It's not that popular, actually. Like, it is now because it's Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, but maybe after the movie. Maybe after the movie comes out, it'll become, like, insanely popular, right? But it's, you know, Zelda's just Zelda, dude. Is there a place in the Discord or even here that I can ask for advice? It's not heavy or anything. Yeah, you know. If you're asking for permission to ask for advice, then maybe it's best for the Discord and the real life channel. But if you've hung out long enough, you'll realize that people jump into our chat and chat about anything at any time, all the time. And you should never feel like you have to ask to jump into chat and say, hey, everybody, what's up? You might not always get a reply. It might not always be our expertise, but it doesn't really matter that much. You're welcome to say whatever. However, again, if you're feeling like you need to ask first, then maybe you do want to go into the real life channel in the Discord and you want to post it there. We do have a channel dedicated to real life, which sounds like something that you want to talk about. So consider the real life channel in the Discord, and I'm sure somebody might reply to you. You know, never any expectations of anybody to reply to anything, for the record. What's up, Ponka? Good to see you today. What's up, Toe to the Head? Welcome in, welcome in. What's the best Chobani Flip flavor? I've never had Chobani Flip. I'm on a plane. I'm on a plane. I'm on a motherfucking boat. Yeah. Damn, Dallas. Good to see you, buddy. Real life is getting at me today, so I'm here to steal the vibes. That's right. I'm a vibe stealer. That's okay. We got plenty of vibes, so we can allot some to be stolen. In fact, we actually have a shrinkage on vibes just in case they get stolen. We can allot a couple thousand vibes stolen a day. and it's like kind of already bundled into our fiscal year, you know? Like we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We got plenty of vibes. We're fine. I said a couple thousand. A couple thousand. I'm sick of these MFing snakes on this MFing plane. Yo, what's up, Caffeinated Spirit? Good to see you today. Good morning, Cozy Chicky as well. Yo, the daily check-ins coming in. Yo, what's up, Game Boys? Scarlet Broad, good to see you. Coco Winning. Birthday cake flips are the best. Yeah, I've never had a Chobani flip. I do like Chobani, but I'm usually going for non-dairy stuff, so I don't eat much Chobani. I'm on leave, no fiscal year talk here. All right, so what we can do here is we can lock in and we can start looking for voice memories while we explore. Now, if we click this over here, I don't have it set up on the screen on purpose because we actually only need to listen to it. So let's go back here. Let's go to navigation. All right, we have all voice memories locked up over here. Let me go ahead and scoot this over a little bit closer to me.
Hey, wonderful peeps, I remember 6 years ago I came in through a raid and saw this guy named Hylian play Stardew Valley, and I legit thought he was a famous DJ, podcaster guy then. Turns out I'm right. Glad to be a part of your community. Here's to many more. Shout out to Linksman for gifting me a sub 6 years ago, and I never left Purple Heart. Thanks for inspiring me and being you.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate the 72-month resubscription. All right. Let's go ahead and jump over here. And then let me unmute the voice guidance. And like, let's see if you guys can hear it and if it works. I have to set this up.
Proceed far west.
Okay, it's working. All right, hopefully things stay working. They this setup is a little bit hokey, so
Proceed far northwest.
I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't stay. I might have to, you know, finagle with it throughout the stream.
Proceed some distance northwest.
I actually don't need guidance though.
Guidance deactivating.
I can just go to the location myself. But it is a very useful feature if I get lazy. Link's got Google Maps now. Yeah. Had to deal with a bug situation. I don't want to creep out chat. Yeah. I think you made the right decision. Yeah, thank you, man. That was very kind of you to consider the audience. That's what I meant by that, right? Like, if you're asking and if you're not sure, then I think the default is probably keep it out of chat. Right? That's all I meant by that. And I think you made the right decision. Thank you for not creeping us out. I'll be honest, I'm the first person to not want to talk about no bugs. So I actually appreciate you asking first, man. Thank you. Yeah. And that's all I meant by that. Like, if you're not sure, is this appropriate for the Twitch chat? I think it's always safe to say, if I'm asking myself this question, it's probably not appropriate for Twitch chat. Like, that's actually such a kind thing for you to say to yourself. You know, you frequent this community every day. And it was just very kind of you to say, hey, wait a second. I don't know if this belongs in the chat. Is there somewhere in the Discord? And there is. Right? So thank you, man. I really do mean that. I appreciate that. I asked myself the same question too. Yeah. I think if the more people that ask that question, I think the better off Twitch chat would be, to be honest. That's like across the board, right? Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, Oz. I appreciate you, buddy. Such considerate beans, yeah. Yeah, ha. I actually am gonna move this. I wasn't gonna have this in front of me today because I didn't think I was gonna be using it too much. Hold on. I got a lot of cords over here. but turns out I am going to want to be looking at it semi-regularly, so I need to put it in a position where I can comfortably look over at it, which this seems to be the best position here. New playthrough? No, we're not doing a new playthrough. We're continuing our 100% Tears of the Kingdom playthrough, and we're hunting voice memories today. So we're currently at 85.87% out of 100. So what we're going to be doing today in Tears of the Kingdom, we're probably going to be doing this in Breath of the Wild eventually as well, but maybe in a different way, a different format. But right now, for those that don't know, I actually have, so here, let me actually just introduce this to everybody, because maybe not everybody was here during my Switch 2 showcase, which, like, you know, I'm not sure what else you would have been doing. No, I'm just kidding. But let me just go ahead and quickly pull this up. So if you look over on the right side of the screen here, you'll see that I have a phone app here. Let me move it over. All right, so this is actually my phone. This is actually my tablet, and this is an app that you can now download for your Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild experience. All right, good morning, Ross. Thank you for the gifted. So what this is you can go to your iOS or Android and you can download an app. It's called the Nintendo app, and you can plug into a new feature called Zelda Notes. Now, Zelda Notes is a new feature that is bundled into Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and it gives you a bunch of options on how to expand your Zelda playthrough. You can trade items, I'm pretty sure, from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom if you wanted to, which is super interesting depending on the item. You can trade items between Tears of the Kingdom to other Tears of the Kingdom accounts, friends, family. You can literally have a sword crafted, and then you can take that sword and you can trade it to somebody else. Right now, I have 4 members of the community sitting here, and we can trade items between each other. I can go ahead and I can grab this Sea Breeze boomerang from Neanderthal storage. Now it's in my storage, and I can send it to the game, and now I have this Sea Breeze boomerang waiting for me in game. And I'll show you I can take that in just a second. So this whole idea goes pretty deep. There's a lot of really interesting things you can do with this app. There's auto build. You can share your auto build designs. You can share your items. You can get your daily bonus, which we can go ahead and do this real quick. And you get like a free set of items or food or something every day. So I just got a free sticky elixir, and that'll be sent to my game for the day. You can also navigate. I can load this up. I can go to categories, and I can track anything in the game. And I can even go as far as having the game lead me there via like GPS, which is like super interesting. So this is what we're doing today. So one of the features that got added to the Zelda Notes is voice memories. Voice memories are little blurbs of lore that are all around the map. And it's little just insights on locations from either Zelda, Rauru, or Master Koga. And if you go to the location, all of a sudden the game will start talking to you.
Kochi Dye Shop here in Hiteno Village specializes in dyes. The owner, Sage, stuck his own head into his dyeing machine and turned his trademark red hair black. Apparently it happened while he was working on an idea he got from some drawings his son Safaro made. I must admit, I am intrigued with what he's up to.
Right, so boom, there's Zelda Notes, and this is just one example of a Zelda lore blurb where she's just talking about this character at the Kochi Dye Shop. Right, so super interesting stuff here, and we're going to be going through. There's hundreds, 150 there, 35 here, and 55 here. So there's over 200 sets of notes that we're going to be going through to hunt down today and over the next couple days, so that we can get lore in game and we could dive into Zelda lore discussions, and we could go collect voice memories, and it should be a lot of fun. So this is just a quick little blurb for those that have no idea what's going on here, and who haven't quite gotten themselves acquainted with the Zelda Notes app, which apparently outside of user error is pretty dang awesome. You know, not to call anybody out specifically, but you know, I digress. Thank you Ross here for the gifted sub, bud. What's up, Lord of the Rings and who? Good to see you today, buddy. You rescued an older black cat off the street. Someone declawed her.
Prime check.
Aw.
Get your primers out here.
I don't know. Yo, 3 years.
Thanks, Link. You're the hero of Hyrule.
Yo, what's up, Jeffrey Gaming Nerd?
Finally, peace returns to Hyrule.
Any good Zelda themed names for a cat? Yo, chat room, any good Zelda themed names for a cat? All right, let's go to navigation and let's head where we're going here. Tulin, Korok. Oh, August 14th for Drag X Drive. I thought that game was already out. So, Classy Saya, yeah, I did know that, and I'm just, yes, I have them private so that I can release them in sequential order, but the episode before those two, I have to quickly edit and break into 2 parts because it's too big for YouTube. And that's the only reason, just to give you like a quick explanation. So I had the playlist all set up, but then I think it's episode 10, 9 or 10 is too big for me to upload to YouTube. So I have to quickly edit it and cut it in half and then upload it in 2 parts. And then I can go and unlock those videos because I just wanted to unlock them in sequential order. So that's all. That's the only reason. But I'll get them going here as soon as possible. Link is great because it rhymes with so much stuff. Stinky Linky is the usual go-to. Stinky Linky. I'm glad that Stinky Linky is an option. We're heading over to Ruto Mountain here. We're heading to Ruto Mountain here. Let's go. Akala could be a cute cat name. I agree with that. I like Akala. Yo, good morning, Duel Master D. I got swindled so bad trying to help my niece in Roblox yesterday. Wait, how did you get swindled, dude? Holy heck. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the show today, Croco Loco. Welcome, and I agree. I think the game is gorgeous. Honestly, if I hadn't kind of recently done a fresh playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom Quelth, I would consider doing one. But I don't know if I'm quite ready to do another one yet. Especially with all the other Zelda games that we have to play. So we'll do another playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom at some point. I'm thinking about doing a 3-heart run. One that's just focused on, you know, kind of that a little bit more of a difficult combat grind. Something like that, but I wonder if we're gonna get more patterns for our glider. Now that we're getting new amiibos. I know Austin John showed off one of the amiibos that aren't even like released yet or something. And it had a new pattern on it. So I'm wondering if like the rest of them are gonna have new patterns. That might be kind of cool, actually. How's the 60 FPS feel? I'm not really one to ask. I don't really notice that kind of stuff personally, so what I can tell you is that the amount of slowdowns are like non-existent. That's what I can tell you. is that anytime the game used to slow down and drop under 30 FPS, sometimes as low as like I think 18 or 22, it could get pretty low on the Switch One. I can tell you that those moments are non-existent. So there's no more like dips. It doesn't like visually lag like it used to. But as far as the difference between 30 and 60, I'm not really that good at telling that kind of stuff. It's not quite my place to answer. It doesn't really make a difference for me. Where's this Korok at? Stay hydrated and healthy out there. Yo, LPK, I'm glad you're doing okay. Oh, I see. Where does this sucker want to go? Me and my friend got separated. Dang, that's way out of the way. It's always way out of the way. It's always way out of the way of where I originally planned to go. All right, we'll take him with us. Let's go. Yeah, I haven't been able to enjoy the 4K as much because I haven't played this on my TV too much. I can tell you this. I did set this up on my television over my break like a week and a half ago, and it looked gorgeous on my 4K television. I can tell you that. It looked phenomenal on my 4K TV. Oh yeah, dude. So that is something I can comment on because I did do that. How does Ultra Hand work? I don't know. I don't remember how to like rotate stuff with Ultra Hand. I don't remember how to rotate stuff. Is it L and R? No. Is it the D-pad? It is the D-pad. Okay, cool. It's been a while. What's up, BRG? Whoever sells the Koroks their backpacks is making a killing. What a comment. All right. Oh wait, I have Korok leaves on me because they're now they're like a separate item in this game. Let's use this. Got it. Let's go, buddy. Oh, I'm actually hitting the Korok. Oops, my bad. My bad, dude. Poor little guy. I'm supposed to be playing Arceus, but now I want to play Tears of the Kingdom. We abusing them on a daily basis? I don't abuse no Koroks. Don't mix me with you other Korok abusing people, all right? I made a mistake. I accidentally smacked him in the mouth. You're here! My nephew was playing Tears of the Kingdom the other day, and I asked him if he had launched a Korok into space yet. He said no. I'm not mean to them like you. Let me tell you, getting called out by an 8-year-old hits different. All right, we're heading back this way. That's a beautiful comment. Thank you for sharing that. How do I switch weapons? Here we go. Accidentally strapped his ass to a rocket and sent him to the other side of the mountain. Accidentally. You're really using that word accidental pretty loosely, if you ask me. maybe a little bit on the loose side there. What's up, Lazy? Good to see you. What's up, Cozy? Good morning. I didn't see you sneak in. What's up, Avril fan and Jasmine? Random and Little Budum. Welcome to the show. We're doing some Zelda content. We're lore diving in Tears of the Kingdom while exploring and finishing up our 100% playthrough. So we get to run through the world of Hyrule and relax and enjoy the sights. And we're looking for some memories, some voice memories. Lovely mate, simply lovely. What's up, King of Arcadia? All right, I do have an X on the map over here. I want to go explore real quick. The stars. Usually the stars mean I have not explored that area yet. Or at least I don't think I have. Okay, we got some horse riding moblins here. I don't think I've ever been in this moblin camp. These guys look pretty mean. Oh yeah, I've been here. Oh yeah, I've kicked these guys' butts before. I'll let them live today. See ya, nerds. Oh yeah, these guys' butts have been kicked. Freaking slippery nonsense. Would you consider playing Kingdom Hearts on stream? I'm not a big Kingdom Hearts guy, but I would definitely consider playing it. Mostly for the experience, since I've never really played them before. I've watched the Kingdom Hearts get played by a friend growing up, and we used to get down, and I watched almost all of them. Like I know more about Kingdom Hearts than some people who have played Kingdom Hearts. Because of the amount of Kingdom Hearts I've watched. But I've never been too interested in playing them. I tried playing Kingdom Hearts 1 when I was a kid. I got to the Little Mermaid world. I got frustrated, and I never loaded the game back up. The Little Mermaid world defeated me as a kid. Could you imagine being defeated by Little Mermaid? Yeah. Yo, Heather B, thank you so much for 13, dude. Good morning, Heather. Yeah, literally got defeated by Little Mermaid. Never loaded the game up again. My gamer card was stripped for at least 5 years. I've never recovered. It was pretty terrible. I have bad memories. Is your Zelda notes bugged? No, my Zelda notes is okay. I still have achievements and stuff coming in. What is it? What do you go under? My play data? Yeah, mine was updated today. Last updated today. You should reclaim it. The truth is I just didn't have the patience. Like, the game didn't grab me that much. Because, like, if I really wanted to play a game that was difficult, I did as a kid. I would push through it. So I wasn't my copy of Kingdom Hearts, and in retrospect, I think maybe that's what caused me to give up, because it wasn't mine. So I'm wondering if like maybe I just was like, okay, I'm not playing, it's not my game, like whatever. Regardless, I never went back. So yeah, I'm not against trying out the Kingdom Hearts series officially someday. Sure, never say never. If we bring back Marbles in full force, you know, that'd be a good candidate for Marbles, I suppose. Oh yeah, Claude, it's nice. It's as smooth as eggs. All right, my star mark here didn't really lead to anything. Except for a bunch of freaking rain over here. I suppose we should just put on the frog suit, yeah? Gonna try Breath of the Wild again at some point. Oh, ate the wrong thing. Look at all them hearts. Yeah, this is my end game save file. So we're maxed out on everything except for Sage's wills as far as upgrade stuff. And then we're just proceeding to try to get all the Koroks and name locations. There's a couple things we still have left on the table as far as the 100%. So we have our own personal 100%, which involves doing everything in the game possible. But then there's the in-game 100%. According to the in-game 100%, we're actually not too far off. We just need to find a couple wells. We need to find a couple, like about 500, maybe 400 something Koroks. And then we need to find a couple named locations, I think, like on the map. Places we haven't explored, and that's it. Yeah, Chaos, I think that's probably the play. Giving it the old restart and just going for the beating them in sequential order. And then my only recommendation, and this is not really meant to be advice because you didn't ask for it, but my only recommendation is just consider that finish the game. Like, make yourself finish the game. I feel like with Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, their biggest weakness is that the games are too big and people get burnt out and then they don't finish the games. And it's like, I recommend all Zelda players, when it comes to these two games, try to push yourself to just finish the game. Try to, instead of getting caught up in trying to do everything, just focus on doing shrines to get hearts and stamina. Focus on doing the main quest and maybe upgrading a little bit of your gear and try to finish the game. Don't let yourself get burnt out, dude. Try to just beat it like any other video game. Around 30 hours to 50 hours of gameplay. Just force yourself to beat it, because you're missing out on such a rich experience, and you can keep playing the game again after you beat it. You're missing out on such a rich experience. The end of these games are beautiful. They're so well put together. They're beautiful experiences. And I just find so many people end up not experiencing them because the games, there's just too much going on in these games. It's so easy to get overwhelmed and try to do everything. You know what I mean? So again, not necessarily advice. You didn't ask for it. Oh, this is how I lock in. That's exactly what happened to me. I got burnt out hard and haven't played since launch. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. And it happens to so many people because these games are just too massive, man. That has nothing to do with you as an individual. These games are just massive. Right? And just from one Zelda fan to another, the end of these games are worth your time. That's a weird thing to say, right? Because normal video games, you play to the end, but this game, there's so much going on. You have to force yourself to see the credits roll, and they're worth it. The final sequences are so special, dude. The first time you walk up on Hyrule Castle with the intention of finishing the game, think about that. Think about all the times you went to Hyrule Castle and explored. Okay, cool. But the time that you go to Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild with the intention of not coming back is one of the most iconic experiences in the Zelda franchise. When you walk up to that castle and in your heart and in your mind, you are taking Ganon down, you will feel nothing like that ever in a Zelda game. Because you're not just showing up to go get some loot. You're not just showing up to collect some items. You're going to beat the game. And like, it's such a different experience. And the same thing with Tears of the Kingdom. Because in Tears, you don't even go to the castle to beat the game. You go to the depths. So it's even more iconic because you never really have a reason to go down to the depths until you're ready to beat the game. And it's a beautiful sequence of events. It's so epic and eerie and skin crawly as you go deeper and deeper into the depths in order to find Ganon. And then like it's just the way they like kind of did it all. You have to like fight certain things on the way. It's just like really, really cool, right? Yeah, if you try to complete these games like older games, you get burnt out too fast, right? You have to just kind of go and beat it, which is it goes against our natural gaming-ism. A lot of us, we game to completion, then we beat. But like you just have to force yourself through it. Yo, what's up, Ron? Good to see you, buddy. Firstly, I'm the kind of gamer that likes to find my game, so I love these Zelda titles since it's an endless world to lose myself in. I don't have to get into anything else since I hate learning new games, which unfortunately makes me lose out on a lot of great experiences. Yeah, but you know, the truth is, man, all those experiences that you may be losing out on are nothing compared to the experience that you're having playing your game. And don't forget that, right? You could tell, what do you say to a master guitarist? Think about somebody who has dedicated their whole life to learning the ins and outs of guitar. If you walked up to that person, Twitch Thomas, and you told them that they were missing out on a bunch of experiences, they would look at you and they would laugh. Because they found their thing that they were dedicating their soul to. Nothing else mattered to them at that point. And it's an equivalent experience, right? When you find a video game that clicks with your soul, don't worry about the rest of the noise. None of that noise matters. What experiences are you missing? Stuff that's not going to compare to Zelda for you? Exactly. Doesn't matter, because you found your game and you got your experience. So as much as I do agree that, you know, there's a conversation to be had about expanding your horizons and, you know, life is at the edge of your comfort zone kind of vibes. I think that's what you were kind of like hinting to, like, frick, like I'm missing out on experiences because I'm not willing to try new things. But I think sometimes you got to remind yourself that you like what you like. And life's about the pursuit of your genuine happiness. And if you are pursuing something that makes you happy, I wouldn't worry about anything that you're missing out on. Because, you know, that's like that FOMO experience where when you go through life worrying about what you're missing out on, you're not focusing on what's right in front of you, right? Isn't that like a classic trope If you spend your whole life worrying about what you're missing out on, are you even really enjoying the thing that's in front of you? It's like that vibe. It's like, screw that, man. Enjoy what you enjoy, baby. And if you find some time, definitely explore the other options because they're there and they're awesome. But I think you're doing just fine, man. I just wanted to share my thoughts on that because I really like that comment. I think it's so easy for us to get caught up in the idea of what we're missing out on. And it's like, as much as I do recommend people try new things, you know, I think, nah, man. Yo, what's up, Bliss Saga? Good to see you today, bud. Yeah. That's my thoughts on that, man. I just wanted to share my thoughts. You know, it was a cool subject to get brought up for me. Anyone else see the new Twitch font? Yeah, I see new Twitch font. Yeah. Like, for example, when somebody resubs in the chat, there's like a bigger, bolder font as well. I noticed that. It might be like an accessibility thing, which is fine with me. You know, I think bigger and bolder fonts are fine with me. I can't get up here, man. All right, I guess I don't need to be up here. I guess I'm trying to complete this, right? Yeah. This is a weird one. Oh, I got it. This is gonna be it, right? Maybe? Close. My brain's not in Zelda mode, so like I'm not thinking in Zelda mode at the moment. So this is like actually getting me here. What am I trying to accomplish here? Like this. What is actually the goal? I think I'm just trying to finish. Okay, so maybe it's like this. Yeah, nice. Yo, what's up, Flower Child? Good to see you, by the way. Good to see you, Flower Child. Good morning, Golden Fawn. I had such an crazy ACNH night last night. I had a meteor shower, so I finally have a weather seed for my new island, and then to top it all off, I happened to accidentally run into a villager who fits my new island theme while looking for a cranky snooty. Wait, what villager did you get? You can't leave us hanging, dude. You can't leave us hanging, dude. Hits home. Oh, appreciate you, Bliss Saga. I'm gonna start a new Tears of the Kingdom playthrough. I recommend you start the new playthrough alongside the new Zelda Notes app. Anybody who's gonna be picking up Tears of the Kingdom again or Breath of the Wild, I can't recommend enough that you look into the Zelda Notes app and use it as your companion for your playthrough. Because I'm having so much fun with the Zelda Notes app, dude, and like I think I'm jealous of anybody who's gonna be doing a new playthrough with the Zelda Notes app. I'm so jealous of you because it's so cool, man. Yeah, use it as your companion guide and like really enjoy it. Going up. This is why I have so many Koroks still to discover, because I'm always too busy in the sky. Anybody, like, my biggest downfall in this playthrough is that I am permanently in the sky in this game, man. I am permanently in the sky, dude. So I'm always missing the goodies. I actually need these Aracudos here. Ooh, Aracudo.
Happy Tuesday. Always pumped to come into some Zelda content.
You know
Love
it, baby.
all each day. Cheers.
Dude. Got him. Shut up. I need those eyeballs and stuff so I can upgrade my wingsuit. Yo, what's up, Jordan? Yo, good to see you. Thank you for the 50. Are you going to do more showcasing of it for those that have missed it last time? Yeah, we're using it today. Yeah, we're using the app today, and we showcased. I talked about it this morning at the beginning of the stream, how it works, and yeah, we're using it throughout these next couple streams. It will be. I currently have the Zelda Notes app right next to me. We're actually about to unlock a note. We're actually about to unlock a note right now. Here we go.
The Zora created these stone monuments, and while they once were engraved with the words of King Dorephan, they now bear those of Sidon. He has written of the battle against the divine beast when he allowed Link to ride on his back. That really shows how completely he trusts Link. It is rare for a Zora to let anyone on their backs after all.
Interesting. What? Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Zoras let people ride on their back before, so I guess that's probably pretty true. That's what a comment. All right, and we can always go back and listen to it again if people miss it. But all right, and we got some more. We have a bunch. We're going into Zora's domain here. We have a bunch to do in Zora's domain. But before I go over there, I'm actually going to fast travel for the first time this stream because there's a memory all the way in the corner of the map that references Wind Waker, and we're going to head over there.
Guidance activated.
So we're going to activate our guidance system
southwest.
Just for fun here. And I'm going to fast travel to the sky here. And let's head over. Honestly, I don't plan on using the GPS too often. I don't really need it. I'm just going to mark the map, but I love when the notes are connected between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Sometimes they're connected, which is really cool. All right, we honestly should have maybe made a vehicle because we're not going to make it.
Please proceed.
Yo, what's up, Pete? What's up, Code Hemi? Thank you for 19 months. And good morning, Piku. I don't think I hit you with a good morning yet. I'm always in depths and caves. Yeah, like...
Please proceed.
My Korok hunt is taking forever because I'm constantly off the surface. I'm always flying. Case in point. Ooh, 1 second. Uh-oh. Wait a second. We're taking a detour. We're going to try to get on this dragon because we need dragon parts. I'm going to mute her for now. We need dragon parts here. Yo, what's up, Soft Pinks? I will gladly take some dragon parts here real quick. I don't really know what parts I need, but I'm always trying to go for the rare parts. By rare, I mean just stuff I don't have a lot of. So, like, teeth. I don't think that worked, but... Ferocious scale. Dang it, I missed the teeth. Oh, well. I need those too, but... What is that? Oh, that's a dragon. Yeah, this is one of the dragons. You can ride on it. Yo, what's up? What's up, Inyo Base? 4K 60 FPS is the best way to play it. Oh, for sure. I don't have 4K capabilities on my monitor in here, but I did 4K on my TV out in the living room during my break, and it was gorgeous. Uh-oh, we're about to get shocked. All right, we need to get off this thing though, because it's taking us in the wrong direction. We're trying to go here. Gotta go. See you later. It takes 10 minutes for the dragons to restore so you can farm more parts. I think in the future, we're gonna have a riding dragons and chill stream. I've actually been planning this out for a while. I think we're literally gonna just spend the whole stream riding dragons around Hyrule and collecting dragon parts, because it takes 10 minutes for the dragon parts to respawn so that you can hit it again, and you can ride them pretty much indefinitely as long as you like adjust when they go straight up in the air. So I've been kind of planning it out, and I'm like, we're gonna do a riding dragons and chill stream, and we're just gonna hang out and chat like a just chatting episode, but with dragons. I'm pretty excited about it. It's gonna be dope. Yo, what's up, Strawberry Grass? Good to see you. You know, in your base, I made a joke yesterday about how the best game on the Switch 2 is unironically Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2. Like, unironically, listen, Mario Kart's beautiful. I love it. But unironically, the best game on the Switch 2 is actually Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition. It's not even like a new game. It's by far like the best game on the Switch 2 at the moment. It's really goofy. And like, we're talking about Switch 2 exclusive games. And so like specifically the Switch 2 edition of the game. I know it's a little bit hairy of a comp because, you know, like it's technically not a new game or whatever, but I don't care. It somehow ends up being the best game. So, wow, Meta announced a new MetaQuest Xbox edition? Shut your mouth. That's actually really interesting. Are we going to get accessible AI technology? Are we talking accessible AI technology is coming? That's actually big. All right, so here, we have to do something really quick. We're going to go ahead and do something fun really quick. This is going to require me to go into my YouTube history, I think. All right, history, and then I should be able to search through my history. So we're looking for Tears. Okay, search watch history. Tears of the Kingdom. And then I want to pull up these builds because a couple of the speedrunning communities made really fancy builds for the community, and I want to see if I can find this video. Did I put it in watch later? Is that what happened? Let me see here. I'm going to watch later right now. Where did I put this video? I think this is a little too old. Yeah, 8 months ago, 1 month ago, Switch 2 launch day. All right, I might have to date added newest. I might have to re-Google search it, but it shouldn't take me too long to hunt down. So I want to do this because there's some really cool stuff that we can build real quick, and we're going to use the auto build feature. So, Tears of the Kingdom, perma wing build. All right, so is this the video? Infinity Wing? Is this the Infinity Wing video that I was looking for? I'm kind of looking for a specific person, but maybe I guess it probably doesn't matter. It's probably any of these will be fine as long as it's a recent video. Let me go ahead and pull the last month, this month. Tears of the Kingdom auto builds. I'm not necessarily looking to talk about any of the media around Nintendo anymore. So I know you're just here. It's no hard feelings that you asked the question, Cal. You've been around before. But I'm just going to make a firm stance from here on out. I have zero interest in talking about the negative commentary around Nintendo. I have zero interest. I don't mind that people share opinions. This isn't me. I'm not shutting down your opinion. You can share all the opinions you want. I am personally completely done sharing any thoughts or comments or commentary about anything involving negative Nintendo discussions. There's plenty of spaces on the internet for that. I know a lot of you guys like my commentary, my thoughts on things. I'm just so burnt out. I don't really want to talk about it anymore. So I hope you guys understand, dude. Again, no hard feelings. I'm just so burnt out of the what do you think of this negative thing? What do you think of this negative thing? What do you think of this negative thing? Like, I really just don't want to share any more thoughts about it because I just don't even want to think about it. I don't really care. So yeah, I hope you guys understand. Again, no hard feelings. I'm just not interested. All right. I think this is what I'm looking for here. I completely understand. Yeah. It's like we've had that talk enough. If you're just getting here, like, I understand you. Maybe you missed out. That just means you have to tune into my broadcast every single day, always. Obviously, there's a solution. You know, live, breathe, sleep, and eat highly in descent. Right? Obviously. What's up, Necro? Good to see you today. All right, so first off, we have the perfect hoverboard. Let me go ahead and close voice guidance really quick. First off, we have the perfect hoverboard here. I'm about to scan it right now. All right, got it. So it's probably going to be better than my hoverboard because these are speedrunners and stuff, and they know what they're doing. All right, I don't want the speed saw.
H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle, H-day love, H-day love, H-day love, H-day love, H-day love.
Okay, oh man, I want the infinity wing. Let me go find that. Let me find the infinity wing really quick as well. Taking a personal day, so I'm with y'all. If that's chill, of course, man. Yo, come and hang out with us, man. All right, so this is the infinity wing from a year ago. I was hoping to find a code. Man, I really thought that I saved that video. I'm really sad that I didn't save that video because I was planning on sharing this with y'all. Maybe it's this one. Auto build sharing is broken in Tears of the Kingdom. Is this the video? Let's see.
Balloons lasting for 2 minutes. For a long
yes,
time
this is
now,
it.
There's been a glitch you can perform to get the infinite wing from the Eventide Island.
Yeah, this is it. So look at this. So listen to this, and now we can get these as auto builds. Watch this.
Since Tears of the Kingdom released, fans have detested the fact that wings and balloons disappear at the end of a timer, with wings only lasting for 1 minute and 15 seconds and balloons lasting for 2 minutes. For a long time now, there's been a glitch you can perform to get the infinite wing from the Eventide Island minigame or the infinite balloon from Robbie at Lookout Landing, which are basically just unique versions of the wing and balloon that last forever. They're the only ones in the game that do. The only issue with these glitches is that they can be pretty difficult and time-consuming to perform. Well, now that's no longer an issue thanks to auto-build sharing in the Switch 2 version of Tears of the Kingdom. Fellow YouTuber CheesePuff has been hard at work making a ton of cool Ultra Hand constructs to share with the masses, including the Infinite Wing and Infinite Balloon. So now, for a low zonite cost, you can access these game-breaking Ultra Hand devices with no effort. The Infinite Balloon build also utilizes a propeller so you have fast forward speed, and it allows you to hold back on the control stick to descend. It's beautiful. Here's the QR code for the Infinite Balloon.
Look at this, dude. Look at this, man. Infinite balloon, dude. This is gonna be sick, dude. Dude, infinite balloon coming in. All right. And then what else we got here?
Auto build so you can use it yourself, and here's the QR code for the Infinite Wing.
Oh, the infinite wing, dude. I'm so excited, dude. We're never gonna have to play this game of switching wings out ever again.
As an extra bonus, CheesePuff has also shared a perfectly balanced hover bike so you don't have to worry about making it yourself. Here's the QR code.
And I already got the perfectly balanced hover bike, so we're good there. All right, here's the video for those of you that want this stuff in your game. All right, there you go. If you guys need that, bookmark that video if you need that in your game. And now let's go ahead and showcase how we transfer it over. So if I click on a design here and I say send to game, please accept the design. So we go here and we go to, what is it? It's not item sharing. I think we have to go to auto build. All right, you can share auto build designs using Zelda notes, plus to receive. Boom. Here it is. All right, so my favorites are full, so I need to unfavorite some stuff here. Sorry, the old the old Brontosaurus driver's going away here.
H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle.
All right, boom, and favorite. All right, let's go ahead and remove two more. Let's remove my version of the auto. I'm gonna finally rest in peace to my perfect hover bike. My almost perfect hover bike is going away, and instead we're gonna go for the perfect hover bike from Cheese here. Send to game. All right, and then receive. All right, and then last but not least, we have to remove one more. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. And then let's go back and add wait, I don't know what. Okay. Yeah. This is what we want to add, I think. Send to game. All right, so here's the perfect hover bike. Okay, this is the perfect hover bike twice. I messed up. That's what I thought. Okay. I messed up. Hold on. I have to send the wing. I didn't send the wing yet. All right, wing is sent and now favorited. So let's go ahead and test her out. This is supposed to be an infinite wing that never dies. Let's test her out. Well, you know, we have to get her up off the ground first. It's been a while since I've done this, so I might fail a couple times. All right. All right, we're good. And now let's just see how long it lasts. Let's just see. I'm gonna go ahead and back out here and go back to navigation. All right, let's just see. It's supposed to be never-ending, a never-ending wing, and I have enough food to just keep my battery going. So like, don't worry too much about that. I know my character's dying. I have plenty of like food and stuff. Link feeling the heat though. I chased down one of the dragons with it. Rip jank hover bike. It was used well. Link is us in this heat wave. Yo, happy birthday, Mads World. Hey, first off, thank you, Lynn Love, for the 21-month Prime. I did miss that, and I apologize. Thank you again, Code Hemi and Jordan Afternoon, and happy Tuesday, Jordan. Thank you, Lynn Love, for 21. Thank you, In Yo Base, for the 15-month resubscription. And thank you for the subscription over on YouTube today. Thank you. Thank you to those of you hitting that sub. We are trying to hit 20 likes a day on YouTube. If you're hanging out over there lurking, don't be shy to hit that like button. Hey, yo, Link, you got any more of that heat resistance potion? I'm looking for a dealer. I mean, it would have already died, right? It would have already died, right? I'm pretty sure I've played enough of this game to know this bad boy would have already been done. It only lasts a minute, I think. Look at this. Yeah, traversing the fields of Hyrule, baby. We can't be stopped. We got the Infinity Wing. Uh. Oh shit! Oh no! We can be stopped! I repeat! Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, Mayday! Well, it was good while it lasted. The Infinity Wing. Ye old map edge. Oh man. Well, we were vibing a little too hard. Apparently, we were going a little too hard with the vibes there. All right, we're good. Everything's okay. We made it to our goal here. I gotta have some sand boots around here, right? We made it to our goal. All right, we're almost at Zelda's memory. You guys ready? I don't know if this is the memory I'm looking for. I don't think it is actually. I actually don't think this is the memory that I came over here for. This isn't the Wind Waker one, I don't think. The Wind Waker one was by a big pile of bones, I think. But I think it's in the desert. Oh, maybe it's... Oh, it's in the cave. Oh, because the Leviathan fossil's in the cave. Yeah. That cave entrance is right over here. Yo, Solar Snooky, thank you for 42, and thank you for the clip, Chaos. I appreciate that. Thank you, Clipper. Thank you, Clipper. Thank you, Snooky. Appreciate you sticking with me, man. Snooky's an OG. They've been around for a long time. Oh, I have her on mute. Oops. I guess you can't unmute it strange. I guess you can't unmute it from this screen. All right, let me go back and find the memory we just found. It was weird. It's like, because I muted the GPS, there wasn't an unmute button when she was talking. So now we know how that works. Here, let me go find it again here. Good thing you can go back and listen to them at any time, which is so cool. The fossil. View and navigation. Yeah, that's so weird. Do I have to turn on navigation again? Okay. Give me just a second here. I think I see. We disconnected for some reason. I knew this was going to be a little bit dicey. Not sure why we would have disconnected though. Not sure why we would have. Okay. Okay, we should be connected.
Guidance deactivating.
Yeah, shut up. All right, let me go back and get this voice memory. We did find it though. And once it's unlocked, you can go back and listen.
The immense Gerudo Great Skeleton lies here. Legends say that long, long ago, Hyrule was actually the bottom of a vast ocean. Considering the marine fossils that have been found across the world, I see little reason to doubt this. Except, it seems to me that there are too few fossils. Maybe sea life found roots even deeper. Maybe through chasms like the one near Barida Lookout. Maybe as far as the depths. No, I'm getting carried away.
So this is the memory that I recently watched a lore video, and this sparked discussion. This memory sparked discussion in the Zelda community about the potential confirmation of the Great Flood actually being a part of this game and this specific Zelda universe. Right? Yo, what's up, Penguin Kissed? So this is a very interesting, I'm gonna play it again and then we'll talk about it.
The immense Gerudo Great Skeleton lies here. Legends say that long, long ago, Hyrule was actually the bottom of a vast ocean. Considering the marine fossils that have been found across the world, I see little reason to doubt this. Except, it seems to me that there are too few fossils. Maybe sea life found roots even deeper. Maybe through chasms like the one near Barida Lookout. Maybe as far as the depths. No, I'm getting carried away.
Right, so this is really cool. This is a really cool theory because, so the video, this is from Monster whatever on YouTube, talking about this. So the theory here is that So the theory is that the big leviathans in the depths might actually also be like sea creatures. So a lot of the leviathans here in the depths are like snake-like creatures, and the video goes further along to talk about how potentially these snake-like creatures were able to go down chasms in order to hide in the depths when the water started receding. So basically, the picture they're trying to paint is that at one point, Hyrule was submerged in water. And as the water receded, the depths still was filled with water. So now the theory is that the depths is obviously been around for a very long time. And there's a lot of references within the depths that it could have very well been here for a very long time. So the idea is that the depths were here during the Great Flood of Wind Waker, essentially talking about the idea that some of the sea creatures, some of the great leviathans around Hyrule would have gone into the depths to continue living before eventually the depths itself also dried out. And then if you go on the surface, there's like a bunch of actual like big whale-like bones and big whale-like leviathans, which is similar to some of the creatures we see in Skyward Sword, you know, Jabu Jabu from like the traditional Ocarina of Time, and you know, a lot of Zelda games Jabu's in. So there's a lot of evidence, is my point, that like supports the idea that this Hyrule was indeed at one point submerged underwater. However, the only thing that kind of makes this a little bit tough to completely point in that direction is there's, of course, with all Zelda games, there's like a couple holes in like the theory. So now another theory has sprouted up within the Zelda community, and this has actually been one that's been going on for a while, apparently, before the release of Zelda Notes, that there was indeed another Great Flood outside of the Great Flood that is presented in Wind Waker. So now Zelda theorists are talking about the idea that maybe, listen, Zelda is clearly a very like toxic environment to live in. So it shouldn't be so bold to present the idea that there was more than one great flood or cataclysmic event that caused the world to get submerged underwater, and that maybe there was more than one great flood, and that would like help, that would make sense according to certain plot holes and certain ideas around which timeline is like this game based off of, and it just goes deeper and deeper. I'm keeping it a little light because it's not all fresh on my mind, so I don't remember all the details of this specific video, which I honestly regret that we didn't watch it live, because I've actually watched a lot of Zelda lore videos on stream, and we might go back and watch it again at some point just to kind of catch everybody up on like what's going on. Either way, this was just one of the many voice memories that are provoking Zelda theorists to really sit down and say, can we extract more lore from these voice memories, and can we collect more discussions? Can more discussions be had around the idea of some of our favorite Zelda lores and Zelda theories, rather? And this is just another one. I love the idea personally to throw my own ring in the hat. My own hat in the ring, rather. To throw my own hat in the ring. Personally, I believe that this version of Hyrule was definitely flooded at some point. I agree. I think there's a lot of proof, and I think that Zelda commentating on the bones was like Nintendo's way to like kind of nudge us to believe that. Now, I do agree that maybe there was more than one great flood. I think that's a cool theory, that maybe there was more going on than we realized. But I personally like to believe that this Hyrule was the one that was submerged in Wind Waker. Personally, I like to believe that this is the Hyrule that was submerged in Wind Waker. And that's just my personal love with Wind Waker. I like to believe that this is the same Hyrule, just so many years in the future that it's unrecognizable to the past Hyrules of the three different timelines, right? But I like to believe this is the Hyrule that was submerged in Wind Waker. I like to believe that. I think it's really cool. And it's one of my favorite things to think about as a Zelda fan. So, is Wind really that good? Wind Waker's a great game. You're recommended to play the HD edition because it's a nice cleaned up version of Wind Waker, and it's a lot more approachable. But even if you were to play the original GameCube version, it's a beautiful game. It's definitely one of my favorites. Hylian, I think I have something you might be jealous about. I have to play through Wind Waker. I got one of the key story points spoiled, unfortunately, but still, nice. Oh, you have yet to play through Wind Waker. Oh, cool. Cool. I am a little jealous of that in the sense of experiencing it again because it's such a beautiful game, for sure. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, for those that don't know how the Zelda timeline works, after Ocarina of Time, it splits into 3 different timelines. So technically, almost every Zelda game is after Ocarina of Time, not just Wind Waker. Almost every Zelda game. There's only a couple that are before Ocarina of Time. Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, and maybe 1 or 2 more. So then from there, it goes to Ocarina of Time, and then from there, it splits into 3 timelines. There's 3 different parallels that could essentially that could have happened or could be happening simultaneously. And all 3 timelines fit different Zelda games. And then the way that Nintendo wrote the lore book is that all of the timelines reconverge to each other. And then we get Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So this is official by Nintendo. The timeline split after Ocarina into 3. And then they reconverge back to 1 in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. However, it's made very clear by the developers that you are kind of supposed to choose the timeline that you think best fits your own personal lore. So it's less even that all 3 timelines are happening simultaneously, and it's almost as if you choose one and you go down that one, and that's the one for you that connects all the lore. It's very interesting, but the developers made it very clear that it was meant to be interpreted by the players to provoke conversations and theories and interesting discussions. That's the whole point. So the timeline is a little washy and it is a little confusing, but they've straight up said, you choose what timeline comes before Breath of the Wild. That's on you. And they just have them all converge to make it clear that Breath of the Wild is kind of a series reset, and that it's supposed to be so many years in the future that all the 3 timelines before it are like a past when. So in theory, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time, these games happened thousands and thousands and thousands of years in the past, so far in the past that we learn in Tears of the Kingdom that Hyrule gets founded again. So what does that mean, right? Well, if Hyrule gets founded again, that means that at some point Hyrule had to have been destroyed or lost. And if you look at the official timeline, it says that. The official timeline straight up says Hyrule's destruction ? Well, I think this is a fan-made one, but it's a fan took the official timeline and they plugged in a line. Well before the imprisoning war, it says Hyrule destroyed ? And the idea is that Hyrule at some point got lost. And it wasn't until the imprisoning war and Rauru and the events that happened in Tears of the Kingdom's past, where Hyrule got founded again, that Hyrule got like resurrected back to its former glory. So that's like what they're attempting to do, right? Like that's like kind of the idea about it, right? Around it. So it's kind of cool, but yeah, there was obviously some sort of like series reset that had occurred. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm excited to watch the imprisoning war stuff. Oh yeah, no worries, dog. Thank you. Yeah, no worries at all. And of course, I could go even deeper. Like, for the record, there's there's definitely a deeper to be had. And we could sit and talk all day. You know what I mean? Give me just a second. I'm just looking something up really quick, and then we'll get back to the gameplay. Do 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 do. All right, sick. What are we doing today? We're playing some Tears of the Kingdom. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and back out of here, and then let's see if there's any other. Hopefully my screen's still being shared. All right, let's see if there's any more around here. The developers didn't really care about a timeline until the fans started making one. So I think if you watch Did You Know Gaming's video on it, the way it happened was the first 3 Zelda games were totally just made to be video games. And you're 100% right. They weren't really looking to create a timeline. All right, and then, so what? That's Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Zelda A Link to the Past. From there, Link's Awakening was like a one-off experience. Oh, so again, the first 4 Zelda games. And then you had Ocarina of Time. And Ocarina of Time was also meant to be kind of like a one-off experience with like subtle references to A Link to the Past, but like nothing like focused or hearty. It was just kind of like, we're gonna use some of the ideas from A Link to the Past, but really we're making a new experience. It wasn't until Majora's Mask that there's actually reports and interviews where they actually were attempting to create story in a timeline. There's actually a Japanese interview that got translated by Did You Know Gaming that talks about how they were attempting to make Majora's Mask a direct sequel to Ocarina, and there was an attempt to make connections between the games, right? So I believe Majora's Mask might have been one of the first times that they like reportedly like actively went to create like a story, a continuation of a story. And then from there they continued that with Wind Waker, and they continued that with Twilight Princess. Because if you remember, the story of Wind Waker was the story of the Link who never came home. The story of Wind Waker is the story of the Link who never came home. It's actually in the story of Wind Waker. Like literally the story of Wind Waker is that the hero never came back to save the world. And then they had to flood it. And that's because he was too busy because of the whole time traveling and stuff. So because of the release of Wind Waker, they actually actively thought about how Link wouldn't be in Hyrule because he would have been time traveling. So actually Wind Waker was on all the way back in 2004 or whatever, and they were thinking about Zelda timelines. And Twilight Princess was also supposed to be a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time and that specific universe. And it's clear, especially with the Golden Stalfos, who is meant to be Link. So yeah, no, they've been thinking about the timeline of the Zelda games for quite some time, to my understanding. Now, that doesn't mean that they truly like cared necessarily, or were turning it into a Stephen, a novel. They weren't turning it into a universe with completely perfect lore or anything. But they were definitely thinking about the timeline and the framework as far back as what I understand to be Majora's Mask. Maybe even further back. Right? It was just the first couple Zeldas that they obviously just made to make. But they started thinking about this stuff over time for sure. And I agree with you that Skyward Sword was when they were really like, okay, let's talk about the beginning. Where did it all start? And every good timeline does need a starting point. So I do agree that it wasn't until Skyward Sword that they really sat down and said, let's create a timeline of events. I do agree with that statement. So I don't think Planet Kitties is necessarily wrong. I think you're right. I think Skyward Sword is when they sat down and they said, okay, now it's time to create a timeline of events with a start and a continuation of the story. How did it all begin? But I think it is fair to argue that the Nintendo and Zelda team has been thinking about the story of their games for quite a long time. And again, this is actually in interviews from the Nintendo 64 era. They talk about this in Japanese articles when they get sat down for an interview. They literally say, yes, this is what our goal was. This is what we were attempting to do. It's just not common knowledge because a lot of this stuff didn't make it into American interviews, and it took Did You Know Gaming and decades for this stuff to get translated and hunt down. So we're just now starting to really see the full picture of what it came down to when when game development and stuff was a little bit more prominent back then, right? It was like Zelda was new, it was fresh, it was there was still like a new world being unraveled. Whereas, I would say that they actually cared more back then than they kind of do now. I would argue that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are like big examples of them just like giving up on trying to make the lore sense. And they were obviously just like, we're going to make a good game. We don't really care about any of this. So so I think it's kind of funny because I actually think they cared more in the past than they do now. And I think that they started off really attempting to create something that made sense, but game development kind of just led them in a lot of different directions. And they've always been a gameplay first kind of company. But I would argue that they've actually cared more in the past than they do now. I think Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild's biggest flaws as far as lore is that it's all kind of confusing and they obviously don't care that much. Right? Like they do, but they don't. Like they put in the effort to leave breadcrumbs, kind of like Elden Ring, because they know that the fans will think about it and kind of create their own story, and they encourage that we create our own story. But I respect that there are fans out there that feel like that's a cop-out. And you have to respect that, right? If there's a fan out there that feels like their approach is like a cop-out, I can't tell people how to feel. And I think those feelings are somewhat legitimate. Like, that's unfortunate, but I think those feelings are legit, man. They're like, yeah, like, there's some people out there in the Zelda community who feel like, yeah, dude, they're taking the cheap route. They're not putting in the effort to make the story make sense. And like, I get that. Like, if that is how you feel, like, I totally respect that. Like, that's kind of how you look at the Zelda timeline, right? But I think even though they've kind of slid a little bit in this like direction of like interpretation based storytelling, I think that there's enough environmental storytelling that it makes up for it, and this is just my personal thoughts. I think there's enough environmental storytelling in the game that it kind of makes up for the lack of like direct storytelling. And that's just my personal opinion. I think there's enough environmental kind of thoughts and stuff like that to kind of give us enough to go off of. Treat every game like its own universe. I like to think that every time Link looks different, it's a whole different universe. I don't know anything about Zelda. I believe they placed Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom so far forward so they could pull from all the different titles, which that actually does make a lot of sense, yeah. I definitely dislike when a story is left heavily up to interpretation, but I don't mind unique separate stories if it's clarified that they're separate timelines and universes. Yeah. Which is where I feel for those who, like you just mentioned, I think there's a lot of people out there. Now, I can't speak for Planet Kitties, but I can interpret a little bit of what they were feeling. That a lot of people do look at the Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild games. They see what they did with the timeline, and then they see what they did between the games even. And they can't help but throw their hands up and say, okay, obviously none of this makes sense. And you, Nintendo, like, I'm good. I don't even want to think about it. And it's like, yeah, like, I get that. I get that because it's like you said, some people are not interested in such heavily interpretation focused, you know, storytelling, right? So it's cool though. It's definitely fun to sit back and relax and chat about Zelda lore, and I know that's one of my favorite things to do personally. I've actually been here before. Yo, good look at work, Alto. Thanks for the vibes. Yeah, thank you again for your continued support. I appreciate you. Have a good day today. I was trying to grab the ladder without falling off. Also, good morning to Strawberry Grass. I saw you pop in. And what's up, Pumpkin Pico? Good to see you, buddy.
This lookout post was supposedly originally built to keep watch on divine beast Varnaboris as it lumbered through the desert. But now it is a place to observe changes in the desert landscape. I've heard it is tall enough to see above the worst sandstorms, and between this place and the lighthouse Riju has planned for Kara Kara Bazaar, safely traveling the desert should become easier soon.
Oh yeah, dude, I was catching up on chat. You're right about that. Link's Awakening did specifically mention that it was a continuation of I think A Link to the Past or something. Yo, what's up, Feisty? Oh yeah, you're good, Blood Raven. Yeah, Zelda lore is all over the place for sure. If you're like really trying to get into Zelda lore, the best place to start is the official Nintendo material. Between the Hyrule Historia and the updated timeline, which I think they posted on like social media, that's the best place to start. You start off at the official Nintendo material and you say, okay, this is what Nintendo says about their own content, their own games. And then from there, you could dive into a bunch of YouTube content. You can hang out for my streams and watch. We've had plenty of Zelda discussions here, and if you stick around long enough, you'll learn a bunch about the lore. I have a pretty good understanding of the lore and the timelines and kind of how it's all connected. I get a little confused sometimes, though. That's the truth, because there's just so much, right? It's like even I get somewhat confused. Yo, thank you for the follows coming in. So let's go ahead and jump back here real quick, and let's just take another listen at that, because I was a little distracted. But it seems like she's just commenting on the lookout post, and oh, you know what? This page hasn't updated yet. Sometimes the voice memory page won't update with the new voice memories that I find, and I can't go back in. Desert Watchtower, here we go.
This lookout post was supposedly originally built to keep watch on divine beast Varnaboris as it lumbered through the desert, but now it is a place to observe changes in the desert landscape. I've heard it is tall enough to see above the worst sandstorms, and between this place and the lighthouse Riju has planned for Kara Kara Bazaar, safely traveling the desert should become easier soon.
Cool. A lot of the voice memories aren't even necessarily about Zelda lore as much as they are about just the landscape, and it's like world building. And I kind of knew going in that was going to be a big focus of the voice memories. It's just world building, and it's building on top of Zelda's adventure. So there's 3 different types of voice memories. There's Surface, which is Zelda, there's Sky, which is Rauru, and there's Depths, which is Koga. And a combination of these 3 are just going to help us better understand some of the thoughts that these characters had while navigating the world, and maybe give us some insight on some of the lore in the universe. So it's cool because a lot of it is like just like almost out of context world buildy kind of commentary, and I really like that. I think that's some of my favorite kinds of lore. I love like environmental storytelling, and I love thinking to myself, what was Zelda thinking? I thought I had to switch to my other clothes like Breath of the Wild, but I forgot. Not in this game. Yeah. So it's really cool. I'm excited to like learn a little bit more about the world. Like I said, it doesn't even feel like it's necessarily, it's not necessarily looking to expand the timeline, bro. Like it's just looking to kind of give you insight on things.
Riju complimented my technique when handling a sand seal, a skill I only possess thanks to the training Urbosa gave me so long ago. I then told Riju of the time I forgot a shield and was left behind by both my sand seal and Urbosa, and the young girl doubled over laughing. I still sometimes forget that this young girl is chief of her people.
Cute. Super cute. That's happened to me before. I tried getting on a sand seal without a shield. That's literally happened to me before. That's very fun. No, this spear's worse. Take this. I recently worked with the actor who voiced Zelda in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I think you might have mentioned it, but I forgot, so thanks for mentioning it again. What's up, Gabcat? I have to go back and watch the VOD for that discussion. I have to work today. My boss is forcing me to come in because evidently I'm not allowed to make sure my child doesn't have seizures in this hellscape weather. Whew. That was a mouthful. I'm really sorry that you're not getting the empathy that you deserve from your boss, and I hope things get a little bit easier for you, Bloodraven. To be fair, it started as a fan theory that they all fit in a timeline, and Nintendo was like, you know what? We can capitalize on that. Print it a book. And that's fair, right? So I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's true. That Nintendo, that fans were the ones who said, let's create a timeline of events and try to fit them all in. But I think it was Nintendo who first created games that were connected to each other. But yeah, I don't think there was like an official timeline that was written on paper until potentially after fans were like, hey, let's try to make these games fit. But I don't think just because it wasn't written down, it doesn't mean that there wasn't a timeline. Is that fair to say? Like, I don't think just because it wasn't written down doesn't mean that there wasn't a timeline. It just wasn't written down and presented, you know, by Nintendo in that sense, you know? But I think there was still a timeline before
H-Day cheers.
It was written down by fans and then by Nintendo, right? Yo, thank you, Lucinda, for the 11 months, dude. And good morning. Good to see you. I'm right on the edge of another Zelda memory here, I think. I think it's coming up over here. It's over here. I should have subbed on YouTube sooner. Now I can listen with my phone screen off with premium. Yo, dude, nice. Nice, Atomic.
The main settlement of the Gerudo town, is ruled by Chief Riju. Though young, she seems to be working hard in service to her people, overcoming both the divine beast and the threat the Yiga clan posed. In fact, the town is more lively than ever. It is humbling to see her face such challenges. When Mother died, I was inconsolable.
Oh, so this is like before the events of Tears of the Kingdom. And I love that because if you guys don't know, I spent multiple streams doing what was called Storyteller Sundays on my channel. If you're new here, welcome to my show. I'm Highly in Descent. We did a segment called Storyteller Sundays when this game first came out. And I went to every single province in the game except for 2 because we never finished. I went to every single stable except for like 4. And I went to every city, every town, every moment. And I went around and we talked to every NPC and we learned as much as we could. And I'm going to tell you something. One of the biggest things we learned is that Zelda got around. She was one of the best rulers of Hyrule. She went around everywhere. She interacted with all of her people of the kingdom and the far reaches of every corner. She was there interacting with them, helping their people, talking to them. And it's all around. Like when you go and you talk to the NPCs, they'll say it. Oh, wow. Yeah, Zelda. There'll be little tidbits of lore talking about how Zelda interacted with these people. Right? So it's really cool. And like these voice memories just further solidify that with her commentary, you know, about seeing this place become a lively, you know, location. Like, I think it's kind of cool. I've always loved, man, Storyteller Sundays was some of my favorite content we've ever did on Twitch. Just running around and exploring the lore of this game was so special, dude. Bring it around town.
I tried once again to get the popular Gerudo town drink Noble Pursuit, and I was once again told I was not ready for it yet. They did tell me I should come back when the young Gerudo children who have been living abroad return to town. Apparently, some special drinks will be prepared for their arrival, and I should ask again then.
What? Why are they bogarting the drink? Why are they being this way about the drink? What? They told her the same thing in Breath of the Wild, did they? What the heck? How much of an upgrade is the Switch 2 version of Wind Waker? So here's the best way to look at it. Thank you for re-asking your question. So the Switch 2 version of Wind Waker is based off the original GameCube version. And as far as upgrades, it's essentially cleaned up. It's an HD. And, you know, I think it has like the same frame rates and everything. I think it's just literally in HD. So higher textures. So the game looks better. And that's like about it. That's it. It's literally just like better textures and it looks better. Now, I'll tell you that the GameCube version is actually the roughest version of Wind Waker because the HD version cleaned up the gameplay a little bit and it made it a smoother experience. They actually like did a lot of quality of life changes in which the HD version that released on Wii U was a lot friendlier to your average gamer and was like just overall a better experience in the terms of video games. So what I'm telling you is the Switch 2 version, you're playing the original, which honestly I love still to this day. And I think that that's honestly, for a Zelda fan, I think that's the best place to start. To experience the original game the way that it was meant to be experienced might actually be the perfect way to truly engage with Wind Waker. Whereas Wind Waker HD is beautiful, it's quality of life, it's better for a modern gamer, but I think the couple of corners that they cut to kind of make it a smoother experience, some of the edges that they shaved off, kind of do technically take away from the original experience. And that's my take on both copies. So I just wanted to share my words there. I think that the original is the better way to enjoy Wind Waker for the first time because I'm a purist. And I think that you should experience the pure version of Wind Waker before you ever experience HD, because then when you go and play HD, you'll really appreciate the changes that they made and you'll understand why they made the changes. If you were to play HD first, you might not fully understand the whole encompassing experience the way that it was originally presented. And I just wanted to share my words on that. Either way, Wind Waker's beautiful and both versions are worth playing no matter what. And I don't think the Switch 2 version is much different than the original GameCube outside of higher textures. I think the original GameCube version ran at 60 FPS as well, but I could be wrong about that. But I think so. I think it was it's all the same frame rate. Maybe it's 30, I don't know. This isn't something I hear often, but one change I don't like in the Wind Waker remake is changing the black and white in the Frozen under the ocean scene to Sepatone. I agree with that statement. I think the original was presented in a very perfect way. And as much as I love the HD version, I do think that some of the changes just take away a little bit of the energy of the game. Again, it's all great. I think that Wind Waker HD is the definitive way to play the game because it's just so much of a more smooth experience. I would recommend most people play that just because I would rather you play and finish the game than get stuck and hate it, because the old one's kind of rough. It's not a hard game, it's tedious. It's cool that we can change the controls too. I've done that with the free roam camera, but damn if that didn't mess me up with the grappling hook. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take a quick tinkle. I'll be right back and we're gonna do some more lore diving here. Give me just a second. My toesies are cold. My toesies. Oh, I'm almost back, chat. Yo, thank you for the follow coming in. Thank you, Lucinda, for 11 months, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, the toesies, man. Had to put some slippers on. Normally, if I'm gonna run the air conditioner, I wear like jogging pants because it gets cold in this office. By the way, I fixed all my electricity stuff from yesterday. Just like a little mini update. Everything's good, man. I just had to move my air conditioner to a different plug, and it actually solved all of the electricity issues in the whole house. So, and I didn't know this, but apparently me overloading that one outlet was causing the whole house to like struggle. So it probably had to do with like the breaker. Whereas now that I'm not overloading this breaker, everything is smooth as X. So I'm really happy because I'm all that had to happen for me to realize I was doing something pretty bad. So lesson learned. Yeah, the joggers are comfy. Yeah, I usually put on some joggers because like I'm sitting here in front of the AC, but I got some slippies, so we're okay with some slippies here. All right, let's get some more lore here. We're about to get some here.
These are the barracks for Gerudo soldiers. Riju recently spoke of wanting to improve the training her soldiers receive, sharing too how she has been frustrated with the results so far. Hearing this, I told her of how Urbosa always felt the Gerudo should be more in touch with the desert. A look of realization crossed Riju's face, and then she spent some time studying a map. It seems Urbosa can offer wise guidance, even 100 years later.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Getting guidance from the deceased. Very cute, very cute. Good morning, everyone who's just tuning in. I just want to say thank you. Those of you on YouTube, we actually hit our 20 like goal for the day already. Thank you. Those of you hanging out on YouTube, I appreciate you. It's nice to see some fresh faces over there. You'll find my Twitch link in the description if you want to come over and say good morning. We'd love to say hello to you. Thank you, Coco Winning, for popping in today, by the way. And I believe you're correct. Yeah, I think that as much as I love Wind Waker HD, I really do think that the pure experience is something worth noting, you know? That pure experience of having to grind out all those Triforce shards, it really does kind of, in a way, like get you to appreciate Wind Waker as a whole. In a way, it kind of gets you to appreciate the whole game and the sailing and everything. Whereas like Wind Waker HD kind of leans into the idea that the sailing's boring. So it gives you the fast sail so you can just skip through it. And it's like, okay, that's cool and that's quality of life. But in all reality, I think, and this is clearly just my opinion, I can't tell people how to feel, but I think if you're gonna play Wind Waker, embrace the sailing. Embrace the slog. It's a slog. Embrace the fact that you have to sail from point A to point B, because then when you eventually get fast traveling, it feels so good. And I just think the game has a really good progression system, and I think sailing the open sea and discovering an island that you have yet to discover because you just like, it takes so long to sail that you haven't gone in that direction yet. I think it all kind of adds up to like a very rich experience. And I would argue that that rich experience is valuable, even if it's an old game and it's tedious. And I get it, you know, some people don't like that. My inner pirate was alive in that game. Sailing is snack time. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, what's up, Zoe? Good morning. Wait, really, LPK? What? Mario Paint emulator?
Chief of the Gerudo, Riju, used to have long hair reaching all the way to her waist, a style only permitted to Gerudo royalty. Today, however, she wears it cut short. I believe this is both in penance for not being able to stop the Divine Beast or the Yiga clan on her own. but also to give herself a goal to aspire to. By the time her hair grows long again, she must be a strong chief, like Oboso was.
That's cool. It's kind of like, so like, I love this because we're kind of getting lore. We're kind of getting some lore that's seeping into the actual people of Gerudo, right? Like how they interact with the world, their customs, if you will. I really enjoy the idea of us learning more about like the customs of the different races and people. You know, that's pretty cool, right? All right, and then there's one more left in Gerudo Town for us. And it's going to be about this fancy seal, I guess.
Riju's beloved sand seal, Patricia, was apparently a gift from her mother. They seem to have formed a close bond over the many years of Riju's studies and training. I think they can even communicate with one another, though I am not able to understand Patricia at all.
So apparently, and we're going to find it in the desert if we stay in the desert for lore. I think we're going to find it in the desert here because the same video that I watched about Wind Waker, the one that Inyo Base clearly saw as well, they actually talk about sand seals later in the video and about how apparently, and I think we're going to unlock this here shortly, apparently sand seals, Zelda speculates that sand seals might have like evolved from like actual seals and walruses, and like the Zelda community speculated further to be like maybe that's more evidence that this place was flooded at some point, that this Hyrule was flooded. How did these sand seals get here? Maybe they're an evolution of regular seals and from the great flooding, and eventually as the water slowly rescinded, maybe there was an evolutionary leap towards the sand seal versus the regular seal or something, which is pretty cool. I think it's probably a memory that's out here somewhere in the Gerudo Valley. I have about 4 left in the Gerudo Valley for us to go to. Let's use the voice navigation for fun, shall we?
Guidance activating. Proceed some distance north.
Okay, we're heading north.
Proceed north.
Is Patricia
Please
a meme
proceed.
name? I mean, kinda, I think. Yo, what's up, Exhaustion? Hey, bud. Good to see you back in here. Bum, 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 bum.
Please proceed.
There's like no way that I haven't explored this little... Maybe I haven't explored this little thing here. It's hard to tell because my hero's path is resetting itself at this point. But there could very well just be loot in here for me. Let's go check.
Proceed northwest.
How many hours do you have in this save file? 465 hours in Tears of the Kingdom as a whole in this save file. Because when I played my second save file on Twitch, I used a different Nintendo account. So those hours didn't get tracked. So technically I have probably closer to 600 hours in the game total, but this save file is pushing
Proceed
500.
northwest.
Yeah, exhausted. I'm excited as well. Let's see. I think there might be some loot up here. Yeah, there is. There's a Korok here.
Proceed northwest.
Yo, I'm going. Don't yell at me. I'm trying to get loot, lady.
Proceed northwest.
Recalculating. Yeah. What's up, Perpetrator Man? Happy Tuesday, buddy. Good to see you. All right, there was clearly a room. There was clearly like a room or something in here. Can we get in this building?
Proceed northwest.
I was looking to avoid fighting these dudes, but you know, let's have a little bit of fun. We have our Master Sword ready to go. Let's have a little bit of fun here. What do we got? What do we got here? Let's what do we got here? We got to have something nice. We can't use too much of our materials because we need them for upgrading gear. All right, and then let's grab a shield. Sure.
Proceed northwest.
Let's grab the old trusty metal plate shield. All right, let's go.
Proceed north.
Oh, they actually hit me. No one makes me bleed my own blood. No one!
Proceed northwest.
Proceed northwest.
Proceed north.
Proceed north. How do we get in here, dude?
Proceed northwest.
Whoa, there's a lightning thing in there. Do we have to use Riju? No way, really? I've never seen this before. I love that there's still stuff in this game I've never seen, dude. Okay.
Proceed northwest.
Cool. What's up, stepbrothers? How you doing? Cool. Don't mind if I do. A little bit of loot, dude. A little bit of loot. I would have looked for a cave. A little bit of loot duty. All right. Proceed north. We're heading to the Gerudo ruins.
Please proceed.
Got that large charge.
Proceed north.
Large and in charge. Tam perp surgery went really good and she's recovering well. Thanks for anyone who sent the perp some good energy. Oh, thank you for jumping in and letting us know, dude. I really appreciate you taking the time to let us know that. Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
And sending all the blessings, reserving a space in my heart for Tam perp and for the family, dude. What's up? What's up, stars over Hyrule, by the way? Good to
Proceed
see
a
you.
short distance north.
We're almost there, chat. Give us that juicy lore. Give us that juicy lore. We want it. Lore us, daddy. Lore us. I guess mommy.
Please.
The North Gerudo ruins are connected to Gerudo town via an underground pathway that Riju showed me. She told me it was an escape route in the event of an emergency, but that short of some immense disaster, she couldn't imagine using it for such a purpose. She laughed as she said this, and though she seemed unconcerned in the moment, it's clear the safety of her people is never far from her mind.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite caves in the game. This is one of the coolest caves in the game, and when you discover it on your own, even though the story kind of pushes you towards it, it's one of my favorite caves in the game, dude. Hey, hey! I wasn't ready. I wasn't even... You scumbag. Nice. I needed those black Lizavul's parts. All right, nice. All right, next. Ooh, is up here by this massive...
Guidance activating.
Okay, we're
Proceed
going
north.
We're continuing north. It's up by this massive chasm. You know, I learned that I'm still missing a chasm entrance. Because of this navigation app, I was trying not to get spoiled by anything, but I saw
Please proceed.
I saw like one of the things I was missing. And apparently I'm missing like a single chasm entrance somehow. There's a chasm entrance that I'm somehow missing. And it, like I said, I could pull it up on screen, but regardless, I have the navigation app here and
Guidance deactivating.
I accidentally saw that. Look, I'm at 97% chasms. Like how? How did I miss 98% shops? What? There's a shop that I haven't discovered? Like 96% device dispensers. Somehow I'm missing a device dispenser somewhere in the world. How come the cherry blossom trees don't get marked off? It just says a line. That's weird. Yeah, anyways, isn't that crazy, dude? Like, I still have so much content to, like, dive into, man. It's crazy. I'm at 95% side adventures and 96% side quest. And it's just a couple things here. And then I'm at 82% Addison. 82% Addison. I was playing with my partner and I accidentally I didn't want to get spoiled. So like they were like, load up the navigation app for me. I wanna find some Addison signs on your save file. And I was like, oh, but I want to do it myself. So I opened up the navigation app and I got a quick like glimpse of all of the Addison signs in the game. And at the time I got like upset about it. I was like, I didn't want to be spoiled by these stupid Addison signs. And then they replied, you're not going to remember where they are. And they're so right. I actually don't remember at all where any of them were. So there's a cheers for being spoiled, I guess. Truth in that, yeah, like I don't remember where a single one that I saw was, so I can't say that they were wrong.
Guidance activating. Proceed north.
Yeah, what's up, E-Talker? I need to play Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom with my partner. I actually really enjoyed it because what we did is we sat on the couch and then I loaded up the game and I played for like a little bit and then I passed the controller to them.
Proceed north.
And then they proceeded to like run around the world and collect some stuff and explore. And then they passed the controller back. Like, yeah, I even told them at the end of the session, I was like, I really want to do more of this. Like, we're going to have to do more of this. Like, I think this is really cool.
Double check your direction.
Hey, don't tell me what to do, lady. I'm trying over here. Yo, what's up, Tweediculous? How you doing, buddy? Passing the controller gameplay in a relationship is the best. It's honestly how my gaming horizons expands.
Proceed north.
Oh, you barely made that. Orb the movements of Earth. Are you a big fan of anime normally, or did you just so happen to stumble across one that like clicked with you? Except in Mario Kart, I'm taking him down always, no mercy. I mean, that's how that should be. My hubs has such a hard time with Nintendo controllers. He never wants to. I'm going to have to make him. Oh, because they're used to playing with Xbox or like PlayStation controllers. Yeah. I'm generally a big fan. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I'm not a big anime guy, but I've watched a couple classics. I've seen a couple classics for sure.
Proceed north.
You know, the old stuff, the Triguns, the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhoods, the Samurai Champloo's, you know, just like the real obvious stuff from back in the day.
Proceed north.
Breakfast mode for family check. Now I need to pack the kids' lunches. Almost there. What's up, love, Chloe? I hope you're having a good morning. Take your time, you know. Enjoy it. Be in the moment.
Please proceed.
Even if it is a chore. I kind of want to fight this guy. We'll ignore him. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, Tweed, that's cool. That's a really cool way to word it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that for sure. I never actually I never really thought about it that way. And you wording it that way, like, really does make it, like, make more sense and makes me even appreciate it more. Maybe I could spend some more time in exploring
Proceed north.
some animes.
Proceed northeast.
Yeah. I'm a fan of Cowboy Bebop. I've only ever
Proceed
seen
a short
it.
distance
I've only ever
northeast.
seen Cowboy Bebop once or twice, though. Wow, I didn't realize there was one of the Rock Boys here. I didn't realize one of these guys were here. These guys repair your equipment. Yeah, these guys repair your equipment. I love these guys. If you guys haven't seen this, I'll show you right now.
Distance northeast.
Now, all my equipment recently got repaired because I got lucky with the daily loot from the Notes app. But what I can do is I can show you on something like this. So this shield right here, if I drop this, what this Octorok is going to do is he's going to repair it for me. Now, I need to get rid of my NPCs real quick because they might kill him. So he's going to spit it back out at me.
Double check your direction.
And now the spit out version is fully repaired and it'll even have extra stats. So now it has +6 shielding guard up. So like, look at that. Like I love talking about that because I don't think everyone's fully hip to some of the designs in this game. Yeah, not only do you get a free buff for whatever tool, you also get it fully repaired. So you'll see I have these
Proceed
marked.
a short distance northeast.
I have these marked all over the map. Like if you go up here, every one of these diamond markings is an Octorok. So that I can go around and repair my favorite equipment if I'm not feeling too lazy. I have them marked all over the map so that I could just have a couple of quick access. And they reset like every day in game. So you can just like, you can reuse them. I got that daily loot. Imagine my surprise when it repaired everything. Yeah, you only get one per blood moon or something like that. Is that what it is? It's per blood moon or something like that? Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, it might be. I think you actually might be right. It might be blood moon. This is a massive chasm. My Zelda note has to be around here.
Proceed a short distance northwest. Proceed a short distance west.
I think it's coming up. Whoa. No, I want this. Thank you.
Double check your direction.
Oh, I passed it up. It might be above me. It doesn't fix the decay on weapons, though.
Proceed a short
Yeah,
distance
durability,
west.
not the decay. Yeah, that's why it's important
In
that
this
you
vicinity,
make a point to break every weapon.
proceed a short distance
Because
northeast.
if you don't know how the game works, every weapon that you break has a chance to appear in the depths over time. But unless you break it, it can't appear in the depths. So for example, this Traveler's Spear. Now, if you can find one of these in pristine quality in the depths, only after you break a corrupted one from the surface. So your goal in this game should be to go around and try to find at least one of every weapon type and then break it naturally through content. And as it breaks naturally, it can then appear in the depths at these shrines. Like I have it marked off on swords. All of the sword markings are different, like shadow link shrines that hold up weapons. Those weapons can be pristine, but only after you break them once in the regular game. And I'm pretty sure Austin John put out a video about this. You can even go as far as the shadow links will be holding weapons according to their region. So like you're more likely to find a Gerudo pristine weapon under Gerudo Valley. And you're more likely to find an Elden pristine weapon under the Elden region, so on and so forth. I don't know for sure if that last thing I just said is true. I can't remember the video, but Austin John did a video on this quite some time ago when the game first came out. And it talks about how you can get the best weapons in the game. And it all starts with you breaking corrupted weapons first. You got to break a decay weapon, and then it has a chance to appear down here. And that's the thing you have to realize. It's a chance. So there's a way where you can kind of like respawn them. Like there was like a trick that Austin John put out where like you teleport down and you like take the sword off the pedestal, then you like teleport back, and like there's like a way to game it so where you can get the sword you want. Yo, what's up, Shamtoon? I'm not too sure. Twitch can't figure it out, apparently. Yeah, they come back every blood moon. Yeah. It's a good way to incentivize an unpopular system from Breath of the Wild. Right. I have to break the Zora sword to try and get it not decayed. Correct. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. There's 3 categories of ghostly figures. One-handed, two-handed, and spears. So in your base, so let's say this one, for example. If this one had a one-handed sword, is it always going to have a one-handed sword? Is that what you're saying? Or is it all just random? That's a real, I didn't know that. Ah, so if you're looking for something specific, you want to somehow mark that it's a long sword or a short sword. So one-handed, two-handed, or spear. I didn't know that. I thought it was all random. Oh, that's really good to know.
I don't know.
Yo, holy heck, Miss Petch with 3 years.
You're the hero of Hyrule.
Yo! The hero of Hyrule.
Finally, peace returns to Hyrule.
Finally, peace returns to Hyrule.
Proceed a short distance north.
Yo, thank you so much for 3 years, Miss Petch. I appreciate you, dude.
Proceed north and downward.
Am I going deeper? I'm going deeper, I guess.
Proceed east and downward. Proceed east and upward.
Now we're going back up and east. She's got me all over the place. Where you got me going, lady? Supposed to be helping me, not
Proceed a
confusing
short
me.
distance east.
How fitting for Tears of the Kingdom content. Oops. I accidentally
Proceed east and upward.
let myself fall down. Oops. Rip. Rip bozo. Alright, I guess I could find some climbing clothes, I suppose. Girl, I'm dying.
Proceed
Yeah,
a short
thank you, Miss
distance
Petch, for
east.
3 years, man. Yeah, very fitting for some Tears of the Kingdom. Ah, it's here.
This is the chasm located near Barida Lookout. There are records that suggest ancient people lived far below ground in the depths, and I suspect holes such as this one could connect the surface to that place. But if I want to find evidence proving my theories, I will need researchers wholly dedicated to the task. I should speak with Pura to see if she knows anyone qualified and capable of tackling this.
Wow, so there's records of people who lived in the depths? Is that what she just said to us? Hold on a second. And like, she's not talking about the Yiga clan. Wait, what?
This is the chasm located near Barida Lookout. There are records that suggest ancient people lived far below ground in the depths, and I suspect holes such as this one could connect the surface to that place. But if I want to find evidence proving my theories, I will need researchers wholly dedicated to the task.
So what do we know
I
about
should speak.
what do we know about people who live in the depths? What do we actually know about that? Obviously, there were structures and stuff in the depths, right? Like, obviously.
This is the chasm located near Barida. This is the chasm. This is the this is the chasm. This is this is the chasm located. This is the chasm located.
Yeah, like, what do we know about that? What do we know about the idea of, like, right? Like, what do we even know about that? Like, we know that there were structures and stuff down there. So, like, obviously people lived in the depths because there's like structures and stuff. There's rumors that the depths was like an old Hyrule. There's also rumors that the depths is like the sacred realm. from like Link to the Past, kind of like the Golden Realm. Like, I wonder, what is she referencing there? Who would have lived in the depths back in the day? Like, I guess I never questioned who built all the structures and stuff down there. It wasn't a Yiga. I can't remember. Don't we know who it is? Right? It's before the Yiga, like, it was the ancient people of Hyrule, right? The Zonai. It was the Zonai. Yes, that's who it is. The Zonai, like, lived in the depths at some point because there's all of the constructs and all of the Zonai technology down there. That's clearly what she's talking about, right? Like, I like the theory of the mole people. Can I get up here? They use the Zonite to power their devices. So they lived down there. They didn't. So yeah. Like, I mean, that makes the most sense. All right, we got a blood moon, baby. We got a blood moon, baby. So yeah, she has to be talking about the Zonai. I wonder, to what extent did the Zonai live down in the depths? Is that something that we've ever really talked about? Like, to what extent were the Zonai living in the depths while they were also living in Hyrule? Is that a fair question? Like, did the Zonai live in the depths while they simultaneously lived in Hyrule? And were they just like traveling freely between the depths? Like, were they just that advanced? The Mogma from the Skyward Sword, that's the statues in the desert area. The Mogma from the Skyward Sword, that's so interesting that the Mogma, by Raru's time, they were mostly gone. The Zonai only mined in the depths. They didn't live in the depths. I don't think it's been covered enough, though. Interesting. So, would there have been people who settled in the depths before? Like, would there have been people who settled and, like, lived in the depths before the Zonai started pillaging it? Right? And then maybe those people would have been... whatever, the magma, whatever. Where's my how do you do the automatic crit cooking? Is it the last 30 minutes? Is it the last 30 minutes to do the automatic crit cooking? 1 second, let me cook something. The last 30 minutes before a blood moon, right? Hold on, let me cook something real quick. If you cook food in the last 30 minutes before midnight on a blood moon, you should get an automatic crit when cooking, right? Yeah, because like the music's playing, it's 11:40. I think so. Where's I need some stamina food. Yeah, the Zonai clearly put the light roots up. That was Raru. I think Raru put the light roots up. That had to have been a part of his quest. Because Raru talks about how he put up the light roots in the shrines as a part of protecting Hyrule, right? What does a crit even do anyways? I don't remember what crits do. Is it just make the food better? Like it just heals more? Increases the effectiveness and the time duration? I only got... I only got 4 minutes that time. Did I miss the crit window or something? Anyways. All right, we're going to head to this next memory, but I'm going to go read the closed description real quick. The blood moon rises again. All right, where's that outfit at? You're talking about the mining gear, huh? A mask used for working in darkness. The attached lamps are filled with bioluminescent material that light the area. A great fairy has increased it. A shirt featuring lamps of various sizes filled with bioluminescent material made to help with mining dark caverns. Dang, maybe my lore got replaced because I upgraded the armor. They were shaped to fit the magma. These were shaped to fit the magma. Are you saying that because of the helmet? So the magma lived in the depths. So the magma were the rat creatures from Skyward Sword, right? The like moles. I think Zonai built the statues to guide the way to the mines under each race's area and used the magma race to mark the Gerudo Desert as they were dying out. That's so interesting. Wow. So the depths, dude. All right, let's go. We have some more lore over here at the Oasis, so let's head there. And let's grab our boy Tullen. Magma balls. True. I never noticed he hums Sahara's song and Epona's songs while cooking. Yeah, I think there's like a ton. I think there's like 8 different songs he can hum or something. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of them. Oh, wait, what are we doing? We do not travel without the Korok mask on. We always wear the Korok mask. This Korok over here reminded me of it. I see you munching over there, Strawberry. Thanks for coming and hanging out today. Getting your ruffles on. Yo, have a great day today, Terrible Jade. And Dalamar of Tarsus. Thanks for popping in as well. Thanks for joining our lore discussion. We're just chatting about lore today. Seeing how much lore we can extract from this beautiful game. Whether or not the lore and the timeline and all that stuff is something that you're interested in, you got to admit that it can be kind of fun to yap about this stuff, you know? I'll take all 3, sure. We're not too broke. Anyone else got a goofy outfit to wear with the Korok mask? Yeah, my outfit with the Korok mask is always the Trousers of the Wind and the lobster shirt. This is my preferred Korok outfit. The Trousers of the Wind and the lobster shirt. Because I'm a Wind Waker, baby. Yeah, this is my Korok outfit. I almost exclusively wear this outfit around the game. Because I'm forever looking for Koroks. Koroks? More like Borophyll. Wait, what? Alright, we have a memory coming up here. It's on the other side of the Oasis. Alright. What's Rob Boss's preferred outfit? Completely nude. Nips out for Rob.
Nowadays, it seems Riju has Karakara Bazaar well protected with diligent soldiers. But when I came here 100 years ago, the traders who frequented this place were on their own. I was fortunate that Urbosa herself served as my bodyguard.
Cute. Mentioning the 100 years ago. First to Karakara Bazaar. Sup? Senia. The desert has a way of tripping you up. Traveling through it takes time, even in the best of circumstances. I'm guessing you're here to see the geoglyph? So am I. Want to go take a look at it together? Ooh wee, baby, let's go. Don't mind if I do. When Zelda is away, Link shall play. Heard and compiled. Could a shop be one of the traveling merchants? Yeah, maybe. As far as me missing one of the shops in the game. All right, we're heading up here now. Yeah, let's go. I'll show you a geoglyph. Oh my gosh, stop, chat. You can't say that. Well, you can and you did. And it's no worse than anything I said, so carry on, young Padawan. Some of the interactions when you're nude in the game are funny. I've only seen a couple of them. I'm sure I've missed out on a handful. Oh, here's the road we're taking. Dweeby Gamer Mom. Lord. Oh, Lord. All right, look at this. I don't know if I've ever been here. Yeah, I clearly haven't. Look at this. What's going on here? Hey. I can't help but smile whenever I got customers. It's not enough that the intense desert days and freezing desert nights have reached Gerudo Canyon, but then the sand shroud appeared and really drove away potential customers. No one wanted to go out in that mess. If you're interested in sand seals, then you're in the right place. Sand seals are animals that can cruise easily through the desert, and this shop is where you rent them to travelers. Many travelers embark on journeys into the desert only to discover how quickly their feet sink into the dunes. So if you're thinking of crossing the desert, you should make it easy on yourself and go sand seal surfing instead. Renting a seal is 20 rupees. The sand shroud may be gone, but crossing the desert still isn't something for the faint of heart. Cute. There's your shop. Yeah, there's my shop. Me and my friend got separated. Separated. I'm tired and I can't move. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. All right. You know what? You're a Korok for another day. See you later. Wait, that was a shop. Wait, you weren't wrong. Hold on. There it is, 100% shops. Wait, you weren't joking. That was a shop, and now I have 100% shops. I thought you were for sure just kind of like it was kind of like an offhanded comment. Like, I didn't really take it serious. Yeah, no, there's my shop. There it is, dude.
It may be my imagination, but it feels like there is even more heat in the air here than in the past. And despite that oppressive heat and this seemingly desolate environment, I believe there is more vitality in this desert than anywhere else. Perhaps I feel this way because I have seen the strength of those who call this place home.
Dude, that's not what we are. We need to get out of this desert because we're all feeling way too close to home here. Our whole freaking planet's becoming a desert at this rate. I'm convinced. Yeah, we let's get out of this desert, man, because I don't want to hear about the heat no more. I don't want to hear about the heat. All right, we have one more memory right up here at this stable. Let's get it.
There There have been reports of monsters in the well here at Gerudo Canyon Stable, and though we have sealed the entrance of their den with rocks, I doubt that is a permanent solution. As an additional measure, I have also told the stable manager to avoid using the well. It will be inconvenient, but safety is of the highest priority.
Interesting. So this one's just commenting on this well that was apparently full of monsters, and it still is. Well, well, well. What do we have here? A bunch of boobs. Let's go. Dang it, I missed that lizard. Shredded. Oh, I'll take that hit. The black Lizavulses hit hard, dude. These guys are no joke. Let's go, buddy. You're just gonna sit there and spit at me, huh? This is your domain. I could use any, like, items and stuff because I am trying to upgrade all of my equipment, so every once in a while it's nice to just do some fighting and try to collect some of this stuff, because eventually I'm gonna have to collect it all and it's gonna turn into like a big collectathon anyways, so we might as well as... Yo, will you expose yourself? Do the thing. Pause. Exclamation point pause. We have a command just for that. I suppose we don't really need this shield. Oh, we got another sand. We got a sand boy. What's up? Give me them items. Thank you very much. Ooh, this is what we came here for. The hardy truffle. Some chill shrooms. Oh, no, I scared it. No. Oh, well. Those hardy lizards are actually really nice. I scared them all away like a nerd. All right, nice little pickup here. Nice little pickup, and we can go ahead and get out of here. So that's all of the Gerudo Desert voice memories. Now there's a couple like in the paths and around the Gerudo Desert, so we can head to those. Let's go ahead and activate our voice guidance here.
Proceed some distance southeast.
Let's go up. Yo, what's up? What's up, Brittany BCH? Good to see you, Brittany. All right, we're heading this way. We're going to Spectacle
Hope you're staying
Rock.
Cool in this heat wave. Picked up Fantasy Life after watching you, and I'm way too deep.
Way too deep.
Guidance deactivating.
Way too deep, dude. Yeah, I know. Fantasy Life, man. I almost played that today. I almost was like, you know what? I'm just going to play a little bit of Fantasy Life this morning, but nah. Let's lock in with Zelda. And then I have Skyward Sword plugged in. So the idea here is to play some Tears of the Kingdom, and then at some point I think we'll game switch and we'll continue our Skyward Sword playthrough that we started before the Switch 2 came out. So that should be fun. I think that's what we're going to be getting into today. We'll see where the day takes us. As far as like, if I get to everything I just said, I might just be content sticking with Tears all day because this game is so gorgeous. We'll see. Yo, thank you, Toad of the Head, for the Prime, man. And thank you so much, man, for the first time Prime. That's beautiful, dude. And thank you again, Testonomics, for the 2-month resub. And welcome back in here for another excellent month, man. I hope you've been enjoying Fantasy Life. I might not be playing it, but it doesn't mean I'm not thinking about it. I be thinking about that game constantly. How do you activate the voice memories in Finding Korok? So that's all via the app. So you're going to want to go to the Nintendo app and then make sure you download it, and you have to connect your Nintendo account to it. Then you have to make sure you go into Tears of the Kingdom and or Breath of the Wild, and you have to connect your account in the game as well, which is pretty easy to do. Wait, dragon. And then from there, it's as simple as just using the app to and choosing Koroks, and it'll bring up all the Koroks in the game, and you can sort it by the ones you found versus not, and you should be able to use it. I wish the old GBA Zelda games got the same ROM hack treatment that the Pokemon games get. I agree with that. I think there's a good amount of Zelda ROM hacks, but nowhere near as much as Pokemon or Mario. So I agree with that statement. I would be cool if there was a little bit more of that going on. I have a couple ROM hacks I will be playing here in the future. I actually just downloaded and started setting up my Ocarina of Time The Sealed Palace ROM hack that we're going to be doing. And I'm looking to finish Skyward Sword first. And then I'm also, I just finished setting up the Link to the Past ROM hack we're going to be playing as well for Super Nintendo. I've had that set up for a while, though. Thinking about treasure groves. Always thinking about treasure groves. So yeah, I'd like to get through Skyward before we start another full adventure, but we'll see. You know, the more Zelda, the merrier, I suppose. Yo, thank you for the follows coming in. If you need any more help setting up the voice memories and stuff, let me know. I might be able to do a quick showcase on how it all works. I have killed all the cave creatures. I have 100%ed all of the caves. And the best way to show you is this right here. There it is. I got all the bubble frogs. There it is. Bubble frogs and caves are finished. I have 100% of the cave entrances discovered. Let me go ahead and double check. Yeah, 100% of cave entrances discovered. I'm still hunting down wells though, which is why over here you'll see that I have wells on my scanner. Because I still got 11% of wells, which I don't really know what that means because I can't remember the total number. But it's about 10, I think. About 5 to 10 more wells to go. Yo, what's up, Michael? Does the app tell you if you have all caves? Yep, it tells you kind of everything. Yeah. It has a whole listing of things that, I mean, everything, even stuff that doesn't matter for the in-game 100%. Just like extra stuff, like where all the, if you got all the shops, right? This is the Switch 2 version. Y'all, Yoshi's Story on Nintendo Music. Oh, did they add Yoshi's Story? Are we talking about the original, like Super Nintendo Yoshi's Story, or? Been playing a lot of Stardew recently. 11.1.6, dude. Stardew's beautiful, man. Glad to hear it, dude. Super happy to hear that, Pico. I hope you're enjoying 1.6. We did a lot of 1.6, and we're kind of taking a Stardew break at the moment. All right, this voice memory is over here. The problem is that I think this voice memory is leading me to a Gleeok. It is. Now, this is a Gleeok that I have vanquished before. But I certainly wasn't planning on fighting a big boy right now. But we might have to. Let's see if we can get the voice memory first. It's over here on the ledge. You have yet to fight one of them? Oh, dude, I'll never forget my first Gleeok fight, man.
I finally
It was the
get
bridge.
to see all these amazing sights you saw, Obosa. I wish that it hadn't cost what it did. But thanks to the things you and everyone else taught me, and the time we spent together, I can move forward with my head held high. Thanks to you, I am going to be okay. Could you tell my mother that for me, please?
Aw, she's so pensive and sad. Called all the legendary fish and annoyed my GF. She's struggling with them. Taking a break from tears and catching up on Animal Crossing. Nice. Yeah, we've been doing some AC on the channel as well. We started fresh for Switch 2. Yeah, the Gleeok that I fought, the first one I fought was on the Bridge of Elden. And it was beautiful. It was epic. Now, what I'm about to do to this Gleeok is gonna make you either feel maybe insecure in your own skills, but don't worry. All right, I'm just making it look easy. It's not that easy. I'm just gonna make it look easy, but it's not that easy. All right, it's not that easy. All right, we ready? See if I can pull this off. It's been a while. This one's a unique fight because he starts off like standing on this pillar. So this is like really interestingly unique because like he starts off on this pillar. It's weird. We have to get him to come down, but he's not gonna. Yeah, this is a funky one. All right, let's go. I would like him to come down, but that's okay. I mean, all right, Master Sword broke. We'll go ahead and we'll use this. He still got me. Oh, he got me. I might actually have to go into the next phase. Nope, never mind. No next phase. There was a chance there that he was going to go into phase 2. Now, phase 2 with every Gleeok is kind of tough. But if you're fast enough, you can just completely skip phase 2 entirely. However, this is not easy to get damaged, dude. This honestly sucks, dude. His positioning is the worst, man. Will you come down here? I hate you so much, dude. Whatever, we'll just kill him this way. Freaking boob. Freaking boob. So yeah, so because we attacked him before he could activate phase 2, we didn't have to deal with phase 2. Phase 2 of the firefight is kind of tough. All the Gleeoks in phase 2, they go really high into the sky and they activate another thing that you have to navigate. For the fire one, he goes super high into the sky, and then your only way to hit him at that point is to like use arrows or to get yourself elevated. and then he'll like proceed to like, I think, do a big fireball blast. The lightning one, he goes all the way up into the sky and then he starts to strike lightning bolts down. And then the ice one goes super high into the sky and starts dropping these like massive chunks of ice on you. Either way, once they get so high in the sky that it's like hard to target them. And you can no longer use like the key size effectively, and it's like a little bit harder to hit them. So your goal is to fight and kill them before they can even get too high in the sky. And that's what I was attempting to showcase, but I mean, I succeeded, but it was a little rough around the edges because he was an absolute punk.
Guidance activating.
Yeah.
Proceed northeast.
I should have put on my too cool for school shades, huh? Wait, I don't remember this music. Picks up phone, says, "Oh yeah, I didn't battle those." Yeah, that's funny. I don't remember this music in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh right, I didn't fight those monsters. That's very funny.
Please proceed.
What's ROM hacking? So ROM hacking is essentially taking a game and manipulating it and changing it and making it a fan-made experience. So the word ROM hacking really just means fan-made game. Yeah, don't overthink the whole hacking and ROM part of it. Really, a ROM hack, Addy and Gamer Lady here, is just a fan-made game. So they take the original and they manipulate it to make a fan experience out of it. I heard you say it. I'm going to make this look easy. Yeah. I've gotten Gleeok fights down to a science, so I make them look way easier than they are. Now, I could limit myself by not using Keese eyes, and then the fight instantly gets tough. All I have to do is take Keese eyes out of the equation, and then I instantly have to actually try. And it's real scary. So even though I make it look easy, it really just comes down to the Keese eyes being way too overpowered in this game.
Proceed northeast and
it also
downward.
helps that I really know the fight, for the record. It also, I should make it clear, experience and practice helps too. That's a big part of it.
Proceed a short distance northeast.
This is where Divine Beast Varnaboris was found. According to the Gerudo champion, Urbosa, controlling the Divine Beast was similar in practice to how she controlled lightning. Both required considerable force of will, but with the Divine Beast, it was much, much more difficult.
Interesting. So the Divine Beast gets mentioned, and apparently this is where they first found it. Interesting. That's kind of strange. So I wonder if we explore this area enough, if maybe we would find another clue around here that talks further about the technology of the Divine Beast. And like, there's no more voice memories. This might take some actual exploring and discussion, but you can't help but wonder, like, maybe there's a cave or an NPC or like some kind of comment around here that would help us better understand the overall nature of the Divine Beast, because they're honestly pretty mysterious. All we really know about them is that they were Sheikah technology, or they were technology that the Sheikah took over. It's like one or the other. And it was going to be used in defense of Hyrule. And then, of course, you know, it got taken over and... What's the Zelda Ocarina of Time ROM hack? So the Zelda Ocarina of Time fan game, it's called The Sealed Palace. The Sealed Palace is the name of a fan game that people made within Ocarina of Time. So they took Ocarina of Time, the Nintendo 64 Legend of Zelda game, and they used all the same assets, if you will. So like graphics and pictures and all the stuff that the original developers used to make the game, and they just completely threw it all away and they made their own game with their own dungeons, their own story, their own adventure, and it's called the Sealed Palace. It's one of the most highly regarded ROM hacks in the Zelda fandom. It's called Ocarina of Time, the Sealed Palace, and it's something I've been looking forward to showcasing on the channel for a while. It's difficult. It's a lot harder than the original game, and it's kind of made to kind of be a little bit of a brain bender. So, you know, I'm sure I'm going to struggle a little bit through it, but in a good way. I was just going to put something on to cool my character off here. And then I need my Korok mask back. So, what's better, Tears or Breath of the Wild? I think I like Tears of the Kingdom more, and I think Tears of the Kingdom brings more to the game, to the table. I think the cave system is probably the most important thing that supports this. I think the cave system is a perfect example of why Tears of the Kingdom is potentially more fulfilling to play than Breath of the Wild. That is, however, completely my opinion. I will say that nothing will ever take away from the fact that Breath of the Wild is and was a masterpiece and will always be regarded as the first of the two games. It is the masterpiece. Tears of the Kingdom is the follow-up to a masterpiece. And I would even maybe go as far as saying that Tears of the Kingdom might not even be a masterpiece within itself. Because I think the definition of a masterpiece kind of makes it hard for something to be a sequel but still be a masterpiece. Because the whole point is that Breath of the Wild was a one-of-a-kind journey that we've never gotten before, and it will always be regarded as such. It was the first of this universe, of this style. It is the masterpiece in the Zelda franchise, alongside stuff like Ocarina. So, anyways, I'm rambling, and to answer your question, personally, I think Tears of the Kingdom is better. I do, however, think it's worth noting that Breath of the Wild started it all, and Breath of the Wild is the masterpiece. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Tears of the Kingdom ever does. It doesn't matter how great it is. It's never going to take away from the fact that Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece of an experience. And I just like to make that clear, because when people start comparing things, instead of identifying that they can be compared alongside each other, people tend to lift one up and lower another, right? Do you guys notice that? It's as if people forget that something can be amazing while something else can also be amazing. So for me, it isn't a conversation of one game being worse than the other. That's not what we should be talking about. We should just be identifying that, you know, in my opinion, Tears of the Kingdom has more content and an overall richer experience. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Breath of the Wild is a literal masterpiece. And I always like to kind of have this conversation go in this direction. I didn't mean to give you as many words as I did, but I'm obviously in a yapping mood. I just like to always make that clear, because when we start those conversations about comparisons, I think it's real important that we identify just how beautiful Breath of the Wild really is. Even if I, again, one more time, I think Breath of the Wild's the better game. Or sorry, Tears of the Kingdom. I think Tears of the Kingdom stands up as the slightly better of the games, I think, for a couple reasons. My biggest argument is the caves, but I'm sure I could think of some other reasons, like the sky. I think the sky was the perfect addition. The depths. The ending, I think the ending of Tears of the Kingdom was slightly better than the ending of Breath of the Wild. It was just more cinematic. And that's so hard to say, right? Because holy heck, was Breath of the Wild's ending beautiful. I think Tears was a little bit cooler. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. Yeah. So good question, dude. Hopefully that helps. I assume you're asking out of, you know, curiosity for your own gaming. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. All right, bud. And again, I didn't mean to give you so many words, but I love talking. So my sis would not play Tears because she loved Breath of the Wild so much. I just got my little sis to try Tears. She was worried about the building part. I told her it's like any Zelda game. They teach you through gameplay. Let it be its own story in game. After borrowing my game, she and her son are so hooked. Yeah. I understand that hesitance, you know, Nisi Star. I actually really do get that. I'm glad you shared that story because I think the building is an off-putting thing for a lot of people. I understand that. I think a lot of people look at the building and they go, this is weird. I don't want to be forced to do this. And the truth is that every once in a while, the game does kind of force the building on you, but rest assured, not that much. Not that much. It's not that bad. It really isn't that bad. I would argue that the building is kind of a side thing. It's kind of a side thing. So I think I'm glad that they gave it a chance and they were able to see that, right? Yeah, I think for as much as it gets forced on you, it's kind of more of a side thing. I think you can play most of Tears of the Kingdom and never really build anything. Yeah, Raichi, for sure. I could see that. All right, looks like we're building a staircase here. I hardly build things in Tears. Yeah, you don't really have to build. I think this game does present itself in a way that makes you feel like you're gonna have to, but it's really just side content. It's like and like I said, the occasional moment where like you're kind of in a situation where you have to build something, usually to solve like some sort of puzzle. Yeah. How can I not do this the way the game wants me to? Yeah, that's like my favorite way to play Zelda games. Yeah, I'm right there. Yeah, I love that so much. How can I play this game the way that I'm not supposed to? That's usually my goal with any Zelda game. For sure. Like, I love that so much. I'm actually proud because I've gotten compliments from people about the way that I play Zelda, and like I'm very proud of that. Like on this channel over the years, I've had Zelda fans come into my chat and leave changed. Now maybe I'm being a little over dramatic, but if they didn't leave changed, they left saying, wow, I've never seen somebody solve the puzzle in this game that way. That's pretty crazy. And went home different. Like, yeah, like it's pretty cool. I've gotten some cool compliments. I'll never forget the time I was playing Skyward Sword, a linear Zelda game in the sense of like original Zelda content, you know? And I solved a puzzle and the guy in my chat goes, "What? You can do that?" And I pause and I'm like, "I didn't think you couldn't." And this guy was just in my chat laughing like, "Dude, there's no way you just did that." And I'm like, "Yeah, you didn't think about doing that?" And I felt so proud because I was just like, yeah, dude, like I've always been this kind of Zelda-er where I'm always like, I overthink, which is a big drawback to solving puzzles. But through overthinking, I find the most peculiar ways to solve issues. Like, well, I'm getting ambushed by some ice boys. What the frick? Absolute jerkwads. Absolute jerkwads. All right, we have a memory coming up. Yeah, dude, that's so funny. Dude, Daza's playthrough of Tears was actually a blast.
The dried rock face of the entrance to Gerudo Canyon shows how little rain this region gets. While it may not be so perilously hot as to require advanced elixirs, the sweltering air does strike you the moment you set foot here, and it serves as a warning of the rugged desert ahead.
So this is the scene that she's talking about. The rugged rock face. I'm scared of the Gerudo Beast. The thing I loved about watching Breath of the Wild streams, it gave me different perspectives on how to solve puzzles and different combat strats, even realizing I missed things in certain areas. I love that they added fire and ice rods in these games. The throwback, I know, dude, it's like one of my favorite things. Such a throwback. All right, we're going up to Mount Hylia here.
Proceed east.
All right, we're going up Mount Hylia. Let's go. I don't think we're going to be able to make this, but we're going to try here. Yeah, like this is like a perfect example of where the game's like quote unquote
proceed east,
encouraging you to use Zonai tech. Like this is like an organic interaction in the world where ideally you would use Zonai tech here because you don't have access to
check your direction.
Getting like really high in the sky like you did in Breath of the Wild, like quickly. But I tend to avoid it anyways. Like I don't care at all.
Proceed southeast.
I honestly kind of avoid pulling out Zonai tech in most scenarios because I'm lazy. I don't feel like thinking that hard, or I don't want to utilize the Zonite I have.
Proceed southeast
because I'm like a hoarder. We're climbing. What? Did it just start raining?
Proceed southeast.
What happened there? I own the Bible for both games, but I won't read them. I only let peeps tell me what to do in shrines after I pass them myself. Nice. That's how I like to go about it. I'm not sure which is more heart-poundingly terrifying, Gloom Hands or Guardians. I hate them both. Gloom Hands are definitely... I don't know. I think... I don't know, man. That's such a tough question. Because, like... Gloom Hands, I think the very first time you encounter them, they're scarier than Guardians. However, I think Guardians are actually scarier after the first time you encounter them. Because the first time you encounter a Guardian, where the music is like heart pumping, right? And it's scary. But like it isn't until you truly get like attacked by a Guardian that you realize just how terrifying they are.
Proceed
Whereas
east.
like Gloom Hands are just terrifying instantly. You are instantly
Proceed
aware
southeast.
of them and their terrifyingness. That's kind of my take on it. Like the first time you encounter a Gloom Hand, I think is always going to be scarier than the first time you encounter
Please
a Guardian.
proceed.
Now, depending on like maybe where you encounter the Guardian, because I'm sure like if you just get rolled up on by a Guardian, it's pretty terrifying. But if you were to like see one in the distance,
Proceed southeast.
it's not as objectively scary. It's like, okay, that thing's far away from me. I don't need to go near it. Right, you know what I mean? So I guess it does depend on how you first interacted with a Guardian.
Proceed southeast.
I can tell you the first time I interacted with a Guardian was in Hyrule Field. And I was walking through Hyrule Field at the very beginning of the game. And I was already afraid of everything because I was playing on Master
Proceed
Mode.
southeast.
And then all of a sudden this Guardian comes walking up on me. And because I was in this big open field, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't run or anything. And it was just like a really terrifying experience because it was like I had nowhere to go. I was in a big open field.
Proceed southeast.
I couldn't hide anything. Rachy, I'll still never forget how mad some of the chat was when my first interaction with Gloom Hands were kind of like lackluster. People were like, come on, that's not fair. I'm still salty over it. Yeah, dude. So to explain to the chat, the first time I interacted with Gloom Hands, I was standing on a cliff. So here's where I was. I remember the whole thing. All right. I was on the Akala Tower. I was right here on the top of the Citadel ruins. And I was standing on top of this structure. And the Gloom Hands appeared. And it was like, and I'm like, oh my God, what is that? But then the Gloom Hands didn't have a way to path to me. So they just stood there and looked at me menacingly, and I stared at them, and it was just like, what's going to happen? And then they just fizzled out of existence and they were gone. Like, it was so anticlimactic because like I literally just stood there. I was like, that's it. Like, okay, see you later. Like, hold on, here's the clip right here. Hold on. Here's the clip. The pleasures of being a streamer outweighs the dangers. What the frick is that? It disappeared. It disappeared. It left some stuff behind. Like, that was it. And look, you can see the fear though. Like, look at the fear in my eyes though. The pleasures of being a the dangers. What the? Like, look at the fear in my eyes, dude. I was legitimately scared, dude. Like, look at this. Is that? Like, not here. Wait. Oh, right there. The scream, like, right, like, look at the transition of perplexed to scared, like like, at this point I'm legitimately afraid like what's about to happen. Because I'm waiting. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm expecting them to attack me. I'm going through my head, like, what's going to happen? And then it's just done. It disappeared. It disappeared. It left some stuff behind. Dark clumps. It's so funny. Hold on. I want to read the chat real quick. I want to see what the chat says during this. Hold on. So instantly somebody goes, no spoilers, chat, when it happens. All right. I'm just going to read chat here. So Miracle Leaks goes, no spoilers, chat. Nobody's saying anything right now. Dr. Stim says, hell no. Ace Mage goes, Floor Masters, question mark? Sinner Sin just lulls in the chat. Linzeon goes, this was my WTF moment the other day. Trips14 says, I hate those things. Mr. Rizzy says, I hate those. Mighty Owl says, bro, run. Dr. Stim's like, nope. Nopers. Sinner Sin says, you found him. Rachy's like, that's a nope. Definitely a nope. Silent Sword goes, oh my god, yes, I was hoping I'd be here when you first saw him. Oh my god, these are so scary. Everyone's like, run, run, dude, run. He isn't angry, he's just disappointed. Cozyology's like literally the worst. Hold on a second. That's so funny, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh boy, you found the moving creepy things. You have to outlive it. Stuff from nightmares is what it is. I found those arms and they killed almost instantly. That's so funny, man. It's so funny to take a walk down memory lane and just to see everyone's reactions. Because for a lot of people, that was the first time you were seeing the Gloom Hands with me. You vividly remember that? Yeah, dude, that was fun, man.
Proceed southeast.
Nintendo and weird hand things. At least it's not Nickelodeon and weird feet things. I'll take the lesser of two evils. Do you have a clip
Please
of when you
proceed.
first saw what they turn into? Yeah, probably. It was down in the it was down in the depths.
Southeast.
So the first time that I ever ran into... Hold on. The first time that I ever ran into Phantom Ganon, I was in the depths under... I was right here. I was on my way to the tree in the depths, and the Gloom Hands appeared, and then Phantom Ganon showed up. I think it's like a scripted encounter. I'm actually pretty sure this is a scripted encounter with specifically with Phantom Ganon. That's what I thought. No, what it was that's what I thought at the time. At the time, I was like, I thought it was a scripted encounter specifically with Phantom Ganon. That's what I thought. I remember I was like, oh my gosh, like this is a scripted encounter. They're sending me to the tree, and then the Ganon's down here. Turns out all Gloom Hands have the potential to turn into Phantom Ganon. And apparently that's how you officially destroy them. And if you guys didn't know this little tidbit, and I'm pretty sure this is accurate, I could be wrong, the only way to officially remove a Gloom Hand from the game is to kill the Phantom Ganon that comes out of it. If you kill the Phantom Ganon that comes out of it, then that location will never spawn a Gloom Hand again. Because Gloom Hands have specific locations that they spawn in the game. So like, for example, there's one here. No. The one I'm thinking of is on the way to one of the shrines. The Shrine of Power. And that's one that I've never seen respawn since I've killed the Phantom Ganon. No matter like how many times I go there, it never respawns. So I don't know. I don't know if that's been disproven or if there's anybody out there who's done research on it, but I'm not sure. But it's been a theory of mine for a while.
Proceed
So like
southeast.
there might be a finite amount of Gloom
Proceed a short
Hands
distance southeast.
in the world. There might be like a finite amount of them.
Guidance deactivating.
All right. Let me up. Let me up. All right, we're almost there. Bingo bongo.
Father's grave. I heard that stacking these rocks was the best that could be done for him. Well, they could not have picked a better place. That he will rest here, forever looking out over Hyrule. Mother, father, though the land is still littered with ruins, I promise you that I will restore it. Please, watch over me as I do.
Dang, she messages, she mentions mommy. And you should see the scene that they have here. The scene that they're looking at is she's looking all the way out towards Hyrule Castle from here. Hyrule, that he will rest here forever looking out over Hyrule. Mother, father, though the land is still littered with ruins, I promise that I will restore it. Please watch over me as I do. Wow. So this is pretty iconic because look, here it is. The weather cleared. Look. I never noticed that. They made the grave, like, what a perfect location to kind of like, look at this scene. I never noticed this, dude. That's his grave. She literally just said that. Yeah, look.
Guidance activating.
Watch, look at.
Father's grave. I heard that stacking these rocks was the best that could be done for him. Well, they could not have picked a better place. That he will rest here, forever looking out
Yeah,
over
father's
Hyrule.
grave.
Mother, father, though the land is still littered with ruins, I promise you that I will restore it. Please, watch over me as I do.
Right? Now, of course, you know, sometimes the quote-unquote grave isn't the same as the burial site. But I think her language is pretty clear, right? Like, she says the word grave. Though there wasn't much left of him after the Guardian encounter. I thought there wasn't much left of him. Yeah, and you know, that's all speculation. I also was under the impression that he was like pretty much obliterated. I'm actually right there with you. I was kind of under that same impression that he was like pretty much obliterated, but I guess here they're kind of hinting towards that not being the truth. Yeah. I always considered it to be more of a memorial as well. Very interesting. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, look at that, dude. Look at that perfect picture with Hyrule in the back. It's hard to dig a grave in solid rock. I don't know. You know, the Zone Eyes probably did it. They got all sorts of technology. They called them the Magmas. It is rock. It is a rock. It's pretty. Yeah. Cinema. Yeah, pretty interesting, right? Oh, you've tested all the spawns, so the Blood Moon does respawn the Blood Moon does respawn the Gloomhands. Interesting. Yeah, I was never really sure about that. I never tested it myself, though. I tend to speculate often, but I don't always do the testing myself. But the Zelda community's thick, so you can always depend on somebody to do the testing, even if it's not yourself. All right, let's go down here and see what's going on here in this little forest. Oh, this is the house and the Yiga. Let's go. Oh, that's good to know, though. Thank you for sharing your data with me, because I truly was not sure if they respawned. I've been called many things before. Thick hasn't ever been one of them. I'm flattered. The Zelda community do be thick. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. All right. Yeah, we're for sure going to this Yiga hideout. For show. Ooh, there's a Korok here. Oh, frick. I'm getting ambushed. I forgot about this. I'm only gonna fight him with my skill that I learned from them. Get him, Tullen, get him. Honestly, this skill, I swear to you, is designed to fight Yigas. Because think about it, what's the biggest problem with the Yigas is that they show up, you have to equip some weapons, maybe you're not in the mood to equip weapons, and then you have to proceed to fight them, whereas like these guys, they get destroyed by this attack. Punk. Wait, you've never seen this skill? You've never seen the skill? Look! You never seen the earthquake technique, dude? It actually even hunts enemies down. Yeah, dude, look it. Right here, Earthquake, Earthwake Manual. An esoteric manual that reveals the secret to the Earthwake technique known only to Yiga Blade Masters. You have to earn this by going through the old Yiga base. That's all I'll say for now. You have to go through the old Yiga base. And that's how you can earn it yourself. I can't believe I missed the whole attack. Yeah, you can only use it when you don't have any weapons equipped. And it's super useful for fighting the skeletons that spawn at nighttime. And like I said, Yiga clan members, because usually if you're like me, I run around with no weapons equipped all the time. All the time, I prefer to run around with no equipment. I don't know, I'm a weirdo like that. So for me, it's like a really useful thing. And I actually use the technique a lot. Where's the, Korok here? Give me a second here. Ah, I see. But what do they want in their little trays? Just some bananas, right? Because they're Yiga. Ah, maybe it's not apples, maybe it's nanners. Well, I don't want to drop all three. Yeah, nice. Why did I never notice that Beetle's backpack is a beetle? For some reason, I thought you were talking about these guys, but that's a pretty funny revelation to have. Beetle's backpack is indeed a big beetle. It is indeed a big beetle. Hope you're feeling good, by the way, Toad. I appreciate you popping in here today. All right, these spikes suck. These spikes are the worst. Nice, we got through. All right, I didn't think I was gonna get through that. Open up. Memory.
When I last visited this mountain hut 100 years ago, I did not realize who the owner was. Now that I do, it explains why Father looked so troubled, even sad, when I described the building as shabby and in need of demolition. How could I have guessed it was his own little retreat? Though, looking at it now... Oh, Father, did you build this yourself?
Dang, she called it shabby? Rude. You can't be rude to Papa? Dang. That's so cute. That's so cute. That's so funny. All right, there's a couple more here. Oh, we obviously have to go to the Temple of Time. Oh, there's for sure a memory over there. Obviously, that's where we're headed next. Let's go. To the temple. Excited? Somebody do a fresh playthrough on the Switch too. Yeah, whenever you do, it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth no matter how much time you wait. It's gonna be worth it for sure. There's a punk Yiga clan member. My only problem is why would the Yiga clan ever pretend to be bald? Like, I get it, man. Like, but if you had the choice of going incognito, why would you choose to be bald? You could be anything. See, like, look. These guys are easily taken care of. This is probably the best use of the Earthwake technique. The best use of the Earthwake technique is getting Stalfosis out of your face. Are you guys ready for this? What do we do here? Do we go for the stealth? Ooh, we haven't done a stealth in a while. Let's go for the stealth here. We haven't done anything like this in a while. Let's see if we can pull this off. It's been a while since I've done anything like this in games, so this could end up pretty terrible pretty fast. So let's see. Mr. Stealth is back. Oh, just kidding. Why did I think that they wouldn't wake up from my stealth attack? What was I thinking? Why did I think they wouldn't wake up from my stealth attack? I don't know what I was thinking. Like, obviously. What's up, Raiders? You missed my failed stealth attempt here. As soon as you guys joined in here, let me reload. Oh, because he didn't one-hit kill. Oh, that's what I thought. See, okay, maybe I was thinking correctly. All right, so we're going to grab the Master Sword, and we're going to give it a nice amount of damage here. All right, let's go again. And let's see if we can pull off this one hit. Frick, skeleton spawned. You son of a B word. God darn it, dude! I hate Stalfoses so much. Ouch. When I say I'm gonna stealth kill you, I'm gonna stealth kill you. You can't stop me. I'm gonna do it. Okay, now it's just me and the big boy. Frick. For some reason, I went to, like, I was playing Mario Kart World, and I went to rewind my character. I literally pressed down on the D-pad, like, wait a second. I want to go back up there. Dude, and it's Yiga as well? Will you get out of here, man? You can't fight anything in peace in this game. If it's not a freaking skeleton, it's a Yiga member, dude. You guys suck, man. All right, let me loot real quick. Chill. Okay, all right, I needed all that stuff. Shut up. Oh. 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 Oh, that hurts. Sorry, buddy. Gotta make sure that you don't ever reproduce. You big turd. Look at his juicy booty. All right, sick. Frog butt. Earthquake D's not. Well, that was messier than intended, but either way, we succeeded. That brought me out of Lurk. What's up, Messy Odyssey? Why that Lizavul's kinda bites lip? Shut up. Oh my lord. I needed some of those parts, so I wasn't just trying to flex. I love this outfit so much, though. Definitely one of my favorite outfits in the game. I don't wear it a lot, but I love the cape. The cape is so regal, dude. It's so sexy. Apparently, the new amiibos are going to potentially have new gliders. Did y'all see that? So, there hasn't been a video out, I don't think, that I saw that covered, like, what the gliders look like, but I know Austin John put out a video that talked about how they were able to go into the game's code. They like apparently future-proofed Tears of the Kingdom to include functionality with amiibos that weren't even out yet. And apparently once you buy the new amiibos, like for example, the Construct, what's her name? What's her name's Construct here? Minoru. Apparently her new amiibo coming out is going to actually have a glider. So we could probably assume that there's going to be a new glider pattern for all of them. Unibo and all of the other champions, as well as it's all of these characters right here. Riju, Sidon, Unibo, Tulin, I think they're all getting new amiibos, and they're all going to function with Tears of the Kingdom, and I think we're even going to be able to get more paragliders. So good thing Neanderthal actually gifted me a device that lets me make custom amiibo chips. And I'm going to be able to just scan them in without buying them since I wasn't able to get my hands on them. So I still have yet to scan in my Wind Waker one. I have to still set that up, but shout outs to Neanderthal. Thank you for that gift, dude. And yo, big shout outs to the raid coming in from Starling here. If you guys joined in from the raid, jump in the chat and let me know you're out there. What's up, iBattery, and what's up, Starling? Let me go ahead and get a shout out here for Starling. I didn't know you streamed in the morning times ever, dude. I thought you were strictly a PM streamer, but it's nice to see you getting around and doing your thing. Whether or not I'm the one who's out of the loop, I might just be the one out of the loop with your broadcast. Drop a follow at the top of the chat and check out our friend Starling. They do all sorts of different styles of content. I've been mainly watching them for like retro fixes, Metal Gear, and usually they're playing something I've never seen before, which is like one of my favorite things to get exposed to games from creators. So yeah, check them out, man. I think the one game that they got me hip to was Control. I never watched that before I saw you play it. Nice, you're doing so is Death Stranding 2 on the beach? Is that the actual Death Stranding 2, or is that some kind of like mini game before? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it like Metal Gear 5 where there was like a mini game? Oh, it's early access. Okay, so the game is officially out though. Full game sequel? Yeah. Okay, just making sure, because like I was thinking it was maybe like Metal Gear 5 where they put out like a mini version first or something stupid. Making custom amiibo chips is so 2020. I use an all amiibo. Well, I have this little like chip that you can just rewrite over and over again. So it's not even like a chip. It's just like a little circle. And you can make it be any one amiibo at any time. And you just have to rewrite it over and over again. So it's still a chip, but I want to make it clear it's not quite like making the plastic chips that people would like sell online. It's like a little different. They came out during the Switch 2 launch. They're in stock everywhere currently, at least near me. Oh, are all the new amiibos actually in stock? Yeah, it's a little bit more advanced, right? I didn't realize that they were still in stock. I didn't realize that. I might go looking for them. Not that I want to spend a bunch of money. Yeah, I'll show you Terrytown here after we go through the rest of the memories on the plateau here, all right? Let's go through these memories and then we'll go to Terrytown if you got some time to hang out. Let's go through we have 3 more memories on the plateau and we're right in front of one of them right now. And then we'll dive into Terrytown. I'm down for that. All right, I should be getting a memory like right in here somewhere. It might be actually upstairs where her father's room was or whatever. Now that I think about it, it might actually be above us. Nope.
There are several ancient texts and works of literature that speak of the Temple of Time by name, but all of them describe a structure that differs in design from the one we see today. Hyrule's history is long, and this discrepancy is one of the unsolved mysteries of our land.
Whoa. So she hold on, we gotta what? Hold on a second. You can't just we gotta go back to that one real quick. So she's talking about the Temple of Time and how it's a mystery that there's two of them, right? So she's referencing the fact that there's two of them. So there are several ancient texts and works of literature that speak of the Temple of Time by name, but all of them describe a structure that differs in design from the one we see today. And she's talking about the one that we're standing in right now. Hyrule's history is long, and the discrepancy is one of the unsolved mysteries of our land. So is this implying that Zelda didn't know that the Temple of Time got lifted into the sky? Or is she talking about the fact that there's multiple different Temples of Times? Like, honestly, she might be referencing the older Zelda games. And so here's why I'm saying this. I thought that Zelda might have known about the temple that got lifted into the sky. I thought she knew about that temple. Because she went and back in time, she was there. She got turned into a dragon. I think there's lore in the game that talks about how much she knew about the world and about what happened. Now, if I remember correctly, maybe I'm wrong here. If I remember correctly, one of Mineru's writings in the world talked about how they lifted up Hyrule after Zelda was gone. So these voice memories are actually predating the Tears of the Kingdom events. I forgot about that. You're right. These voice memories are all pre-Tears of the Kingdom events. You're right. They're for sure. They're for sure. They're almost guaranteed. All of these voice memories are between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So this would have been before she went back in time. So she wouldn't have had the knowledge of this temple up here. That makes sense. So at this current moment in time, she doesn't even know that there's another Temple of Time literally above her head. Now, also, the ancient texts that they speak of, I don't know if there's a text that reference the old world that directly. Because our current understanding of this version of the universe is that it's so far in the future from the older games, there's barely anything but a vague memory of that world. So I don't think she's talking about Ocarina and Skyward Sword. I don't think she's talking about that, because I would go as far as saying that there's no effing way that they still have ancient text that are legible and readable from all the way back in Ocarina of Time era. If this world is really that much further in the future, there's no way that there's like ancient text talking about the older games, right? Like there's no way. So like that's just my speculation. There's no way that they had ancient text talking about these old temples of time. Like maybe, but probably not. They have to be only referencing the temple above us. Yeah, they got to be talking about the Temple in the Sky, which is referencing the founding of Hyrule, which is referencing the imprisoning war era of Hyrule. What about all the stuff hidden in the cave by the Forgotten Temple? So, are you talking about the map and stuff? Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom aren't canon, so they are canon, but in a cheap way. The actual structures. Yeah, they are canon, but in a cheap way. They're canon, and so here, let me see if I can pull this up really quick. So there is an updated timeline, all right? So most updated Zelda timeline. And let me just show that, just so we're all on the same page. There was an updated timeline released, and this is the updated timeline. All right, so all right, I got the English page up. All right, so look it. This is the most updated timeline of Legend of Zelda, all right? And all you need to, I'm not going to go through everything, but it starts with the creation of land and sky, so the goddesses, and then it goes to Skyward Sword, all right? Then it goes to the Sacred Realm, is sealed, the Kingdom of Hyrule is founded for the first time, Minish Cap, Four Swords, the Hyrulean Civil War, which is talked about at the beginning of Ocarina of Time, and then Ocarina of Time. Once Ocarina of Time is done, it splits into the hero is defeated and the hero is triumphant. All right, so if you go into hero is defeated, you get one timeline, and you get the imprisoning war. So here's the imprisoning war, and then you have A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, and this is what the fans dub, hear me out, this is what the fans dub as the garbage timeline. All right, because this is the timeline that has the most discrepancies, and this is the timeline where it seems like they kind of just throw as many games that don't make sense as possible in here. So keep that in mind. This timeline tends to be muddy and kind of full of like whatever games just don't quite make sense, one-off games, but they're here, they're in a timeline. This is official by Nintendo. And this is the direction of the defeated timeline. Now, let me just explain really quick what the defeated timeline is. The hero is defeated timeline is the story that continues when the hero of time is defeated in battle by Ganondorf. So you might be asking, well, Link was never defeated by Ganondorf. What do you mean? That's not true, because in Ocarina of Time, when Link pulls the sword and goes 7 years into the future to become strong enough to beat Ganon, he splits into two timelines. And the one that he leaves to grow 7 years gets left behind, and Ganon wins in that timeline because Link isn't there. Link goes into the future. That's the defeated timeline. Ganon wins. Link disappeared. Now, the timeline that Link goes to 7 years later, the split happens. He continues to beat the game. He beats the game. He beats Ganondorf. Everyone's happy. But something happens when the hero is triumphant. Two different, more timelines appear. Now, this is a little confusing. So you might ask, what do you mean? So there's a split in the timelines, and then there's another split in the timeline. Yeah, stick with me. I know this is a lot. Here's what happens. If you remember, at the end of Ocarina of Time, Zelda sends Link back to his childhood. Remember? She says, you deserve to have the childhood that you skipped out on. I'm going to send you back to being a child. All right? This causes another parallel universe to appear. Because when she sends you back, she now leaves the adult era, the era that you just saved, completely void of the hero. The hero's gone. She sent you back to another separate timeline, one in which you get to be a kid. You go and you prevent all the things that happen with Ganon. This is the key about the childhood era. You go and you prevent all the things that happen. You literally go back, you go to the king, you go to Zelda, you tell the king that Ganondorf's bad, everything is prevented, and everyone goes living happily ever after. But here's the kicker. Link himself yearns for more and loses access to his fairy, and this is where Majora's Mask begins. Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Four Swords Adventures, there's all a bunch of theories around how Link slowly gets corrupted in Majora's Mask, and then Twilight Princess, so on and so forth. The adult era, however, guess what happens? Link's not there. Apparently, and there's not a game that showcases this, wouldn't it be cool? Side note, would it not be cool if we got a game that showcased when Ganon came back in the adult era and there was no hero? Anyways, that would be sick. But what happens, and Wind Waker tells the story, apparently Ganon comes back and there's no one there to stop him because Zelda was messing with time and she sent back Link to the child era. So all of a sudden Ganon comes back and no one is there to save them. And everyone prays to the gods. And what do the gods do? They flood Hyrule. The events of Wind Waker begin. Years and years later, Ganon returns. Wind Waker's flooded. All the adventures of Wind Waker happen. Then they go and they find a new land called Hyrule, which is the end of Phantom Hourglass. And then Spirit Tracks is them in the new Hyrule. So technically, in this timeline, there's actually a whole another Hyrule. It's like a whole separate thing. Either way, all three of these timelines, but for simplicity's sake, we'll say just the hero is defeated and the hero is triumphant. These two timelines, technically three, all stop right here. Look where my mouse is. Look right here. You see this line? They all stop. All of a sudden, Breath of the Wild just appears. Now, there's some official pieces of material out there that talk about what this line right here means. And I'm pretty sure this is official. This line means all of the timelines slowly converge. And over time, Breath of the Wild happens. Thousands of years go by. And Hyrule gets founded again. This is the events of Tears of the Kingdom in the past. Thousands of years go by. And these new creatures called the Zonai appear and reclaim and refound a land called Hyrule. Right? And then Tears of the Kingdom happens, so on and so forth. So, in theory, all of the timelines go back and converge into one single timeline, therefore making Breath of the Wild canon. But honestly, as I said before this whole spiel, in a really cheap way. So yes, at first glance, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are not canon. However, Nintendo has commented on it and said they are canon. They're just so far in the future that they kind of are disjointed. They're not necessarily connected in the way that we would want them to be, right? It's not like there's a direct connection. And they've even gone as far, all the fans and stuff, even has gone as far, Nintendo has said on the record that they want you to choose what timeline actually is the one that leads into Breath of the Wild. So this is what official Nintendo have said. They have said, we want you to choose what timeline is the one that leads into Breath of the Wild. This is what they've said. So even though they've said all the timelines have converged, really, they've later said on the record in an interview that what they would really want the players to do is to think themselves what of the three timelines leads into Breath of the Wild. They want us to decide. That's what they've said. They want us to decide which one leads to Breath of the Wild. And we have to choose. Is it the fallen hero timeline? Is it the child timeline? Or is it the adult timeline? And this is what makes this so interesting, because it is a little bit lame. I do agree. But it does allow us to at least have fun and speculate what world do we choose that they follow. I believe that it's the adult timeline. And my evidence to support the adult timeline is that obviously this Hyrule was flooded at some point. Obviously, this Hyrule was flooded at some point. Hyrule was flooded. And then Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks led us to a new Hyrule. So what does that tell you? In the adult timeline, there's technically two Hyrules. There's one that got flooded all the way back in time. And then there was a new Hyrule. I believe that this Hyrule is actually the original Hyrule, not the new one that they founded in Spirit Tracks. That is my belief. My belief is that this Hyrule is actually the very original first one that was flooded, and that the Spirit Tracks Hyrule no longer exists. Or it's like somewhere out there, and it's we don't know where it is. But I think this Hyrule is the Wind Waker one, the one that was flooded originally from Ocarina of Time. That is like one of my theories. Another theory I have is that this is the new Hyrule. So you can look at it both ways. So what does that mean? Well, what if this Hyrule is actually never meant to be the one after Ocarina of Time? And what if this Hyrule is actually the one that they discovered during Spirit Tracks? Which is why there was two separate foundings of Hyrule. Technically three, right? Because if you think about it, the first Hyrule got washed away in Wind Waker. It never got recovered. It never got flooded. And you could even go as far as saying maybe that is the depths. Maybe the depths is the original Hyrule that the gods flooded. And then maybe over time, a new crust was formed over the planet. Over time, new islands appeared because of, volcanic activity and tectonic plates. And the new Hyrule is the one that gets founded in Breath of the Wild. So I'm just sharing a couple of my theories. I like to throw a couple of my own theories in the ring just to kind of talk. Hyrule flossed, and then was flooded, and then when the waters receded, it brought back OG Hyrule. I like that theory as well. So it's really fun to chat about. But I'm glad that we went through that. I know some people appreciated that. Thank you for taking the time to jump into chat. Again, it's still really confusing, and you're welcome to ask questions about how this all works, but you want to know something that I just realized about the official timeline that we just pulled up on stream that I never knew? So yeah, sure, they placed Echoes of Wisdom. You guys noticed that. You called that out, right? They placed Echoes of Wisdom in the timeline, right? But did you notice that they also placed the Imprisoning War in the Hero is Defeated timeline? Like, look, I thought the imprisoning war was before Breath of the Wild. I was under the impression that all of the events, the founding of Hyrule, the imprisoning war, that all of that stuff happened after the reset. After the grand reset that happened years and years and years ago. Like, right? Like Breath of the Wild's beginning. But like, take a look at this. The hero is defeated. The Triforce. So this is a link to the past. A hidden treasure that lies in the Hyrule region and grants the wishes of those who touch it. An entrance to the sacred realm where the Triforce is hidden is found in the kingdom of Hyrule, and many fought to enter. However, those who entered never returned. Evil power began to pour forth from the entrance. So the king of Hyrule ordered 7 sages to seal the entrance to the sacred realm. One stormy night, when this story, later known as the Imprisoning War, became a legend from long ago, "Please help me, my name is Zelda." Link wakes up to the voice of Princess Zelda calling for help from the dungeons of Hyrule Castle. So is this a different imprisoning war? And if it is a different imprisoning war, then why is there not another imprisoning war put on the timeline? There's not another one anywhere. Like they don't use that language again anywhere else. Like they literally do not use the phrase imprisoning war anywhere else. So it's really weird because I don't know what's going on. Like, are they saying this is the imprisoning war of the 7 sages that we played way back in A Link to the Past? Is this the imprisoning war? Is A Link to the Past the events that followed the imprisoning war from the history of Tears of the Kingdom? Now my head hurts, thanks Nintendo. Now we're getting a whole new game on this subject soon, so we're not going to have to speculate for too much longer. Right? Because we are getting another game here soon. Hopefully we can learn the answers to this. And the next game is supposed to be canon. But man, boy, is that head hurty, right? Isn't that head hurty confusing? Like, what happened with the imprisoning war? The kingdom of Hyrule is founded. Is this the first time the kingdom was founded? The second time? I don't know, man. I don't know. Is the newest game on this timeline? It is. Yes. Yeah, the newest game is on the timeline. So I've actually read this page in the past. The only problem is that this is the fan wiki. Right? And we're not sure like if this is updated properly. Right? Like, yeah, like I've read this page before and it just talks about the old information that clearly has to be adjusted now that Tears of the Kingdom exists. Right? That's the problem. Yo, thank you very much for the tier 2 for 47 months. Right? Like, if you read this link that Dazabound just put in the chat, like all this says is that the imprisoning war refers to 2 separate events. One that is a part of the backstory of A Link to the Past, and one that's a part of the backstory of Tears of the Kingdom. Beyond both having the same name and ending with the sealing of Ganon by the sages, the 2 wars have otherwise very little in common. But my point is that how come the official timeline doesn't also acknowledge the imprisoning war that we learned about in Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm questioning. is like, why don't they acknowledge that there's 2 imprisoning wars? That's the thing that I'm confused about. That's why I even brought that up, because I'm like, what the heck? Like, why are they making this more confusing than it needs to be? But yeah, I do agree that there's 2 different imprisoning wars. I think that's what's going on here. I think you're 100% right. Thank you for posting this link, because I've read this before, but now reading it in the context of this conversation, it makes more sense. There's just 2 wars. Nintendo is only acknowledging one, I guess. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. The next game is canon. Can you give a little bit of more info on that? So they announced the next Hyrule Warriors game, and unlike the second Hyrule Warriors game, this one is going to be a canon event. And they said that they talked about that. It was either in an interview or it was during the trailer or something. So the next Hyrule Warriors game, which is going to be called Hyrule Warriors the Imprisoning War, they are saying that it is actually going to be a canonical explanation going through the Imprisoning War that was talked about in Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, they have come out to say it is going to be a canonical event. They're going to give us all of the lore about the Imprisoning War from the Tears of the Kingdom story. So this is a pretty big deal, because we're going to have a lot of answers as far as like maybe how Nintendo sees all of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like we should get some more answers about like what events are official, what events are not official, you know, all that stuff. I'm sure it's going to answer more. It's going to give us more questions than answers, to be 100% fair, but I'm sure it'll still be fun. Do you know if there's any books on the complete lore? So the only problem is that some of the books are out of date now, but there's the Hyrule Historia, which is an official Nintendo book dedicated to explaining all of the lore of all the games. Also, there's a thing that came out for Tears of the Kingdom called the Masterworks. And the Masterworks has not come out in English yet, apparently. But it's supposed to be a book that further explains everything about Tears of the Kingdom and all of the lore. So the Masterworks came out in Japanese only, and it's a 464-page art book that's supposed to have a ton of tidbits of information and loot and lore regarding Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, and The Legend of Zelda. Those would be the 2 recommendations I have, even though I can't recommend one of them because I don't think we have an English edition yet. So you're kind of stuck with the Hyrule Historia, which is the only up-to-date Zelda book official by Nintendo. And it doesn't even include Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild because it came out before Breath of the Wild released. Which blows. Yo, what's up, Aurora? Good to see you, buddy. No worries. I'm glad you got a nap in, dude. So yeah, no, there's not a ton of good sources of all the information compiled, especially after the release of Breath of the Wild, which is unfortunate. But again, you can find some information out there, and then there's a lot of fan-made stuff that compiles a lot of the information through the fan community. And you can find that stuff as well, and that stuff's like pretty useful. Like, you just have to be careful because sometimes the fan stuff, you know, is just theories. So you have to, if you're looking for 100% like exact information, you might have to get that from Nintendo. Yo, thank you, Aurora. This has been Zelda History with Hylian. Yeah, the Japanese one. People are working on translating the Japanese one right now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a good amount of it already translated out there. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. I know the fan community was pretty adamant on getting all the lore out of that book. I'm shocked we haven't got a copy of that book in English yet. I'm like very shocked by that. I thought we would have already got one by now. Got him. Garugamesh! Also, the Legend of Zelda Legendary Edition contains 2 volumes of the beloved Legend of Zelda manga series. Yeah, there is also a bunch of manga stuff out there. If it's a lot of it's not canon, but if you are a fan of the Zelda universe and you're looking for more lore from these games, if you just would like to immerse yourself further and deeper into the worlds, you should really look into the mangas. I know Neanderthal has recommended those mangas a bunch himself. I see Toad recommending him now. There's a lot of people that are pretty big fans of the manga stuff. All right, let's head over here. I think one is canon. Yeah, there might be. I know most of them are not, but I could see some of them being canon. I'm not sure. The timeline I'm seeing on Nintendo's site does include the Imprisoning War only if you choose the hero is defeated. Right. Thank you, Ham Labs. I also love this comment here about Spirit Tracks. Where's this comment at? I don't think Spirit Tracks would have any connection to the old Hyrule or interaction. We wouldn't have the old armors or clothes if this was the Spirit Tracks Hyrule. That's true. I guess I didn't think about all the furniture and stuff and the items. That's what Dazabound was saying about like the Majora's Mask and stuff. Yeah, like I guess I wasn't considering some of that. That is kind of funny. Like now that you mention it, there is a lot of like items and stuff that directly connect this Hyrule. That's why my first theory is that this is the Wind Waker Hyrule. That's been my theory for a long time, that this is the Hyrule that was once flooded in Wind Waker. But there was recently some information that came out that so I saw a video and it talks about this. There's like a big puddle in Hyrule Field in the picture. So let's go back to the comment about the Forgotten Temple. I know Toad had some comments about that. So there was a video that came out recently talking about how if you look at the picture of the map of old Hyrule that's given to you in this game, so you can find all the hieroglyphs or the geoglyphs. In that picture, it shows a big pool of water in the center of Hyrule. And that pool of water is no longer here. So some of the Zelda theorists are commentating on maybe there was a second flooding of Hyrule. Maybe there was more than one flooding of Hyrule. Maybe there was the Wind Waker flood, but then maybe there was another calamity, type event where Hyrule got flooded a second time. That's the thing. Timelines don't just converge to a point where everyone can remember 3 different pasts. Floods do tend to happen, right? All right. Let's go hunt this memory down real quick. As a flood engineer, I can confirm the theory is probable. What's up, Lunar Wolf? Is that a Zelda shirt? I'm not wearing a Zelda shirt today, but I do have... It's a shirt from my merch shop, and it has some Zelda references, yeah. Yo, what's up, Croco Laco? So wait, what do you mean, Toad? What's connected to what? Sorry to make you explain yourself. So the cave shows that the cave is clearly connected to what? Sorry. We could even go over there and take a look at it in a minute. Let me just finish getting this lore. It was just so out of context because I got distracted. That's my bad. Oh, it's connected to Skyward Sword. Right. So I do agree with that. I do agree that Skyward Sword and the beginning of Hyrule is totally ingrained in this world. I do agree with that. Yeah, I think that's kind of obvious, especially with the different shrines. Sorry, not the shrines, the lakes with the goddess statues, the springs. I think the springs really show that this Hyrule, it definitely feels 100% connected to Skyward Sword. I agree with that. I think this Hyrule is for sure connected to Skyward, and in probably multiple ways. Yeah, Lindor's brow. So it happened in all three past, right? Skyward Sword happened in all three past. Yeah. I never played a Zelda game, but now I'm invested. Yeah, Croco Laco, isn't that kind of cool? You could find that cave up there in the floating island. I think that's super cool. All right, we're about to get a memory up here. We're coming up on one. Oh, is it below us? Is it like below us or something? What the heck? All right, let's activate the guidance.
Guidance activating. Proceed a short distance northeast. Proceed northeast and downward. Proceed downward.
Downward? Yeah,
Proceed
below me.
south and downward.
Interesting. I have to find some kind of cave or something? Is this where the Cave of Resurrection is? Yes, this is the Cave of Resurrection. Yes.
Proceed southwest and downward.
She's probably going to talk about Link.
Proceed a short distance south.
So what Zelda games have you not played? So the only Zelda games I've never played is Spirit Tracks and
south.
the CDI games, and then a couple of the side games such as Tingle's Rosy Rupee
Proceed
Land
southwest.
and a couple of the games that never came to America. However, the Zeldas I've never beat
Proceed a short distance south.
expands a little bit further than that. And I've never beat Zelda 2. That's the addition. I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you again, Sleepy Catloaf, for the tier 2 for 47. I hope you're doing well, man. I appreciate you sticking with me. It's always nice to have you in the chat with all your emotes. TTS going crazy. Thank you again, Sleepy. Zelda 2 was a great game. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and play it.
Please proceed.
Proceeding. Proceeding.
It was here, in the Shrine of Resurrection, that ancient Sheikah technology preserved Link's life. I was able to clearly sense when he woke from his 100-year slumber, and I am so happy that my voice could reach him.
Dang, she doesn't say nothing about the fact that the bath is gone? You're useless. Freaking Zelda. Yeah, the ancient Sheikah technology mentioned. I need to play more. I played Ocarina. She acknowledged that it did exist. Yeah, fair. I wonder if what the Breath of the Wild memory here says, because a lot of times the memories are connected. So I'm curious. I wonder what the Breath of the Wild memory for this location says. Probably something similar. Yeah, dude. I mean, exhausted. You're at a good pace though, dude. You're at a good pace though, dude. I think those are a quite a lovely collection of
22
games.
months already. Time flies when you're having fun. Day wiggle.
Yeah, she did mention Von Naboris earlier. Yes, she did acknowledge Von Naboris earlier, which I found to be pretty cool. Yo, Kai Bells, thank you for 22, man. Big shit. I appreciate you, man. Love your name. Love your name. Thank you. Bam, 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 bam. Where did I leave my phone? Dang it. All right, we don't need it right now. We're fine. Convince me to play any Zelda game for the first time with one sentence. Go. I have a couple ideas, but I guess I'll go with the Legend of Zelda games are one of, if not the most iconic adventure games ever made for a reason. Play Hyrule Warriors for Zelda's booty. Nice. Was Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 on that list you showed us? Yes, they're in the Heroes Defeated timeline, really far at the end. The funny enough, Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 fall very far at the end of the Heroes Defeated timeline. And it's because those games were made before Zelda lore was even a thing. So they clearly struggled with kind of shoehorning them into the schedule or into the timeline, because like they don't quite fit because the lore was so different. So they ended up fitting them towards the end of the Heroes Defeated timeline, and there's a bit of a Hyrule reset. So what happens is after a certain amount of time, Hyrule gets reset. It goes in. It's called the Era of Decline. And Hyrule goes through this era of decline that's like really, really heavy. And then the events of Zelda 1 happen. So the events of Zelda 1 happen like really far into the future after like a couple other Zelda games in a decline era. And then Zelda 1 and then Zelda 2 happens right after. Zelda 2 is pretty much a sequel to Zelda 1. All right, and then we have another story here at Hopper Pond. Off to Hopper Pond we go. Breath of the Wild felt like a perfect first game for myself. I recommend Breath of the Wild as people's first game all the time. I agree with that. I think Breath of the Wild is a perfect first game for a Zelda fan. Now, you know, there's some Zelda purists that sometimes like to disagree with that, because there's a lot of Zelda purists out there who really, really like the original formula of Zelda. And I do agree with that. I do think that Breath of the Wild doesn't quite get you prepared for older Zelda. So if you try to go from Breath of the Wild to like Ocarina of Time, you're going to feel a little bit off. It doesn't matter. I still think that Breath of the Wild is the best introduction to the franchise. From there, if you like it enough and if you're curious enough, then I would recommend you go back in time and check out some of the classics, which a lot of them are available with Nintendo Switch Online. So if you pay for Nintendo Switch Online, you already have access to like 5 Zelda games. If you pay for the expansion, it's like 7 or something. So you could easily have fun, spend a couple hours on a Saturday poking through some of the classic Zelda experiences to see if any of them click for you, right? But Breath of the Wild is easily the smoothest introduction to a Zelda game, and that's without us knowing your gaming taste. Now, of course, if you were like, yo, dog, you know, if you were like, yo, I love old video games, I love Game Boy Advanced era, right? Then I could easily say, you need to go play Minish Cap, you need to go play Ocarina of Time, you need to go play A Link to the Past. These games are iconic. But because I don't know your interest in old video games, that's the problem with recommending old Zelda. Because, like, I could recommend you A Link to the Past, and then you could pick that game up and say, wow, this game sucks. It's tough. It's old. I'm not into this. So I find that it is kind of best to stick with the modern recommendations. Even if the older Zelda games are iconic. You know, some people think Ocarina of Time is the best game ever made. Even still, I do think that starting with Breath of the Wild is the best bet.
Hopper Pond used to be filled with hot-footed frogs. Perhaps the monsters have driven them away? In any case, this is the place I finally managed to catch one. I was incredibly excited, and I tried to show Link, but he kept flinching and backing away from me.
Oh, that's the cutscene from the Breath of the Wild with the frog and whatnot. I thought the GBA games were the best games ever made. I think it comes down to nostalgia. Yeah, I think GBA is some of the best games ever made for sure. I mean, Game Boy Advanced era of gaming is some of the best content we got out of Nintendo, especially during that era of technology for sure, man. Loving the Nerd Fest we're having right now. All right, and then I think that's it for the Great Plateau. Now, there is 2 of them right at the front of the Great Plateau that I'm going to go ahead and head towards because I'm very curious what she has to say about the Great Plateau's basin right here. So let's head over there. Perhaps you made Link taste one and he proceeded to exterminate them all. Dude, such a goofy. I love these little voice memories. They're so much fun, man. Yeah, so I think Breath of the Wild's a good place to start. But I will say this. If you're not looking to purchase Breath of the Wild, if you maybe don't have that kind of money to spend, and you have Nintendo Switch Online, I do recommend you maybe try one of those just to kind of get a taste for it. See if it's your kind of game. There's a bunch of them, man. There's a bunch of them. I think the obvious ones to check out is like Wind Waker for GameCube, or, you know, Ocarina Majora's Mask, even though those can be a little rougher on the edges. You know, I would try them out though. I wouldn't hesitate, even if you don't like them. Like, you just got to keep in mind that it's okay if you don't like Zelda. It's okay if you don't get it. but you won't know if it's for you until you try it. But it's okay if it doesn't work out. Like, don't overthink it, you know? Like, not every game is for every person, and you very well might learn quickly that you aren't a Zelda fan, right? Like, you aren't made for these games. These games aren't made for you, you know? But I think the worst thing you can do is to not play any Zelda games out of fear of not liking them, or out of fear of not being good at them. And you certainly don't have to go spend $60 to try your first Zelda. Again, there's a lot of them for $4 a month on Nintendo Switch Online. With the base subscription, you get access to Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Link's Awakening. With the base subscription, I think it's those three. And then if you have the expansion... Oh, and A Link to the Past. Excuse me. Zelda 1, Zelda 2, A Link to the Past, and Link's Awakening. And then with the expansion, you get the addition of Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and Wind Waker if you have a Switch 2. So there's a lot of Zelda content, also Minish Cap as well, if you have the Game Boy Advance games, so... Oh yeah, and the Oracle games. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, like, so yeah, man, don't be afraid to try the old games out without spending any money, you know? Oh, Wind Waker was so underrated. Oh yeah, Wind Waker will go down in history as the biggest mistake that Zelda fans ever made. Because the Zelda fans turned a blind eye to Wind Waker, therefore Wind Waker didn't get the credit it deserved for literal decades. Literal decades. And it's all the Zelda community's fault, because back then, the Zelda community did not like Cartoon Link. Actually, Did You Know Gaming did an article about this recently and talked about that era of gaming, and listen to this. Apparently, it wasn't just a bunch of sweaty dudes who wanted a realistic Link. Apparently, and I don't know how true this is, but there was a comment that it was a bunch of girls as well. Apparently, there was a bunch of females. Is that the somebody said the other day, women, females, whatever. There was a bunch of females that were mad that they took away their man hunk. So apparently there was a bunch of like girl gamers growing up in the 90s that fell in love with Link. He was a heartthrob, apparently. Oh, he's so dreamy. And apparently, because of this, when Wind Waker came out, they were all mad. They were like, you took away our dreamboat. You took away Dreamboat Link and you replaced them with little kid Link, and they were pissed. Apparently they were super pissed about it. I never knew this until recently, that apparently man hunk Link was a thing. Apparently Link in Ocarina of Time was apparently a teenage heartthrob. And I never knew that because I didn't think about Zelda that way as a kid. Right? Like my heartthrobs were like female characters in shows and stuff. I didn't know this. Apparently, Ocarina of Time Link was a teenage heartthrob. And everyone was so mad that they turned him into a kid. How about that, man? I about fell out of my chair when I read that, or I was watching Did You Know Gaming, and they said that, and I about fell out of my chair. Like, no way, dude. Heartthrob pixel Links. Now, here's the funny part about that, though. We all been there. We all been there, right? Like, let me give you my example. Let me give you my example. You don't think... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Listen, I wasn't even a Final Fantasy fan. But I can tell you right now that I was all about pixelated ass Tifa Lockhart. Like you better believe I was watching my buddies play this game like, ooh wee. And there's another one as well. It's the girl from Resident Evil. What is the Resident Evil character's name with the beret? I can't remember her name. Not Claire. The one that was in Marvel vs. Capcom. Jill Valentine. Ooh, Jill Valentine. Ooh, wee. Like, for some reason as a kid, man, it was like, dag ma. Like, oh, let's see if I can find like a good PlayStation 1 picture of her, though. You gotta see like the original PlayStation. Yeah, look at her. Ooh wee, dude. Like, like, let me get it, girl. And then wait, and there was one more. There was one more. Tomb Raider, Lara Croft. Y'all knew where I was going with it. Y'all knew where I was going with it. Give me some of them triangles, baby. Give me some of them triangles, baby. Y'all knew, man. So listen, I get it, right? Like, hold on. OOT Link N64. I get it. If you were a young girl growing up and you got to see this little snot-nosed idiot transform into this, you were probably like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like he was a heart-throb, apparently. Apparently he was a heart-throb back then. I wouldn't have known. I wasn't looking at, male characters that way as a kid. Like, that just wasn't what I was doing. So I didn't understand that until I read this article recently. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't until recently that I was like, wait a second. I never would have ever considered Link as somebody's heartthrob. You know what I mean? Like, that just really threw me back. It really threw me, dude. Me with fierce deity Link. Yeah. Like, I never would have thought of that, right? It's so interesting, man. So my point is I blame all y'all horn dogs for ruining Wind Waker. Get the H-Des bonks in the chat. It's all your fault. Y'all need to chill. We can't even have nice things. We can't even have nice things with y'all horn dogging on Link. You can't. That wasn't me. I was a kid. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Yo, probably Minda. Thank you for 17 months. And thank you so much again, Kai Bells, for 22, dude. Projecting your triangle titty fetish onto us. I'm not projecting nothing. I'm just speaking the truth. Ooh, we get a memory. Oh no, the app crashed. The app crashed here. Let me reload it up. My tablet's kind of old, so my tablet's like a little bit old and outdated.
This area was once alive and bustling with activity. There were several inns nearby, and the roads were busy with soldiers from the local garrison or travelers heading for the Temple of Time. Nowadays, only the wind moves through this place. I pray everyone who passed through here has found peace with Goddess Hylia.
Dang, that was deep, dude. Yo, Chaos Queen, you're killing me right now with the Madonna comment. Oh my god. So this area was once alive and bustling with activity as she looks over this way into this direction. And she says there were several inns nearby and the roads were bustling with busy with soldiers from the local garrison and travelers heading to the Temple of Time. Nowadays, only the wind moves through this place. Wow. So it's almost kind of giving you an idea of what this place was like before the calamity. That these buildings were alive and well. Like, look at all these buildings that were destroyed. These were people living here. There were inns. There were shops. There were people, you know, living in this area. And it's kind of hard to wrap your head around that. If you guys really think about it, like, we don't ever really get to see Hyrule fully functioning. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of hard to like picture this stuff. And I think it kind of helps with Zelda talking about it a little bit. I can kind of squint and kind of close my eyes and kind of picture what this area might have looked like leading up to the Temple of Time. It's kind of cool. Yeah. It's kind of interesting how this place might have been alive and well. You know, at this point, this place is known for monsters. Like, I'm constantly being attacked here, you know? Something about the Yiga clan?
No.
Okay. I don't know what she was talking about. I didn't feel like reading. And we got some rain. And then we have another memory here. Right up here at the fork in the road. Let's go. Yeah, Wind Waker is one of my favorites of all time.
The passage up to the Great Plateau has been filled with dirt and rocks. Certainly some of this damage was caused by the Guardians' invasion, but some of the debris looks to have been placed deliberately. I imagine the intention was to keep as many monsters as possible from reaching the Great Plateau, where Link recovered in the Shrine of Resurrection. But how am I supposed to reach the Great Plateau now?
Because when you first come here, there's a bunch of rocks blocking the path. You guys remember that? And in Tears of the Kingdom, you have to blow them up. That's what she's talking about. There was like a bunch of rocks in front of this. How on earth do I get this app to work? Did the app automatically sync? Yeah, so the way that I had to do it is to explain. Once you load the app up and you log into your Nintendo account, what you have to do is you have to go to the title screen, all right? I'll show you guys real quick. And at the title screen of the game, there's actually a Zelda Notes setting, and you have to enable it. Once you enable Zelda Notes, then go back and load your game again. I personally noticed that, like, I had to like reload the game once. I remember I like completely closed out the game and reloaded it after I enabled the setting here. And then everything like started working properly. It was like a little bit weird until I did that. And that's the best advice I can give you. It like took a second to like adjust. But to answer your question, Exhaustion, everything synced up instantly for me in my save file. And there was a couple things that maybe didn't. So here, let me go ahead and pull the app up on the screen and I'll show a couple people what it looks like, because I know some people were asking about what does the app look like and how does it work. So here's the actual app that I'm looking at right now. All right, I actually do have it shared on screen here. So this is the actual app, and when you first load it up, the first thing you're going to probably go check is like your play data, or you're probably talking about like your global data. I'm going to be honest, my global play data did not fully sync. It says I've only collected 92 rupees, but this is a 500 hour long playthrough. So some of this stuff does not sync, and you're kind of starting it fresh with the release of the app. So now that I've had the app for a couple sessions of playing, now I've collected 3 weapons. Now I've used 4 expended energy cells, but all of this stuff clearly would say hundreds because this is a very long save file. So the global play data, a lot of this stuff is going to be brand new. This is super unfortunate. I've noticed a lot of this stuff was new, not all of it. See, look at I have 4,000 Bokoblins killed. But a lot of this data was very unfortunately reset. And it came down to stuff like collection, like weapons collected, so on and so forth. Yeah, not too bad, right? Now, you can go by area as well, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you go over here, otherwise, you have your navigation and your categories and your percentages of stuff that you've done. All of this stuff was synced 1-for-1 with my game. For example, I have 89% of the wells in the game. All of this stuff synced up normally. So I can go in here and I can track and say, I'm looking for traveling Koroks. I can back out. I can say, okay, hide Koroks that I've discovered. Now the map will only show me Koroks that I have not discovered yet. I can click on this, activate voice guidance, and now this will take me to this Korok.
Distance east.
Right? So all of that stuff worked completely seamless for me. And it was all simply just me locking my Nintendo account in and then going into the game, turning the setting on at the title screen. Again, I had to reload the whole game at least once. And everything has worked since. So hopefully that helps anybody who has any issues. What is this notification? Oh, some people have registered my item box. Yo, Kita, got you. Who else? Zelda, got you. Nice. I got a couple people here added to my item boxes. Cool, now we can trade items with each other. Cool, cool, cool. All right, but anyways, yeah, I just wanted to kind of show this off real quick and show you guys what I'm looking at the whole day. This is what I've been looking at the whole stream, and all I've been doing is going into navigation, and then I have Zelda's voice memories chosen. I have all of them chosen, and then I just choose where I want to go explore and get more lore from Zelda, right? So we just cleared this whole area out. Why don't we go up to the sky and we're going to do some Rauru some Rauru voice memories. I would love to do a couple Rauru ones, and I'd love to start at the Temple of Time since we were talking about that earlier. So let's go ahead and fast travel up. Now, hold on. We did have conversation about the Forgotten Temple, though. Hold on a second. Why don't we, before we switch gears, why don't we go to the Forgotten Temple and see if there's anything insightful there? It looks like we have one comment from Zelda at the Forgotten Temple. A single comment from Zelda at the Forgotten Temple. Let's head there and get that real quick. So all we have to do is fast travel to this shrine. Yeah, sick. All right, and then let me go ahead and fix my screen here. Boom. All right. We're all set. How do you get your phone to on screen like that? Yeah, screen record. So there's a screen mirroring section on my iPhone, and this is also I discovered on my iPad. There's a screen mirroring option, and you can do this via like Bluetooth or wireless. Well, I went a step further and I purchased a cord, an actual dongle. You can see it if I hold this up. Hold on. This right here. So it plugs in and then there's an HDMI port at the bottom. It's magic. And then I plug this HDMI port into my capture card, and I can display anything I want from my phone or my tablet to all of you. This is how we were playing TCG Pocket together, and this is how I'm showcasing this all to you. Yeah, all phones, including Android. That's what I figured. How many rupees do you have on you? Like 4,000. Thank you again, Midna, for the 17 months. So yeah, I'm just using the screen mirror option. Are the voice memories a Switch 2 feature? Yeah, the voice memories are... They are a part of the Zelda Notes app for the Switch 2 editions of the games. I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. They are a part of the Zelda Notes app and require the Switch 2 editions of the games in order to use them. I'm pretty sure that's how they work. Yes, okay. So now there are some features I think you can use the Zelda Notes app for outside of the Switch 2 editions. I think so. I think there might be something you can do, but either way, they're designed for the Switch 2 editions. They show up on the app, but without the Switch 2 version, it does nothing. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure about that. It's actually kind of crazy that a map on your phone can update in real time while you play the game. Isn't that technology actually insane? Like, every once in a while, I know, like, the fun thing to do is to kind of bash Nintendo and to talk down on them, you know, whatever. But every once in a while, I think we do need to acknowledge just how cool some of the stuff Nintendo does is every once. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking glaze them. I'm just saying, like, this is a super cool concept that I've never seen anything else do like before. Like, this is cool, right? You know, another one was I was watching more people use game chat. And the more I watch game chat, the more I'm like, game chat is legit kind of cool. The idea of seeing your friend's face as they drive past you in Mario Kart actually sounds like a lot of fun. Like, imagine you're playing online, and as they hit you with the red shell and drive past, they can literally look you in the eyes and be like, sucker! Like, that's actually kind of like a cute interaction that, like, you're not getting that with Discord. I can't see your face in my game. Like, it's actually kind of cool. A little gimmicky, sure, but, like, it's actually kind of neat, dude. I'm like, I actually want to use more game chat. I still have yet to use game chat. All right, here we go. We're getting a memory about this map room. You ready for this? I'm curious what she has to say here. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's juicy. It's probably about the sages, right?
This structure was clearly designed to take advantage of the geography of the area, but even the interior is largely intact. Considering how many battles have been fought, well, it is very impressive. Seeing it reminds me of some very, very old records I've read. They suggest that there was a temple named for the first Queen of Hyrule, and that it was often used as a shelter for the common people. Could this be...
Wait, what? Wait, what? So first off, the picture that she's showing is actually of the outside of the Forgotten Temple. So she's talking about the whole temple, not just this room. And she goes forward to say, in very old records, they suggested that the temple named for the first Queen of Hyrule. So would have that had been Sonia? That would have, she's referencing Sonia, right? The Forgotten Temple. So maybe this temple was called like Sonia's Temple originally. We know it as the Forgotten Temple, but maybe this temple has a name. And that's what she's referencing. Interesting. So this would have been known as Sonia's Temple. Yeah, she's got to be talking about Sonia. You know, quote unquote, the first queen of Hyrule. I wonder if, I would love if somebody translated these texts. I would love, I know people have figured out how to translate these texts. I wish that I could translate these. It's all the same word. It's all the same exact word. I wonder what this says. I wonder what these symbols say. I can translate it? Oh, can you? Hold on, just send the translation to me in person, all right? It says Prime. I knew it. Yeah, it's something about Twitch Prime subscriptions. Oh, yeah. I knew it, dude. Dang, I guess I don't need to brush up on my ancient Hyrulean after all. Yo, nice. I'll slide you that $20 later. All right, so hold on. Before I go forward, let me read this real quick. The ancient Hyrulean art of subbing with Twitch Prime. So in the video that I recently watched, it talked about how this map of Hyrule seemingly has a lot more water than the actual current map of Hyrule. All right. So it takes a look at this and it says, look at this huge lake in the middle of the field that's clearly not there at all. So the speculation is that this map of Hyrule would have been taken or would have been created after maybe water levels were higher than they are now or in history. Maybe after some sort of great flood, there was still super high water levels, implying that maybe there was a second great flood. So this is kind of like, it's kind of almost as if maybe there was more than one great flood and Wind Waker was not the only great flood that we experienced in the world of Hyrule. And maybe this map is evidence of a time in Hyrule where there was a lot more water. Which is like a super interesting take on how like maybe there was more than one great flood. Maybe there was more than one imprisoning war. Maybe there was more of everything and we're just not quite too hip, right? Like we had that conversation earlier about how the imprisoning war obviously has happened twice. Whether or not Nintendo like is fully acknowledging that at the moment. And maybe, you know, there's a conversation to be had about how we shouldn't just limit ourselves to the knowledge we have, but maybe speculate on the fact that multiple calamities could have hit this land. Right? Like maybe this land had been flooded in the time since Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild. Maybe it was flooded twice. Maybe there was more than one flooding. Which is also kind of an interesting take on what's going on in this world, right? A tear with a tear. A tear with a tear. Tear with a tear. Maybe somebody just got real thirsty. Yo, thank you, Diseased Yak, for the first time Prime, dude. I'm not sure why my alerts decided to die on you. but I will say thank you sincerely. And I'll just go ahead and I'll redo this one. There you go. That was in honor of that first time Prime. Thank you. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the show. We do a good amount of Zelda here amongst other games. I'm a Nintendo variety caster focused on Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing being one of the main games we do on the channel. But I always say if you're not here for the game that I'm playing at the time, you're here for the vibes between the community and myself, the community and I. We certainly know how to have a good time. So welcome to my show, and that goes to anybody out there. I'm highly in descent. Again, I'm a Twitch creator. I've been on Twitch for 6+ years now, and it's been a beautiful journey. I'm also now branching out to YouTube, so check out my YouTube stuff. And welcome in here. Welcome in here. It's been a beautiful journey so far, and cheers to many more Zelda journeys and gaming journeys alike. I appreciate y'all popping in. This is my first real time diving into Tears since the Switch 2 release. The Switch 2 came out, we checked out the upgrades, but now we're really sinking our teeth into the voice memories and really sinking our teeth into the lore here and having a good time. I've been looking forward to having a couple lore-focused broadcasts here while we journey alongside each other playing some Tears of the Kingdom. And like I said, let's go over to the Temple of Time and let's go visit Rauru and see if we can get some voice memories and hear a different voice in our head. It should be nice. Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. All right, let's go. I want to see what Rauru has to say. Rauru's got to have some knowledge for us. Now, to give you all a little bit of insight here, I firmly believe this is Rauru. This is voice memories of Rauru before the events of Tears of the Kingdom. So I think this is Rauru before Zelda goes back to visit him. I'm pretty sure this is the Rauru that we're getting here. Is a Rauru before the events of this game. So just keep that in mind, because I think that's important to call out, because he almost doesn't seem like he knows what's going on.
The Temple of Time is a bell tower and faithful timekeeper, as well as a spiritual center of this land. It was constructed in a traditional Zonai architectural style that extends both up into the sky and down into the ground. It was believed in ancient times that such a design could pierce through evil.
Interesting. So that kind of explains why the bottom of the temple has these structures, right? They weren't just because they were in the sky. Now, because there's theories that like this whole pillar right here is the magic that's holding up the tower in the sky. There's theories that like this pillar right here is what's holding up the temple in the sky. But I wonder if maybe that's not quite true and that they built this temple into the ground to kind of root it and to help, keep evil at bay. Because it makes sense if you think about how they designed the shrines and the light roots, right? Because the light roots connect to the shrines from underground. So it would make sense that they would be really fixated on this idea of like piercing the earth and like piercing the ground as a way to keep evil at bay. Like that actually makes a lot of sense, especially with the way that he designed the shrines. Maybe the technology powered it. Right. I do think that the way this stuff is floating in the sky, it's definitely being powered by something. For sure. Whether it be these green, maybe both things can be true simultaneously. I didn't think about that, Toad. Maybe they originally designed these pillars in the ground, but eventually used them and technology alongside them to allow them to float as well. Yeah, maybe it's just both. Weren't all the sky islands on the ground at once? Yes, that is what we believe. Yes. That I believe that is exactly the lore, is that all of this stuff got lifted up after Zelda, you know, did the thing and turned into the thing without doing too heavily of spoilers. So after Zelda did the thing, then Mineru went around and raised all of this land. And we don't quite know how Mineru did it, but there is some ancient text. If you go around to all of the ancient text in the game, these tablets, and you unlock them all and get them deciphered, there is like a little bit of lore that kind of talks about how Mineru, you know, took the time to uplift the temple and all of this architecture and stuff. So I'm pretty sure it's like canon that she, and, you know, maybe with the use of magic or maybe she got some help, she raised all this stuff into the sky herself. And this would have been after Zelda would have left, so to speak. You know, again, I'm purposely avoiding some spoilers, but right. So that's really interesting. I think I still think it's purposefully a mystery on how and why they raised all this land. And I guess in the end, it was just to protect, you know, I think in the end, it was obviously just to protect the kingdom of Hyrule. But maybe there was more to it. Nice. These are level 1 constructs, and I need the level 1 constructs so I can upgrade some gear. So I'm actually really happy that these guys don't level up, because I need level 1 construct horns and stuff to upgrade some gear. I think I need the commander level 1s, which there is a commander level 1 in the snow area over here. I wonder if I can go fight him. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom retails at $114.99 and the Joy-Cons cost $124, and it's shockingly expensive. Mario Kart World is $109. So you must be in like Canada, Cal, or you must be in like Australia, because those prices do feel pretty steep, dude.
These rails are intended to transport materials, but they also supply energy through pipes. The Goron people make extensive use of this kind of mechanism, and I believe it is possible they modeled their designs on our own technology.
Interesting. Wait, so he's talking about these cool rails? The rails are intended to transport materials, but they also supply energy through pipes. So this is actually, there's energy being transported through these pipes. I would have never guessed that. I would have 100% guessed that they were just like just steel stone pads. And I love the little nod to the Gorons. Can I live near those pipes? Yeah, I think Zelda Notes is definitely considered as like DLC, but in all reality, what's really going on is that you're paying $10 for the upgrade, and then Zelda Notes is just kind of a cherry on top. Right? That's kind of, but yeah, I think it's the same thing that Wonder Waffles said, just I worded it differently. Yeah, it's like it's DLC. It's a $10 DLC that also so happens to come with like the game looking visually better. And also you get access to the Zelda Notes. Yeah, it's essentially a $10 DLC. Yeah, Diva Kini, like in real life. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that comment. I didn't think about that. Yo, I'll take any key size I can get, baby. Give me them key size, baby. All right. We have another memory across the way here. Right about here. Let's go and see what he has to say. Frick. But now I want to get back over there. There's some logs. I might be able to make a way to get over there with some logs here. I want that mask in real life. I'd be down to rock a Korok mask in real life. For sure. Happy to pay $8 for a huge upgrade. Yeah, you know, to each his own. I don't even think Cal's necessarily commenting on that in a negative way. You know, they're just calling it as they sees it. And yeah, you know, everyone's entitled to their opinion as far as the pricings of things. And as far as the opinion of, did Nintendo have to put this on the Switch 1? Or on the Switch 2 exclusively? No, of course not. But, you know, I've been making jokes that the best Switch 2 game is actually Tears of the Kingdom. Switch 2 edition. On the console so far. And while I'm just making jokes, if you take that joke and you put into the context of it is actually the best Switch 2 game, in all reality, the whole Zelda Notes app and all of this stuff was totally a tool that they were using to encourage people to pick up a Switch 2. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Yeah. Right? You know, they were going to do everything they could to get people to convert to the Switch 2. And what better way than to add more Zelda content and lock it behind the new console? Yeah, now, how do Switch 1 owners feel about that? Well, you know, probably about as icky as Switch 1 owners are going to feel when they announce a new Zelda, only for Switch 2, and a new Mario Kart that's already only for Switch 2, and the GameCube app that's only for Switch 2, and the next Animal Crossing game that's going to only be for Switch 2, and the next Mario game that's going to be only for Switch 2. You see, the point is that you're not going to be able to avoid that regardless. Unfortunately, they just released a new console, and they're going to try to get you to buy it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so while I do agree that, you know, maybe they could have considered the Switch 1 owners with this super cute Zelda Notes app, they also I guess they felt the need to encourage you to buy a Switch 2, you know? Yeah. Some weird decision making. I think Nintendo's biggest nightmare at the moment is their PR team, you know? They obviously don't have the best PR. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, they obviously aren't making decisions based off of making people happy. Like, there's no shame in calling that out. Now, you know, I appreciate you being respectful and not starting some kind of weird, you know, poop flinging contest where you're, you know, calling people out or whatever. You know, we're not looking to do that. We're here, we're gaming, we're enjoying the games we're playing, but it's totally okay and justified to feel some type of way and to say, hey, why does it feel like, you know, Nintendo didn't need to release this on the Switch 2? Like, it feels like they paywalled it. Well, you know, you could probably ask the same thing of every other video game that's ever come out that was on the next console. You know what I mean? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is this isn't the first time in history that a game company released new content for a game and paywalled it. Yeah, you know, like that's kind of how that works. Yeah. But yeah, you're allowed to have your own opinion and stuff, you know, that's cool. they're paywalling their new content that is free. Right. Like, yeah, like you can feel that way for sure. Like, I think that's a justified feeling. Just do me a favor and don't turn it into a people are complacent because they're buying into Nintendo's shit conversation. Because that is kind of the direction you attempted to go a little bit ago. I didn't read your message out loud, but I totally saw the energy that you were attempting to go with. And it's like, I don't think complacency in our society has anything to do with buying entertainment and playing video games. So I think that once you cross the line into calling other people complacent because they decided to buy a video game, you are in fact in the wrong. And there's a better way to have that conversation and to share your opinions without attempting to poop on everybody else who's having a good time. AKA grandma's rule. Not every opinion needs to be said. If you don't like something, then don't like it, but leave it out of my chat. But I let it slide because I could tell that you weren't necessarily approaching it too maliciously. You weren't trying to be too negative. But regardless, you obviously were attempting to talk down on people who wanted to buy video games. And we're not really having that here, all right? So keep that in mind, and opinions are welcome. Feeling some type of way is welcome. Not talking down on other people for enjoying video games. So I'll even go as far as letting you know that I will be the person who is buying every Nintendo game that comes out. I bought a Switch 2. I bought a Pro Controller. I bought a camera. I bought a full physical copy $80 version of Mario Kart World. So if you don't like that energy, you are literally talking directly down on me. And that's not welcome here. And you can leave. The door is right there. I'm not, just to be clear, I am the person you're talking about. And I will buy every single game they release, whether or not you like that. Because I just want to play video games. I don't care about the politics. All right, so yeah, I really didn't appreciate that comment in my chat, but I hope you understand that my respectful position, and I hope that you could be more respectful in the future. You know? All right, let's see if we can get one of these older items. I think this guy has upgraded, unfortunately. Because I don't think this is a tier 1. This guy's taking hits like a champion. All right. He's got a lovely hat too. Yeah. I think that guy was obviously some kind of upgrade. Can't wait to get my Pro Controller. The battery doesn't last long enough in the Joy-Cons for me playing hours. That sucks. As someone who can't afford games until after they release, I understand the frustration, but talking down on people who can afford to, that's not cool. Right, and again, I think there's a very positive conversation that can be had, and I think that this chat room and my chat will always be welcome to people sharing their opinions, because I don't really feel the need to comment on everything. I can just let the comment go and I can move on. So, like, that's okay. Again, I can't stress it enough. It is totally okay to be frustrated, to not like Nintendo, and it's even okay to share your opinion about how you don't like them. But once you start talking down on other Nintendo players or fans or gamers, you have lost the plot. That's not cool. It's as simple as that. You've lost the plot. That's not cool, man. Don't do that, you know? Don't come at me, dude. I didn't do nothing wrong. I just bought a video game, man. Yeah. Hey, you know. For me, I got a Switch a few years ago, so the cost of the Switch 2 feels unnecessary when the Switch works just fine. think there's also some dialogue to be had about gaming being a luxury as a hobby. It's ultimately a business industry and not right for it to be affordable like shelter, food, and water. I actually got my hands on the Switch 2 Pro Controller at a GameStop the past weekend. It feels good. It feels super good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No yucking yums. Yeah, it's so unnecessary, right? And I told y'all this morning, and I meant it again. I am 100% done with any of the negative commentary around the Switch 2. And I apologize that I leaned into it a little bit there. But it's because this person has been in my community for like 3 years. And I like to give people a chance. And I wanted to share my thoughts and feelings on it because I truly didn't think that they were trying to be malicious. I just don't think they realized what they were saying. You know, and it's like, so sometimes I do feel the need to like maybe say something, right?
The forest ostriches were once on the brink of extinction. However, a proposal by the Queen was made to protect them, and eventually, this species flourished once more. Though they were originally only found in colder lands, they are highly adaptable, thriving in all but the frigid polar regions.
What the heck? This random commentary on these emus? They were once on the brink of extinction. However, a proposal by the Queen was made to protect them, and eventually the species flourished once more. All right, let's jump over here real quick because I want to fast travel to the snowy region. But Cult of the Lamb comes before that. Nice. Definitely jump into Cult of the Lamb. It's a good game. On a completely unrelated note, I got a haircut for the first time in 3 years and am able to donate 40 centimeters of my hair. Just thought I'd share this experience with you. 40 centimeters of your hair. Holy heck. Now, I wish that you could speak in imperial for me because I can't wrap my head around how many centimeters anything is. So inches would do me a little bit better, but but thank you regardless for sharing. About 16 inches. Okay, dope. Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Now I see it. That's over a dang foot. That's a lot of hair. Sorry for being European. No, I'm going to take the European side on this one. Listen, I am proud to be an American, but I will tell you right now, America is stupid. And the imperial system is stupid. And we should have all just adopted what Europe was doing because it's all stupid. So I'll be the first to say it. Believe me, it's not the Europeans' fault. This is the Americans' fault. Americans don't want to admit it. Americans hate admitting it. They all fight it, but it's the Americans' fault. They're the ones who had to be different. They're the ones who had to be different and make everything confusing for no reason. Nah, shut that. Nah. I blame America on that one, dude. Oh, I admit it. Yeah. Making everything complicated for no reason. Not a fan of freedom units. Metric just feels so good. We don't like change. I better be careful. I'm gonna get a rock thrown through my window tonight, wrapped with a piece of paper, signed by some MAGA out there. Get him! What did he say about the imperial system? Oh, hell no! Send him back to where he came from. Get. Dude, what the heck? Why is my stream lagging? I'm literally being attacked. Yeah, I'm literally being attacked. My stream just started lagging for some reason. What the heck? We'll give it a second here. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. Chill out, stream. Something going on with my computer? Something updating that shouldn't be updating? You hearing this, punk?
Big Nintendo is here today. Proceed West Kappa.
All right. All right. Hopefully the lag stopped. I don't know what that was. Honestly, I'm actually going to just take the time here real quick to check. I'm going to check my event. Hold on, let me check my event viewer real quick because that was really bad. Let me just check my event viewer really quick. I don't normally do this during my stream, but is your computer updated to the metric system? Shut up. Yeah, 225. Yeah. Yep, 225. Here it is. Some kind of system restore? What? Windows update agent? It was some Windows update trash. Windows failed to install the following update. Microsoft Your Phone. What? Maybe it had something to do with my tablet that's plugged in. All right, I'll look up these error notes later and see if it's anything I need to pay attention to. It's probably just some trash that happened, you know, Windows. I just updated Windows last night. They got me, man. Windows got me, dude. They snuck an update in. I blame, it's probably that. Yeah, whatever. Windows installing spyware on your computer? Yeah. I think this is where we're going. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I see. I think maybe it was the tablet because I think it disconnected. Okay, now we're connected. Yeah, there was some sort of disconnection that happened. So it had something to do with the way my computer receives probably some kind of BS like built-in system where you can have your phone connect to Windows. And because I'm mirroring my phone to Windows, it like thought I wanted to update something. Get out of here. Celsius tricks you into thinking it's cold when it's really hot as blank. I mean, true though, true. All right, let's jump over here. Yeah, you're good, Cal. I read your message, buddy. Like I said, I didn't think you were trying to come off malicious, but the truth is the intentions and all that, you know, that whole conversation, no matter what you intended, you came off the wrong way. And I wasn't the only one that interpreted that way. So yeah, just, I said my piece. Thank you for clarifying what you were attempting to say. But I think I think you went about your commentary the wrong way. I wasn't the only one that interpreted it that way. So whether or not you intended, you know, you still did, right? Should have seen my face when I crossed the border into Canada and ish was in kilometers per hour instead of miles, and the car was in miles per hour. Yeah, dude, I honestly would struggle there because I don't know the kilometer translation off the top of my head. Text tends to not to translate tone and feeling too well. Yeah. But like I said, we don't have to go any further into it, but I appreciate your attempt to clarify regardless. Oh, it's right behind me. Got it.
We intended for this airfield to allow easy transportation of goods between Sky Islands. While I hoped the people of Hyrule would make use of it, the flying machines proved challenging to control. I once sought to join Sonia while she practiced with one, but a construct stopped me, insisting that the devices are limited to one rider.
Man, this game is gorgeous. Look at this, dude. This game is gorgeous, dude. Oh man, I was just about to say, let's see if I can still do the old wing swap, but it's gonna be hard now because it's already dying. Oh, I missed it! No, no, come back! I might be able to find it. Come on, come down. Come down a little faster. Come on. I was wondering if you could like use what's it called in midair, but I think you need to be standing to use ascend. It's gone forever. Oh yeah, that boy's gone. I love these little islands that aren't terribly low or that aren't terribly high in the world. I love these little islands that are like between the sky world and the ground. Got him! Sucker! Eat my rock hammer dust! And I caught the eyeball mid-flight. Legend. I was going to that star piece, but it's far too far away now. One would say the Legend of Zelda. Oh, we got a big boy out here. Let's go down here. Let's go back down to the surface. It looks like we have a Zelda memory right in the center of Gopanga Island. Let's go this way. Ooh, and there's a Korok. Do we think it's in these trees? Oh, I see. Cute. Yo, happy Tuesday. What's up, Florida girl? Yahaha! Okay, I'm trying to avoid these big boys out here. Don't look at me. Just trying to avoid them big boys. I don't want to fight them. Feel like ish today, dude. It's just one of those days. Something might be in the air. I honestly haven't felt good the past like 3 days. And just doing my best to just push through it, man. It just felt like a big bump on a log, dude. Ooh, was this the first time I've ever been here? No. I don't know. I was thinking it might have been a named location that I didn't explore yet. Will you back up, man? I hate Lizavulses so much. I hate these dudes so much, man. All right, we're right here. What skill is that? It's called the Earthwake attack. You get it from the old Yiga base. Okay, we already have this Korok marked. Yeah, you get it from the old... You gotta go to the... I won't say too much else, but... You gotta go to the old Yiga base. You guys suck, man. I'm just trying to listen to Zelda voice memories.
The ruins of Gopanga village. The people who lived here raised many horses. They used the unique terrain here as a stable, but it has been so ravaged by monsters now that it's virtually unrecognizable. Considering their skilled horsemanship, I want to believe everyone was able to flee on horseback.
Dang, Gopanga village? The ruins of Gopanga village. The people who lived here raised many horses. They used the unique terrain here as a stable. And it just shows a picture of like this whole area kind of zoomed out a little bit. Interesting. The Gaponga village. How do you actually fight Lionels? I could tell you the cheesy way to fight them in Tears of the Kingdom, if you would like. Wasn't that village in another game? I'm fairly certain the Kaponga village was in another game. Yeah. Give me the cheese. All right. So in Tears of the Kingdom, the cheesiest way to fight them is as follows. It's been a while, but let's see if I can pull it off. So it involves the puff shrooms. They actually can be affected by the puff shrooms just as much as anybody else. So really, you just want to get yourself set up with a Lionel here. All right, fun fact, depending on the speed at which you approach a Lionel, and if you have weapons pulled out, they won't actually attack you because they see you as a worthy adversary. So as I walk up to this guy, there's a good chance he might not attack me as long as I keep my distance between him and I don't pull my weapons out. All right, so just in case I actually have to fight here, let's put some equipment on. Let's actually just put offensive equipment. So there's a good chance he's not going to attack me because I shouldn't be too close. So you see how he walks up to me? He will stay here. He will stand here. He will stand here and not do anything. Look. Until I either move closer to him or I pull out a weapon. The battle begins. Now, the puff shroom. Welcome to cheese. Now, obviously, he's not too much of an idiot like the Moblins. So, you gotta be careful. He's obviously not that stupid. But as soon as you see the question mark, you can approach him. Right? As soon as you see the question mark, you can approach him. So if you're really, really struggling with Lionels, you can use the puff shroom technique. Now, again, it's not like perfect because they're a lot smarter of creatures than like your average moblin. But you can totally put them in a state of like, what was I doing again? And that's sometimes all you need in order to get a good situation with a lion, right? The puff shrooms. That's the cheese. That's the cheese with the Lionels. But it's still going to require you to do some fighting. And I'm not showcasing it absolutely perfectly for the record, because I know for a fact you can just keep repeating the puff shrooms without him ever seeing you, but I don't exactly know how it works. So I do want to make it clear, I'm not actually showcasing it perfectly because I don't exactly remember how it works fully. I just know that it involves puff shrooms, and I think you just keep throwing them or you put them on a weapon or something like that. And then like there's like a pretty easy way to cheese them. I just wanted to show you that puff shrooms work. From there, like I think there is a way that you can like pretty easily like continually puff shroom them. Right. Like that's like the best way to go about it. I hate the bow. The bow's actually the hardest thing to dodge. Yeah, like the bow sucks. So the real secret, though, is just Keith's eyes. All right? The real secret here would be key size. It all comes back down to key size, man. It's always about the freaking key size. I don't have any good weapons for this, but we have this 92 damage Molduga hammer, and this is gonna have to Molduga the job for us here. So you see, this is how I normally fight them. Is I try to stay inside, but the higher level Lionel that they are, the more likely that they are to do the attack, that the spin attack that you just saw them do. Right? So my actual advice when fighting them is it's kind of like a 3 or 4 part plan. A lot of it involves parrying. And then a lot of it involves mounting with a two-handed weapon, and then lastly using Keith's eyes or just arrows in general to stun them so you can ride their back. Right? So like ideally, let's go ahead and see if we can get a good fight going. I hate the arrows so much. I was so sad that the last fight started that way. I don't know where this is auto saving, but I think it's auto saving. Okay, I have 2 fairies. Okay, I shouldn't need them. Okay. Now, not having a two-handed weapon sucks, but let me go ahead and explain how this works. So if you get on their back, you can switch weapons, and it doesn't take the durability of your weapon away. All right, so like, let me try to show you this real quick. So once you get on their back, what you're supposed to do when you fight a Lionel. So I'm showing you all this stuff disjointed, but so your goal is to get on their back, and once you get on their back, you can press start and you can switch weapons. And the weapon that you switch to does not take durability. So I'm going to show you this by switching to, for example, my pristine Molduga hammer. So my Molduga hammer does not have any damage on it. And according to my knowledge, it shouldn't after I'm done with this. Look. So this is one of the most important parts of fighting Lionels. Is that when you jump on their back, you want to switch to the hardest hitting weapon you have, which is normally two-handers. Because you don't want to use a two-hander during the actual fight because you can't parry. So you switch to the two-hander when you get on their back, you beat them into the ground with the hardest hitting weapon you have, which is likely a two-hander, and then you switch back to a one-hander when you land so that you can go back to parry. All right, now I should take a step back and explain the actual fight and how I like to go about it. So first off, I'm a big parry fan. So I like to go for parries and dodges. I'm pretty confident in my ability to do these. So I get a couple hits in and then I run away. I reset. All right, so he's gonna come at me here. Now, I would have normally done a dodge there, but I forgot the buttons because it's been a while since I've played this game. So normally you would dodge, but all right, so we're gonna wait. So now fire comes. You're gonna run past the fire. You're gonna instantly pull out your bow. And you're gonna go for a headshot. Boom. Now you get on his back, you switch to your two-handed weapon. I'll show you with my Colgera blade. Jump off, switch, go back to my one-hander so I can parry. And this is the fight, right? So I try to create distance because what I want him to do is I want him to spit fireballs. Or I want him to do this, because this is free damage as long as you're comfortable with your dodges, right? So I back up and I try to get him to do what I want. So here we go. We got what I wanted. Dodge 3 fireballs. As he shoots the third, switch over to key size and go for it. Now, the key size aren't foolproof against Lionels. And that's something you'll learn. It's almost better to just aim because like the key size for some reason are just not like foolproof against Lionels. I don't know why. They just aren't. I think the Lionels are just coded in a way that they just can avoid it. See, like it's not foolproof. So that's fine. You don't need key size to get a headshot, but it's really nice when it works. So I'll show you without the key size. I mean, there's not much to show you. It's literally just aiming, but yeah. So again, I reset, I get away from him. I let him spit fireballs. Perfect. Dodge, 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 turn, and try to get a headshot. I don't get a headshot. That's fine. I just go back to doing this. All right, so to round up what I just did to fight him is I think that fighting Lionels is as simple as continually creating space between you and the Lionel. And you want to force them to do attacks from a distance because those are the easiest attacks to dodge. If you're sitting there trying to fight the Lionel, there's less of a chance for you to hit that parry. There's less of a chance for you to dodge that attack. So I recommend all novice Lionel hunters to consider that, right? Don't try to box with him. Run, and get him to reposition around you. And then the only scary thing about running from him is that you have to deal with the dash attack. And the dash attack is intimidating. It's not always easy to get that perfect dodge or that perfect parry. And I get that. I do understand if the dash attack is your weakness and he always gets hits on you there. That just comes with practice, right? Like that's just something that comes with practice. Over time, you'll get better at handling him when he's dashing at you. But I can't stress enough, like this is by far the best way to fight Lionels is to create distance, hope that he uses the fireball attack, and then proceeding to take advantage of the fireball attack to try to get a headshot, right? Where's another guaranteed Lionel? I think it's over here. It's at the ridge, the Rest Hyrule Plains. Here, let me go fight one more Lionel. That AoE attack, if very close to him, is annoying. So true, yeah. And also, there's a chance that he does the bomb attack, where if you're too close to the bomb attack, he actually mega sucks. The bomb attack is brutal, dude. Yeah, he has a couple attacks that he does that, when you're up close to him, just doesn't feel good at all. So as I slowly learned how to fight Lionels, I just learned that distance was key. So let's see. I think there's another Lionel in this field. I think so. I might be thinking of Breath of the Wild. And then I can try to do a no-hit run just to kind of further solidify that being safe is the play. I know there's a couple in the depths. Oh, there he is. Okay, so this is a Bozo. This is just a red-haired Lionel. So the red-haired Lionels are the easiest to fight, and this one is always here. So if you want to test your mettle against a Lionel, but you're new to the game or you have an early save file, you want to consider the red main. This is the weakest of the Lionels. So this guy is always here in the West Hyrule Plains, hanging out, right? So we're probably going to shred this guy, but all Lionels can be really tough, but they do have different attacks and stuff. So, you know, you're not going to have the same lesson for every Lionel. So again, the respect, he walks up to me, keeps the distance, and says, let's begin. All right, so I'm gonna create space, right? I'm gonna turn around. We're going for a no-hit run here. All right. The best option is to just block this unless you're confident with parries. You do have the option of parrying, getting a couple hits in and running, but that's sketchy. You better be ready, right? So you don't have to do that. Right? You can just wait for this. Wait for a sequence in which you can do damage. So that is one of the best options to get damage right there. That dash attack is one of the easiest ways to get damage on a Lionel. So you're just waiting for that attack. See, that was me trying to parry. I missed. We're still going to call it a no damage if I don't get hit again. Yeah, I haven't played in a while. My parries are so bad right now. They're so bad. That's okay, though. I don't mind getting hit for missing a parry. I mind getting hit when I'm scrambling. Right? Like, missing a parry is like, okay, you missed a parry. What are you going to do? All right, then run away. And again, my goal is always to get him to do the fireball attack, but, you know, he's a punk. Or this one. So essentially what I'm trying to teach you is you really want to play safe. You want to play as safe as possible. You don't really need to be like fighting Lionels. No keys for me, I guess. I confused the heck out of him. Look, I confused the heck out of him, dude. He didn't know what to do because I went into the sky. Idiot. Anyways, this is a bad Lionel to show off because this is the easiest in the game. So, like I made that look easier than it is. I think the silver Lionel was the best example I could give you. The silver's tough, man. That silver Lionel is tough. Did you see how hard he hit me? Now, this armor is not my strongest armor. I'm only have a total of 21 armor. And he hit me for over 15 hearts. That silver Lionel was hitting me for over a full bar and a half. Which is, yeah, it's definitely, the silver Lionels are definitely the big boys. Aw, Toad. Aw, Toad having a mom moment. That's so cute, dude. Anyways, that's your lesson in fighting Lionels, man. Lionels are tough, dude. There's no way around it. Lionels are always gonna be extra tough. So there's a Lionel under every stable in the depths. There's a Lionel under every stable in the depths. So if you ever want to really get a fight on, if you really want to get your fight on, you have to go to the depths to do so. Lionels in the depths is wild. Yeah, but those Lionels have armor, right? So in order to break through armor, you need either a bulk weapon or you need bombs, right? So the last time I fought a Lionel in the depths, I think I used bombs. Okay, so it's gonna be this way. All right. Let's go see what's on this link pedestal real quick, though, because I am running out of weapons. Soldier spear. Gross. Take that. All right, he should be right over here. I think that's him. No, that's an enemy camp. He's further this way. He's way further this way. Okay. Should be around here somewhere. I never thought about using Unibow for armor. That's actually such a dope comment. I never thought about that. All right, he should be around here. Maybe I'm wrong about every single stable. Yeah, maybe it's not every single stable. I thought for sure it was every stable, right? Strange. Maybe my information is wrong. Yeah, I thought there was a Lionel under every stable. I thought that was like a thing, right? Guess I chose the... Oh, here he is. Hey, Daddy. What's up, buddy? What do we got here? A Traveler Spear? Man, these guys suck, dude. Right? Like this... I don't have any good weapons for this. I guess I do. I could just use this guy at first. All right. My shield's about to break, unfortunately, but... What's up, buddy? All right. And that shield's gone. Let's grab the old double up here. Get a couple of hits in, get that armor off. All right, let's go, baby. Man, he looks so scary. Nah, son. All right, I'm not going to run this time. Got him. Now we're feeling ourselves. Oh, he got me anyways, though, which is BS because my weapon broke. Like, that's such BS that he got that hidden. Like, I'm mad now. I'm actually mad about that. Let me up. Let's go. Push over. Oh, dude, I cannot parry today. I need to stop trying, apparently. So you don't have to. You don't have to worry about parrying. I just can't parry today at all, huh? That's, I think, my favorite part about the Lionel fights is at first they look super scary, but in all reality, you do not have to parry, especially if you have enough shields and stuff. You can just block. But I missed 3 parries blatantly. Oof. Does the Lionel mask works on the depths, guys? I'm not sure. That's a good comment. Nice, we'll take that. Yeah, you don't have to be good at parrying and dodging to fight Lionels. And again, I think that's one of my favorite parts. Because it really makes the game feel a little bit more accessible in that sense. You don't have to be good at those fancy techniques. You just have to be patient and just like be able to identify the attacks that you can dodge with a shield versus the attacks you need to distance yourself versus the attacks that you need to dodge. Or I guess it would just be blocking or running, right? Those are your options. Do I need to block or do I need to run? How good's the new improved frame rate and stuff? It's all as good as it sounds. You know? 60 FPS only means so much to me as a person. But it's obviously a more visual treat of a game, to say the least. Especially if you're playing in 4K, which is what I hear is really when it starts to showcase its beauty. All right. I'm out of here though. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the show here today. Thank you for coming and hanging out, everyone. I appreciate you. And let's go ahead and do a raid today. Let's go ahead and get a raid going. Hit that follow button. We'll be back with more Zelda content tomorrow. We'll dive into some more Zelda tomorrow. I think we'll do some more modern Zelda, then we'll switch over to maybe something old, or I'm not sure what I want to do. All I know is I want to play Zelda, so that's what we're gonna do. But I had a blast hunting down all the lore here. Hanging out with y'all and jamming with Tears. It was fun. And, hopefully I'll see y'all again here tomorrow for some more Zelda content. Otherwise, I'll see y'all when I see y'all. We're going to go ahead and find ourselves a raid recipient today. And I hope everyone has a wonderful day, man. It was a blast, dude. Seriously, I had way too much fun playing Zelda here. And I loved our lore day. Day one out of many days of lore and Tears of the Kingdom. But we do got plenty of Zelda to play, starting with Skyward Sword. We want to finish Skyward. We got to finish the Oracle games, and then we could start diving into one of those Zelda fan games. So plenty of content to be had. I'm going to go ahead and drop a raid off here. We're going to go and drop some love off to another creator here in the Twitch space. And I think today we're going to go ahead and drop on into, let's see here. Let's go visit the one and only Kells. Let's go get Kells today. Let's go get Moonflower Games. They're doing some Pokemon Legends Arceus. Yeah, that's what I feel like watching today. Let's go get Moonflower. It looks like they're doing some... Oh, you know what? It looks like they might be having some technical issues. Oh, I don't want to rate. All right. Oh, what? It looks like they're back. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like they're having some tech issues. The last thing somebody wants is a raid while they're having tech issues. I would feel so bad. Let's go get Kells. That was my original plan today. And we'll see. Let me see if Moonflower's gonna figure it out or not. I feel so bad about that. I would never want to raid someone having tech issues. You know what I mean? That would feel so bad. Yeah, let's go get Kells today. Kells is doing some Animal Crossing, which is always a beautiful raid. So we'll go stop in and say what's up to the homie. All right, fam, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. Enjoy your Legend of Zelda journey. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. I just want to quickly say thank you to all my supporters today. Holy heck, Raina B, thank you for the biddies. Diseased Yak, probably Minda, Kai Bells, Sleepy Cat Loaf, Starling, Toe to the Head, Testonomics, Miss Petch, Lucinda. Of course, shout out to the YouTube game. You managed to hit 30 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. So cheers to anybody else I missed out there. And until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace, peace.